Hello everybody, and thank you so much for joining us today for the Toronto Wisdom Task Force. We gathered today, and there are a few of us here in the room right now. You will see our video stream in just a little bit. Right now we are focusing mostly on the presentations to discuss the topic of wisdom and what it means for us and how do we measure it. There are several people in the room with us today, including Marc Fournier, Michelle Ferrari, Nick Westrate, and several others. Norman Farb, expert on mindfulness, John Verveke from Cognitive Science, and we also have several people who stream who joined us via Skype. That is Monica Ardelt and Howard Nussbaum from Chicago, and we have several guests. The reason we meet today is to discuss the topic of wisdom. And before we dive into it, I would like to acknowledge several people. Specifically, I would like to acknowledge Marc Fournier and Vicky Dong, who helped to organize this meeting. Vicky is right now in charge of the streaming and management, the technical aspects, and Marc sits right in front of us. So why do we meet? As many of you know, there is a great interest in the topic of wisdom right now. There are over 64 billion Google hits for the term wisdom, or maybe even more. The trend is upward. On Amazon, we have more books about wisdom than about happiness or intelligence. Wisdom is also the key goal of character education, according to the Department of Education in the United States, even though that may of course change with the current administration. There are grants for teaching institutions how to become wise, and if you look on Google Books, and this is those of you who know me know that I like quantitative data. This is quantitative data from Google Books, the largest corpus of English language. In this case, this is American English today. And what you see that there's an increasing tendency to focus on representation of the term wise person in books, in the media, especially if you look at the trend from 1970s on. And this is also something that you see in British English, and even if you control for wise person by the person as the default base rate. So there is still an increase of the wise person in particular. Yes, so there is quite a bit of interest in the topic of wisdom. But at the same time, and this is a quote from a recent manuscript I encountered, there is a lot of criticism about the current ways wisdom is measured. Some say that prominent wisdom measures do not actually measure genuine wisdom, whatever that may mean, because they fail to satisfy reasonable general standards for valid measures of expert understanding. So focus here, as some of you may know, is on the notion of expert understanding, probably alluding to one of the major paradigms by Paul Baltes and colleagues from Berlin. Late Paul Baltes defined wisdom on the meta level, as a sort of a systemic level, as a expertise in fundamental pragmatics of life. The criticism goes to say that there is no clear account of success conditions for expertise in fundamental pragmatics of life, and also alludes to lack of consistency in wisdom-related judgments. Maybe wisdom is not quantifiable. If you look at this quote by Marcel Proust, a famous French novelist from the 19th century, he once wrote, "We do not receive wisdom. We must discover it for ourselves, after a journey through the wilderness, which no one can make for us, which no one can spare us, for our wisdom is the point of view from which at last we come to view the world." And the idea is that it's something that is deeply individual, deeply personal, and you can't really quantify it. One could interpret it this way, because for every single person it is something else. It is unique personal experience, which is highly idiosyncratic. So is wisdom even quantifiable? That's one of the topics for the discussion today. The other reason why I would like to have this meeting right now is because of the so-called jingle-jangle fallacies. And here's the story how it goes. When Charles Cassidy and I started the Own Wisdom podcast, this is one of the podcasts on the topic of wisdom. We try to disseminate the insights about wisdom to the general public. In the first episodes, we discussed several definitions of wisdom. And very quickly, somebody on Twitter pointed out when we first announced our podcast, and somebody who listened to our podcast who was knowledgeable about the quantitative psychology pointed out that this is a prime example of jingle-jangle fallacies. And so I was wondering, what is a jingle-jangle fallacy? I didn't encounter that term until that moment before, and it turns out that jingle-jangle fallacy is erroneous assumptions that two different things are the same because they bear the same name. That would be the jingle fallacy, or that two identical, almost identical things are different because they're labeled differently. That's the jangle fallacy. And that's, of course, something that we see in the domain of wisdom quite a bit, where different constructs seem to be invoked to describe the umbrella term wisdom. And also, there are different constructs that may exist in psychology that already overlap with the concept of wisdom. So the question is, why do we need an extra measure specifically for wisdom? The example of jingle-jangle fallacy is something that you can see in various domains. For instance, conflation of personality and values, thinking that that is the same thing. Or on the other side, emotional intelligence tests. Some of these tests seem to be reducible to personality, for instance, emotional stability component, or to some general intelligence, where when you control for general intelligence, general cognitive abilities, the emotional intelligence tests don't have any additional predictive value. So because of the jingle-jangle fallacy, because of the possible concerns about measurement and even quantifiability of the wisdom construct, I decided to call on this meeting. And here's our agenda. The chief goal is, of course, to discuss assumptions and practices in our very new evolving empirical field. The ultimate goal for me is to have a position paper, a statement about the significant conceptualizations of wisdom at this time and their overlap. What do wisdom scores mean? What do they uniquely predict and how well? Why do individuals differ in wisdom, and especially in their scores of wisdom-related tests? This is something that we probably will not be able to cover exhaustively today. This is an ambitious set of questions, but at least I hope that we can start this discussion. And specifically today, I would like to first address the questions of how do you define wisdom? And I'm talking to all of you, different wisdom researchers. We have some of the key representatives of the empirical science of wisdom in this room. What are the key features of wisdom for you? And what are the best ways to measure these features? And so I ask these questions. Each of the presenters will have short presentations at the beginning, as well as a large number of people in psychology and cognitive sciences, judgment decision making, who study wisdom empirically, or at least claim to study wisdom empirically, or related constructs. And so we have also survey-based responses to these questions. Now, when I posted a survey on various social media and listserv platforms, I got one of these responses where somebody said, please do not suck the blood of the concept. And the idea behind it, maybe they thought that I am a bit pale, so maybe I'm a vampire or something. But I guess the key idea is that wisdom maybe is too holistic to be reduced to something empirical. But yes, of course, the same criticism applies to many, many constructs in psychology. And therefore, I think we try to do justice to it, and yet at the same time use state-of-the-art empirical methods to figure out if there is a way to quantify wisdom-related features in psychology. What is our roadmap? First, we'll have the overview of the basic principles of psychometrics. I just want to remind you of what the constructs are about and their measurement. We'll have mini presentations by the experts in the field. The goal is to figure out if a quantifiable consensus can be reached. That's the goal for today. And we will try to tap on some of these themes in the afternoons: morality, relationship between wisdom and morality, emotion, intersection of cognitive and emotional components, for instance, for the wisdom research. And then there are other features, including the role of the various cultural and systemic features, the gappiness, the gap between the intention and action. Can somebody be wise if the person reasons wisely but doesn't act in a way that leads to a desirable outcome? There is quite a bit of contention about it, so we'll talk about outcomes and processes as one important question for quantifying a psychological process related to wisdom. And at the end, we'll try to wrap up and outline some directions for position paper. So let me start by talking a little bit about the psychometric principles. Just some basics. I will not be reviewing anything at length. I just want to highlight some key features. Number one, when we talk about constructs, we often think about latent variables. However, latent variables are only those that are hidden, and we can only make assumptions about them. Really, what we measure are observables. And observables are ways to quantify, how, as at least we hope, some underlying latent constructs. And observables have multiple levels of description and abstraction. And there are also many ways to observe somebody's behavior, somebody's intentions, somebody's feelings, and so on and so forth. Whereas the latent variables are the common themes across a set of observables. So like the story with the blind man and the elephant, all this different man maybe measuring, observing the elephant from different directions. One will touch the tail, the other one will touch the nose, and they may have different conclusions about what the nature of the elephant is. So all of them are right. And what we often think about in psychology, in empirical science, when we think about observables and latent variables, is that we think that latent variables represent central tendencies across a set of observables, across time, space, people, and situations. So these are sort of say averages across multiple measurement points, if you want, or across multiple units of analysis, across multiple units of observations. Of course, this is something that we can easily incorporate in the modern multi-level frameworks, at which we can measure people multiple times and get the aggregate as a latent tendency, and also look at the variability from this latent tendency. Generally, we view constructs as organizations of latent variables and observed variables. And also another thing to emphasize is that the constructs can be viewed as unobservables representing common influences on observable variables. And let me unpack this part in a second, but let me point out another final thing that we often need to be reminded of, is that the goal of this whole enterprise of packaging constructs that in psychology we often cannot really measure directly. We can't measure wisdom or love or your political orientation just by applying some ruler. So we have to develop underlying some kind of measures to capture each of these constructs. And we do it in a way that will lead to a parsimonious and testable operationalization. That is, we don't want to have everything covered at the expense of parsimony. There is a certain balance, and of course depends on the field. How exactly this balance takes place may vary, but we want it to be testable. If it's not testable, we probably will not be able to use it for empirical science, and we want it to be parsimonious. But let me return to this previous point about the constructs as unobservables representing common influences on observable variables. This is, of course, a common way to think about constructs. But when we think about constructs, we have to be reminded that there are many construct types. Often those that we deal with in psychology will start with this idea of a latent variable, as already pointed out. So we think about latent variables and such things as big five, extroversion, spatial ability, intelligence, and according to Wikipedia, and this is just the entry from yesterday, wisdom. This is surprising because we still don't know if we can measure and operationalize wisdom through a latent variable construct, but somebody already decided for us and put it there. Now, when we think about constructs, we in psychology often immediately assume latent constructs. Or in other words, it's a reflective constructs where indicators or the observables of the construct are caused by the construct. However, we can equally think of a construct as formative. An example of that is socioeconomic status, which is a theoretical construct, but it doesn't exist in its own right. There is no psychological feature to socioeconomic status. It's purely socially constructed to quantify and describe certain cultural milieus. It's often a combination of education, occupational prestige, income, or some other additional factors related to your socioeconomic milieu. And here, measured variables are the cause of the latent variable. And as you can see, the direction is different. Whereas in the reflective construct, the typical latent construct, we assume that whatever we measure, x1 through x4, are driven foremost by this underlying latent tendency. So when we measure intelligence through an intelligence test, and we have multiple sets on this intelligence test, we assume that it is the underlying tendency, the underlying raw intelligence ability that informs performance on these tests. We cannot measure this underlying test, and therefore there is an error. And because none of these tests from x1 through x4 measure it perfectly. But in contrast to that, when we look at the formative construct, there, for instance, the socioeconomic status is defined through the measure of education, for instance, years of education, through your income, and through your occupational prestige. Thus, if you combine those, they will perfectly explain your socioeconomic status. There is no error variance left, assuming that's how you define the construct, which is, of course, debatable in sociology. But that's not all. There is actually another type of constructs, and there is a network-based construct. An example of that is depression. Now, keep in mind that a network-based construct has to have some coherence among the observables. They cannot be completely independent. In case of a formative construct, the x1 through x4 may not be at all related to each other. Surely, somebody who is high educated may be making more money, but those processes are a priori psychologically independent from each other. Whereas for a latent construct to take place, there should be a relationship between x1 through x4 because of this underlying latent construct. And the same is true for a network-based construct. There has to be a relationship, even though that one can be weaker. Now, what do these differences between a latent and network-based constructs look like? Well, here's an example from a paper by a friend of mine, Igor, where he nicely demonstrates this visually. You already are familiar with the two on the left, the reflective and the formative construct, where the errors go either outside from the latent or to the construct. And on the right, you see the network-based construct, where the errors go in all sorts of directions. There are co-occurrences of all observed items, and there may be causal processes. There is no latent variable as itself. There are also self-loops that indicate that items cause each other over time, so they may be changing over time. And altogether, this may be representing some kind of a syndrome, like some depression syndrome. So this is something to keep in mind, that there are at least these three different constructs empirically for measurement purposes. And another thing to keep in mind when we talk about psychological constructs is that we need to distinguish antecedents of these features from its components. So when you think about a network model, for instance, let's consider that maybe wisdom-related features represent a certain network. Here it becomes tricky because it's not really clear if one of the items that you observe is an antecedent that is driving the effect or whether it's an essential component for the construct. How do we determine that? Well, that is a theoretical question that we will be discussing today.
Okay. So I guess it's not really a question, but I wanted to propose a fourth notion of construct here, which is the notion of an aspirational construct. So the three kinds of constructs that you've outlined are in relationship to the measurement of a putative natural phenomenon that's been theoretically motivated for its existence and investigation, right? But there's another kind of notion which is an aspirational construct, perhaps. So when Binet defined intelligence, he didn't define intelligence in a way that he actually measured it. His definition of intelligence was judgment, but what he measured on an intelligence test was never judgment. And so one possibility is that we are looking for wisdom as if it's a natural kind in some sense, or a theoretically motivated kind by different theories. But another possibility is we could define what it should be and think about what it is for it to be crafted. So I'm not arguing that that's a truth, but I'm just suggesting that a fourth kind of construct is something that has a societal goal behind it, which is something that could be shaped by society. And right now, the things that we're measuring are based on different theoretic motivations, but they don't really exist per se as a natural kind.
Right. Yeah, no, so this is very helpful, Howard. Yeah, so it's like basically a different level, sort of more of a much more of a macro level representation of what this construct is about, considering the goals, almost like a normative goal of it. Is that sort of along the lines of what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah. Very helpful.
All right, and now we will be moving on to our presentations. We will start with Monica Ardelt.
So, as you all know, I think many of you know, I define wisdom as an integration of cognitive, reflective, and compassionate personality qualities. So, what Igor was just talking about as a latent variable, I would say, I originally defined wisdom as a latent variable, and these are the effect indicators. So it comes down, so the effect indicators, not the cause indicators. Mm-hmm. So for the cognitive wisdom dimension, it's basically knowing something and understanding, a deeper understanding of life, and also as a desire to know the truth, which includes knowledge and acceptance of the positive and negative aspects of human nature, the inherent limits of knowledge and life's unpredictability and uncertainties. And in terms of measurement, as you know, I have developed the three-dimensional wisdom scale, which is a 39-item scale, but there's also a short form, 12-item scale. But honestly, I think any items or ratings by other people that access and these definitions, so like the ability and willingness to understand phenomena thoroughly, knowledge of the positive and negative aspects of human nature, which is a little bit tricky. This is why I measure the opposite, ignorance of these aspects of human nature. I think any of this would work. Mm-hmm. So what I also think then, the really important one, I'm just, when you're talking about the network thing, so it could also work. I think the reflective dimension is a pivotal dimension, and that influences the other two dimensions, or that really strengthens the other two dimensions, which then might strengthen the reflective dimension. I think there is an interaction between all three dimensions. So the reflective dimension is defined as perception of phenomena and events from many multiple perspectives, including oneself, which requires self-examination, self-awareness, and self-insight. And so again, the way it could be measured would be exactly the willingness and ability to look at phenomena and events from different perspectives, but also the absence of subjectivity and projections, which is a tendency to blame other people or circumstances for one's own situation. Where again, in a negative way, if you do blame other people or circumstances for your own situation, then that shows a lower wisdom. And so developing this reflective component helps one to see reality more clearly, which strengthens the cognitive component, also reduces ego-centeredness, and allows one to understand oneself better, including one's own failings and imperfections, which then leads to the compassionate dimension, which is defined as an all-encompassing, sympathetic, and compassionate love, accompanied by a motivation to foster the well-being of all. And I do think that includes also self-compassion and also to also take care of one's own well-being. Which requires, as I already mentioned, the transcendence of self-centeredness, and then the way it is measured is the presence of positive, caring, nurturing emotions, behavior toward others, and the absence of indifferent or negative emotions and behavior toward others. Again, the way my scale measures is primarily through the absence of all these characteristics. So it's kind of a negative measurement, which seems to kind of guard against social desirability bias to a certain extent. All right, I hope I was within my 3 minutes.
Well, thank you. This was very, very helpful. And thank you so much for being the first, Monica. It's, it's a high toll to kick off this discussion. We have a few minutes for questions from the audience. So Monica talked about the 3 dimensions, operationalizing it through her scale, and often, and as Monica just emphasized, looking at the absence of certain processes rather than the presence of those processes. We have already right away some questions, and please.
Okay. So I want to ask a little bit about the explicit indication of compassion as part of construct of wisdom. I'll speak a little louder so that
Yeah.
So my worry is that that particular aspect of it, from what I remember of comparisons of different constructs of wisdom, is actually the part that tends to cause the most disagreement. And poking around a little bit, there was a paper by Strauss and colleagues in 2016, where the finding was they essentially did a massive meta-analysis of a bunch of different measures of compassion, systematic review of the theoretical constructs, and basically the compassion literature has the exact same problem that the wisdom literature does. So I'm just wondering if, there's maybe a point of concern there of resting a construct that we're already having difficulty measuring on another construct we're having difficulty measuring.
Yeah, I mean, there are compassion scales. As I say, the way I measure it is more, again, primarily kind of the absence of compassion. But I think there are compassion scales, and they work. What is it, Santa Clara compassion scale? The problem with these scales might indeed be social desirability bias. This is again why I try to measure it in a little bit of a negative way, which seems to work a little bit better. Doesn't solve the problem completely, I see that, but it seems to work a little bit better. Did you, is this question only about measurement, or is it a question why should compassion be there in wisdom at all?
It's kind of both. One is the kind of measurement problem that, we already have difficulty measuring compassion. Would that noise then filter into difficulties measuring wisdom? But also, cross-culturally, for example, studies in China, one of the sorts of people that tends to get very strongly nominated as an exemplar of wisdom is, actually it's kind of funny, you read the paper and it's a list of everybody who's conquered China. So I'm not necessarily, maybe compassion is important for certain cultural understandings of it, but so the Confucian analects, for example, draw a pretty strong distinction between wisdom and compassion. They want you to have both, but they're considered very different qualities.
Yeah, the problem I see, and I know what you're I cannot imagine what you're talking about, but if you take out compassion, then it becomes too much like intellectual, like IQ, too intellectual, somebody who knows a lot. And my problem with this has always been, think about somebody, a con artist, right? A con artist really knows a lot about other people, can reflect, can do the reflection, can understand other people, has empathy, but doesn't have any compassion. So uses all the knowledge, basically, loses all the knowledge and all this reflection to con other people. And the wise people will not do this. And George Wayland has this great quote somewhere, and I don't completely recall it, but it says there can be care about wisdom, but not wisdom without care. I think that's what the quote is. And so I think if you have a wise person who doesn't care, who doesn't have compassion, I think it's just not complete. Just because of the danger that you could use this knowledge, this deeper knowledge about how life works, and reflection and understanding other people to exploit them.
Okay, maybe we'll move on to another question. We will return to the topic of compassion and discussion of how it relates after we have all the presentation. So the question is about justice. I just reiterate for people in case they didn't hear it. The question is about the role of justice. Is it compassion, just like a soft compassion where you just like, somebody beats you up and then you're just going back to your husband and like hug him and forgive him right away and forgive yourself? Or do you have the right to respond? Do you have the right to go away? Similar on the societal level where sometimes there are injustices, and should we just accept those, or should we be in some ways standing against them?
Yes, okay, that's a good question. There is something, where this one chapter I talked about this, and I would say this is in one of the books that Michel Ferrari edited, where the paradoxical nature of wisdom. And I think it has something to do with involved indifference. So yes, wise people fight for justice, but they fight also in a little bit of a detached way. And with the compassion for all people involved. So yes, you would not become a doormat, only because you have compassion. You have compassion for all of them involved, but it doesn't mean that you indulge the person who does wrong. Sometimes you have to have the best interest for this person in mind, and sometimes the best interest is indeed to put them in prison, so that they can get away from society and to hopefully reform. And so it doesn't mean that that you are forgiving and allow anybody to do whatever. So because that is not good for them. You basically allow them to be bad people, so you want everybody to become a wiser, a better person, and that might mean that you have to use, what's sometimes called strong action. Okay. So, so I think there is no contradiction per se.
Okay, so we'll return to that topic.
One thing for the board, then. It sounds to me like we're actually talking about the relationship between wisdom and virtue. For example, the con man is honest, right? So, now we're talking about compassion and justice, and honesty is implied. It sounds to me like what we're actually talking about is the relationship between wisdom and virtue.
Okay, wisdom and virtue. Anything quick, or is it more for the broad discussion?
Euthanasia, mercy killing, the doctor who takes in that deliberately, lawfully, are they compassionate or are they murderers? And it's related to virtue, but it's distinct and different. So my problem that I have with your 3D model, cognition and reflection, which are interrelated clearly, metacognition for reflection, of course, compassion, and the whole thing is culturally and circumstantially based. So in one context, someone can be extremely compassionate, that many people would agree that certain behavior. Take that same behavior in a very different context, and the person is uncompassionate, unfeeling, non-empathetic, etc. So the interrelationship between your three triage, so-called cognition, reflection, and compassion, who measures the balance? It's impossible. Human beings are individuals, period. We all know that. So how you're going to adopt this model, it eludes me, and I don't think it's a practical model.
This is why I have problems with actually measuring wisdom as concrete behavior, because it always depends. It depends on the situation. But if you say that a wise person wouldn't have compassion, then I would have a problem. Yes, it might look different in different cultures, and what qualifies as compassionate behavior might depend indeed on the specific culture, on the specific circumstances, on the specific context, on the specific people who are involved. But it doesn't mean that you would do it without compassion. You know, and that seems to be pretty much universal. I don't know. I cannot imagine a culture where you would say a wise person has no compassion. I just can't imagine.
Okay, so this is a very good point, and we already have one person on YouTube who's saying that the philosophy of Gandhi is one source of reconciling the notion of justice and compassion. We'll be returning to this as we move on. We'll move. Thank you so much, Monica. We'll discuss your definitions and, of course, others after we wrap up the presentations. Now,
we're moving on to Howard Nussbaum from the Center for Practical Wisdom.
So first off, I should tell people I'm a cognitive neuroscientist, cognitive psychologist, not a social psychologist, not a clinical psychologist, not a cultural psychologist. So I come at this from a particular perspective, but some years ago, with Templeton funding, we ran the Defining Wisdom project, which people may know about. Igor posted the definition, sort of the consensus document that was an elephant made by committee. Just to summarize it briefly, in the vernacular form, we distinguished wisdom from intelligence, cleverness, knowledge, and expertise. So when you think about those terms, wisdom has something that's different from those, although it may incorporate aspects of those things. We also agreed that wisdom requires moral grounding, but it's not identical to moral decisions. So wise decisions are moral, but not all moral decisions are wise. Something slightly different from what we talked about so far is that we decided that wisdom can be observed in individual choice or decision, but also in collective wise decisions in council. That is, institutions could be viewed as taking wise action or being wise. And we talked about wisdom flexibly integrating cognitive, affective, and social considerations, but that it can be understood or studied by understanding its constituent elements. So some of the psychological elements that we talked about in terms of wisdom, or that we do talk about at the Center for Practical Wisdom, are and these are common to most definitions of wisdom: self-regulation, rational thinking, reflection and inference, curiosity, perseverance, epistemic humility, perspective-taking, and empathy and compassion. And I guess I would say, in respect to the last comment, that from our perspective, and I mentioned this earlier, that we take wisdom as somewhat aspirational. That is, it's going to depend on societal goals to some degree, but if it's not morally grounded in some sense and reflective of some moral virtues, it may just devolve to something being like rational thought or intelligence, and then there's no point in using the term contrastively. We talk about cognitive mechanisms such as working memory, attention, choice evaluation, memory retrieval, and adaptive processing. We take the moral virtues that may serve as value commitments, sort of in the line of Valerie Tiberius's work, and that there may be domain-specific expertise. That is, you could be wise as a doctor, but perhaps not wise in your personal life. For measurement, we use Monica Ardelt's 3DWS. We use variants of Igor Grossmann's situated wise reasoning scale, and we're never quite sure which version we're using, but we've used the version that has people imagine their own or remember their own situation and then answer questions in respect of it. we've also constructed certain specific scenarios in some of our studies. We have developed an epistemic humility survey and some epistemic humility scenarios, sort of paralleling both the survey self-report approach and some scenario approach. We also use things like need for cognition, need for closure, big five, etc. So I think that touches on the three elements that Igor wanted in the presentation, but I just wanted to say that we're taking the approach that making wise decisions is really a skill rather than an ability, and therefore it's something that is developed through experience. And what we look at is try to measure some of those elements and how they're changed by experience and how they get integrated. So I'll stop there.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Howard. Now, again, we have room for a few questions about Nick.
So reading the definition that the defining wisdom group came up with, I'm struck by the sentence that says, action or counsel is perceived as wise when a successful outcome is obtained. And while I agree that we should be looking at wisdom in actions and in contexts like advice giving, I worry a little bit about this word successful outcome. And if we start judging, it's more a question of, should we be judging something as wise only when it's successfully implemented in life? Or, I mean, we could have a discussion about what is successful, but I worry about the circularity of this definition. So
that's
be wise without being successful if it was wise.
Yeah, that's a great question, Nick. So the issue about the outcome for some decision, the key to understanding that sentence is actually the term perceived. In other words, as scientists, we don't consider that necessarily as a criterion, the perception of it. Rather, that's a statement about how societies may make judgments about what society considers wise. So we made a distinction between what is perceived by society to be wise and what might actually be an outcome. So you're absolutely correct. We didn't, in writing that definition, consider the outcome to be critical to the study of wisdom, except in terms of how society thinks about wisdom, but not its scientific construct as realized in an individual. Does that help?
Yeah, that's helpful. Thanks, Howard.
Okay, other questions? Sure.
I guess the flip side of that question, and this partially comes off of a comment that we got from a reviewer on a manuscript once about how we can essentially prescribe wisdom in advance. So if you take out, say, the notion of a successful case, and I mean, let's face it, you can get wise advice and then not act on it, and that's your fault, not the fault of the person who gave you the advice. But without that notion of a successful outcome, what is it to differentiate something that might be genuinely wise from, say, thinking off the top of my head, there were some studies on bullshit detection, essentially using Thich-Nhat-Hanh quotes, which, apologies to Thich-Nhat-Hanh, that was their decision to do that, not mine. But kind of the distinction between genuinely good advice and words.
So that's a great question also, and we're studying bullshit detection currently. I think the issue is one that is framed by thinking about it from our perspective as psychological scientists as opposed to society's decision about what is wise. So let me put it this way. One of the things we talk about is if King Solomon had actually made the same judgment, that he's threatened to split a kid in half, but neither putative parent stepped up to claim the other as parent, to assert the other as parent, the kid would have been split in half, and society would never have called that a wise decision. But from our perspective, the thought process that led to the decision to threaten the kid was the part of what was interesting as wisdom. In other words, regardless of the outcome, a process may take place that evaluates prospective outcomes, that takes into consideration the implication of those outcomes for other people, that considers the impact of those in the short term and the long term, etc., that is done with a sort of affective realization. And however that outcome is received, or however that outcome plays out, the process itself we would still have judged to be wise reasoning. And so, so there's a difference between sort of manifest wisdom, if you will, something that is expressed in the world that the world considers wise, and a process that leads to some outcome of some sort. And it's that process that as psychologists we're interested in studying, whether the outcome is successful by some criteria or not. Does that help?
Yes, that's great. Thank you.
Okay. Any final question for Howard? We can return to Howard afterwards. Yes, John.
So this discussion about outcomes and the distinction with process, I think there's another issue we have to address, because I think we need to be a little bit more conceptually careful. We can be asking, is success necessary for the attribution of wisdom? Is it sufficient for the attribution of wisdom, or is it necessary and sufficient? I think Howard's rejecting that it's necessary and sufficient because we're talking about process, but I think Jinsung is arguing it might be necessary for purposes of measurement, etc. We need to get clear about, is it necessary, sufficient, or necessary and sufficient?
Okay. Necessary and sufficient, necessity and sufficiency of process versus outcome. Howard, any thoughts on that? Final thoughts? I'll write this down here.
So I agree that it's a question, and it's a question that I think may reflect the tension between different disciplinary approaches to studying wisdom. If one is interested in, say, the process of intelligence, let's say, or the process of decision making, the decision may not satisfy the goals of the decider. The outcome may not be actually intelligent, successfully in solving a problem. But, you know, from a sort of cognitive psychological standpoint or some psychological standpoints, the process is an object of interest and study, whereas from society's perspective and from other kinds of concerns, the outcome is important. So I agree completely. It's an important thing to discuss.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Howard. This was really, really helpful. We will be moving on to our next presenter.
Okay, so I'll start by saying, first of all, this is our lab discussions have sort of like generated a lot of this. So a lot of the ideas that I'm going to say relate to things, for example, discussed with Daniel, Melanie, Nicole, Jinsung, who are all here, and actually Fatima Al-Hosseini's not here. Of course, Nick Westrade is now moved on, but they're really influential in a lot of my thinking too. So, and then the second thing to say is that in trying to parse it together, I could already start to see the weaknesses in it. So I think that the aim is just to get some ideas on the table. And so, working from the Grossmann definition, wisdom is an honorific attributed to character. So, other than specific people, I want to make this point. Because I think characters are not always human or historical characters. You can have divine characters, you can have even sort of collective characters like nations who are actors. But the idea is that these characters are exemplary, maybe even heroic in their ability to address life challenges, including ultimate challenges like facing death, overcoming suffering, finding meaning. And coming back to particular people, which I think is critical, through a metaconscious knowledge of what matters most in life. So metaconscious meaning that you not only know it, but you know that you know that you know it. I said, this is going to be situated within a worldview. Those worldviews can differ according to cultures, and that can have big implications, I think, for the way wisdom is understood. Although it might be that in terms of theoretical measurement of it, you'll have very similar, you might end up with similar features, but their understanding, as we said about compassion, could actually be quite different. But it's not really a matter of knowing, but also knowing how to attain things, for example, through active or meaning-focused coping, and also how to convey this understanding to benefit others. So it's not just about knowing and doing things for yourself, but also how to impact others in some way. And I don't think it's always by wise advice, because sometimes you impact people just by your very presence, say the more charismatic presence, or the things you do. And it's also stories about wise characters and how they motivate you to think, act, experience their own existence. Another caveat to that is to say that when we think of wise characters, we can have a range of characters. So exceptional instances of ordinary prudence or insight. I think pretty much everybody can pick at least one instance in their life, if they're forced to, do studies like that. And that's often what people are talking about. Sometimes we have another level, rare levels of expertise about life matters, or maybe one of these Baltic term, fundamental pragmatics, maybe exceptional therapists, or some rare people might have that quality. But then there's another level that might be something like once in a generation, people like Gandhi, that are attributed or counted as wise, or the Buddha. They come very rarely, and yet they have a message that is also called wise. So I think it's important to distinguish these different levels, because otherwise we put it all together and we expect regular people to be like Gandhi, and it's not realistic. So a final point being that even wise characters who are at the highest level, say level 3, they may not be universally considered wise or wise all the time or in all areas. So, I mean, Gandhi had very contentious relations with his oldest son, and if you read his autobiography, there's certain things about it that even a naive reader would think it doesn't seem that wise. But of course, he's still iconic as a wisdom figure. So I think that there are definitely going to be sort of situational constraints maybe on who would be called a wise character in that story. And that's kind of our opening thing. So what are the central elements then? Selflessness, self-transcendence. I guess a deep understanding of humanity and its place in the universe, I put, in the sense that I think that wisdom often extends beyond just people, but often a lot of people nominate Einstein as wise, for example, in our studies, because and other studies, because he has such a deep insight into the fundamental nature of reality. Of course, he's a great humanitarian too. But wisdom, I think, plays into that in the sense that it transcends the individual perspective. It allows a meta perspective on their own experience. I think there's also a dimension that hasn't been talked about much of authenticity, or eunoia, equanimity. So it's not just about emotional sort of compassion, but also the sense that you're at ease in yourself. I think the Stoics had this term of at home, feeling at home in your own skin, and understanding how others and how to help them. And sometimes this might require expertise, skill, and as I was putting this together, I realized that wisdom often goes beyond just other people, because people can be considered wise who solve problems like, I don't know, building a bridge that someone thought was impossible to build, that might require a deep understanding of engineering. So how to measure it? I was thinking that we really like mixed methods approach to try to triangulate between performance measures. There can be narratives of stories, there can be personal, even sacred stories, that manifest wisdom through, and the thing that we can measure then is how do people understand these stories? What are the stories are trying to convey? Say projective tests, allegorical interpretations that also will show what people have sort of in the back of their minds about these ideas. And then say new technologies that are associated with, for example, reading facial expressions, that once again people may not be able to articulate, but that could actually show something about their state of mind. And then self-report questionnaires on attributes associated with wisdom. So I just named a few, like mindfulness, rationality, reasoning, coping. Life projects, I think, is a very interesting direction Vincent's exploring. And in particular, this idea of aspirational projects connects very well to what Howard was just saying. And mental health and well-being, generally. So those are all things that I think are that we're trying to sort of, I guess, use in our measures.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much. Once again, we have just a few, because we spoke a little bit longer, just a few minutes for questions. Maybe 1 or 2 questions. Anybody? Yes.
A quick thing about the cultural context.
Cultural context.
Which I agree. Wisdom, the old wise man, the old sage. It goes back for thousands of years. I love that. Something's so interesting. And absolutely dead on, because culture, circumstance and context. And I can't see and say I can't repeat that enough in my own work and in general as to the validity of what someone is saying. Right? Is it real? Did it happen? Did the person intend, etc., etc.? Context and circumstance in which the behavior is constructed. And therefore, the measurability which Professor Grossmann started off with and tends to emphasize, I have real problems with that, because the subjectivity of assessing and perceiving alone behavior is so problematical rules, whether they know it or not, they are. And so you hit the nail on the head again when you said that someone could be wise in one circumstance and not so wise in another. And yes, that's absolutely true. Do very smart people say incredibly stupid things? No, current. I don't mean to be current in general, right? Yes, of course. Absolutely human failure. That's why circumstance and context are absolutely essential. And that's why I like, what you said.
But to respond to that, so thank you. But I do want to say that since I also have the idea of measuring, say in the back of all those comments, I think that these things can be measured. They can be measured in different ways, for example, by categorizing the kinds of themes, for example, that people relate, or the kinds of contexts that they point to as requiring wisdom. Even archetypical portrayals of certain characters. We can ask, like, how are they understood? Often there's a sort of a culturally salient understanding of particular characters that have particular features that at least at a particular time, that who are iconic for wisdom because of certain things that can be said about them. So I think that like all those things can be measured, although of course in some sense it is true that it's very circumstantial and time bound, but there's still something that can transcend the situation. For example, even in historical stories, that's the striking thing about them, is you read them and you feel you're instructed, even if you're not living in ancient Greece and you're not a king or something, you still feel as though you can read stories about that, and that it conveys something that has a more universal quality. But I do think the cultural specificity is important to locate
I also like to point out that what some of the work Michelle does is cross-cultural, as a method, and that is specifically directed towards taking that into concern. And so that's also an important thing. That's an important aspect of your work. Okay.
So we'll continue now with John Dervicki.
I come from a cognitive psychology, cognitive science background, and I consider wisdom to be some overall optimization of cognition. So I try to focus in on some central features that pertain to all of cognition, and by addressing them, we can optimize cognition. These two come from the problem-solving literature. The two that I'm concerned with is the ability to zero in on relevant information and ignore irrelevant information. And this is related to the second thing, which is the overcoming of self-deception. And I understand rationality as the systematic and reliable ability to overcome self-deception and to zero in on relevant information. And I think there's two kinds of rationality that we should be paying attention to with respect to wisdom, and this goes into the heart of the problem-solving literature. There's two aspects to problem-solving. There's one which is where you're formulating the problem, how you're construing the situation, and I think that's largely a set of attentional skills. And the cognitive style that can enhance that, I think we're getting good evidence for this, is mindfulness, and that results in good construal, which I take to be insight, and I think that's why insight keeps showing up in so many definitions of wisdom. Insight is one of the fundamental ways in which we overcome self-deception, zero in on relevant information. The other is from the work of Keith Stanovich and Cognitive Diversity, a whole convergent set of work on how to overcome self-deception in reasoning. And they talked about another cognitive style, active open-mindedness, and this would also help you zero in on the information that's relevant for the epistemic goal of obtaining truth. And then what we know, and this goes towards my construct being a network construct, that there's a complementary relationship between these two things. In active open-mindedness, you're generally trying to prevent the insight machinery from causing you to leap to a conclusion in your argument, which is often the basis of fallacious reasoning, that leaping. But on the other hand, the cognitive leaping, which is so predictive of insight, is often very necessary in other situations. Think about therapeutic instances where people need to shut off all of that inferential machinery so they can reconstrue things in a fundamental way. And what mindfulness does is shut off the inferential machinery and allow the insight machinery to come to foreground. And so part of what I see wisdom doing is coordinating these two cognitive styles together. The advantage I think that has is we already have these as established constructs. The active open-mindedness is well validated. I'm in my lab. We're trying, with the help of Jun Sung, we're currently testing to get sort of a G of I, see if we can find a positive manifold between all the insight measures so we can get that. And then I want to see if those two measures, the rationale, the wise reasoning from Stanovich and other construct, and the G of I, are correlated significantly, predictive of each other in people that are deemed wise. But I would put in a third element in the model, and it goes to work by people like Igor and others, and back to Baltus and Schleicher, which is Monica's work. And this is the important perspectival component, the ability to take the perspective of others and internalize those perspectives into one's own cognition. I would like to take, and we're starting some of this work with Igor right now, but I want to continue it, right? Get all these perspectival measures and see if we can find any positive manifold between them, and then also measure if they correlate with measures, because another source of self-deception and salience bias is egocentrism, and people who have more flexibility, this is what Igor's work is showing, the Solomon effect can overcome that source of self-deception. And so I want to see if the established measures from the the rational reasoning literature, Stanovich et al. I hope what we're going to find for the insight construct, and hopefully what we get from the perspective taking, and see if they form a strong positive manifold for people who are deemed wise. So I'm trying to build a network construct out of independently established constructs that are independently validated in other areas of psychology, and directed towards some very clear, I'm not claiming this is sufficient, but I think I could make a good argument that these are some of the necessary features of wisdom, the overcoming of self-deception and the zeroing in on relevant information.
Great, thank you. Now, again, we have some time for questions. John talked about various features, but I think the key ones were highlighted at the very end. So, do we have any comments, any concerns, or any connections to any of the previous presentations? Yes, Nick.
One of the concerns I have, and this isn't specifically for John, but just for us as a field, is that what we tend to be doing, I think, is measuring specific elements, right? And that was one of your questions. What are the elements that you study? And this comes back to the defining wisdom definition as well, that it would be, the proposal would be that it's fruitful to look at those constituent elements. And I agree with that. But I wonder how it all comes together. Like, this is just the problem that's coming up in my mind, is that we often talk about wisdom as being the integration of these elements.
Sure.
Are any of us studying the integration of these elements? How do we do that?
Yeah. So, I mean, we need to do this empirical work first, Nick, but at the theoretical level, and this is in something I think you've read, I'm proposing that we should try making use of dynamical systems theories and some of the ideas in there, notions of constraints, systematic relationships of constraints, because that's generally the kind of theorizing that gets coordinated with network constructs. And so I'm proposing basically a dynamical systems model of wisdom, and that we use dynamical systems theory as a way of trying to explore the integration of the components.
I love that. Sounds so good. I mean, when I hear you say that, though, it seems so overwhelming. You know.
I understand, but let's point out, for example, some well-established existing theories that are quintessentially dynamical systems theory. You know, Darwin's theory of evolution by natural selection is a dynamical system theory. You have enabling constraints of variation. You have selective constraints of competition. They're systematically related. As you know, a feedback cycle of reproduction is being constrained, and that's how you explain evolution. It's a dynamical systems theory, where you get evidence for the components, and then you build a systematic model. So I agree that it's challenging, but I want to say it's something that has significant precedent in science. So relying on it is not some sort of left-wing thing to do.
Okay. Other questions? Comments? So what is left over after you account for active open-mindedness and...
a lot. I mean, so I have significant criticisms of this theory.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I have a video series, and I did a video where I was largely criticizing my own theory. It's a very strange state of mind. I think, and this is stuff I'm trying to do work on, I think transformational experience, and this goes towards Howard's notion of the aspirational aspect. So, I mean, L.A. Paul's work on transformative experience, Agnes Callard's book on aspiration, all of that, how transformative experience and related things like altered states of consciousness, which often figure in many wisdom traditions. How does that get integrated into this? And then I think, I used to think this was covered by insight, but I'm not convinced of it anymore. Michelle made reference to it, and Monica definitely does in her reflective dimension. We need an account of what understanding is, and what's important about that is there's both really new and recent, really good philosophy of understanding coming out of the philosophy of science, and some excellent psychological work. I just saw some at SPP on the psychology of explanation understanding coming out of Lombroso's lab and other people like that, and that needs to be integrated, I think, also into this sort of network model of wisdom.
One more question from Howard. Howard has a question.
So it's just a comment, but I agree completely with this approach. We're taking exactly the same kind of approach. For example, we found a first-order correlation between the Mesquite measure of emotional intelligence and the Swiss and Monica's measure, and yet that relationship is actually mediated by need for cognition and epistemic humility. So as we start to measure some of these elements and put them together exactly as you were just saying, so we take a dynamical systems approach as well. We're doing that kind of modeling for neural systems, and we're using it also in the same context for this kind of thing. The work that we're trying to bring together is exactly the elements that you're talking about. So it would be great to have a conversation offline if you're interested, and perhaps join forces on this kind of thing, because we're also looking at, we taught Stanovich's rationality and Salavi's emotional intelligence, along with Tiberius and other people in our class on wisdom recently. And so I just think this is a good direction to go in for discussion.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you, Howard. I would really like to talk to you. I have one thing you might be interested, you probably know this, but just for the viewers as well, which is that one of the things that's predictive of active open-mindedness is need for cognition. So your need for cognition is predictive of whether you will acquire or how well you will acquire active open-mindedness. So that is definitely an important thing to consider.
And now it is my turn to talk to you about the wise reasoning approach that is developed in my lab. The idea here is not to focus on the genuine wisdom or the holistic perception of the wise person, but rather on the reasoning or metacognitive process that may afford wise judgment. So let's start by pointing out that the focus is really on the expression of wisdom-related characteristics in everyday life. And this approach is rooted in the neo-Piagetian tradition, making the assumption that life is uncertain, and the chief task of wisdom, going beyond the development of formal operations, concern the mastery of uncertain, ill-defined problems, and it is manifesting itself through the process of recognizing relativism or a so-called dialectical integration of perspectives. Now, when I first encountered those terms, I was not quite sure what exactly do they mean, but after a while of thinking through them and also trying to operationalize them, I realized that one of the best ways to probably capture them is by focus on metacognitive process, specifically in the diagnostic, difficult social situations of daily life. So the focus is not on values and ideals, and the focus is not on some well-defined outcomes where the parameters are known. The focus is also not on affective experiences which may accompany or afford these forms of metacognition or reasoning, but rather the focus is really mostly on the reasoning or metacognition. Now, as you can see on the right, the key features of this type of reasoning entail recognition of limits of your knowledge, or what some philosophers would describe as intellectual humility, recognition of uncertainty and change, consideration of different ways how a situation may unfold in the future, perspectivism, consideration of different perspectives, putting the issue in a bigger picture, broader context, considering the long-term and short-term goals, as well as integration of different perspectives, not just consider the perspectives of other people, but also the attempt to integrate them to compromise the self-serving and other focused interests. Remarkably, these forms of reasoning seem to often go hand in hand. They co-occur, and they also seem to be reliably predicted by a set of variables. More broadly, if you want to talk about wisdom beyond this idea of reasoning, I have recently suggested that in order to understand the concept of practical wisdom, specifically in the Aristotelian tradition, we have to go beyond the study of an individual per se, because the individual, this empty W in the middle, as you can see on the right, would not really be indicative of the cultural ecological context, experiential context, or the situational context. So without understanding those contexts, without understanding the value systems in a given society, the experiences of a given person, or the types of situational demands and affordances that are provided in a given context, it is impossible to really evaluate the person's wisdom. And that is all that I have for today. Thank you so much for listening, and now I welcome some questions.
It was earlier raised that there's a concern about removing compassion from the construct of wisdom, because it would result in it being maybe too coldly rational. Do you think we can maybe patch that problem by substituting essentially this affective competence into the construct of wisdom, not necessarily compassion per se, but this kind of understanding of other people's emotions?
Well, I'm with Paul Bloom on this, where I think we need some kind of rational compassion and emphasis on rational compassion instead of empathy. It's not just the compassion, it's not like this kind of soft, huggy, fuzzy feeling, but instead of that, where you justify your choices and show behavior that is fair towards others, where you kind of appreciate what you do because you care about the justice. And that also means that you sometimes will kick that person because or punish them, as long as it's fair. So so that's where I'm coming from. And I would make a point that the metacognitive process that I certainly highlighted in my lab afford you to, if you really think through the systems, afford you to come with a more fair, reasonable assessment of the situation, because it would not be just like person focused, you would be attempting to integrate them together, but that's of course theoretical statement.
So,
continue?
So I did have the second one, which is kind of linked. So there's also been a lot of the, I'd say, models of wisdom that come out of Western psychology, especially, kind of emphasize this kind of top-down deliberative process.
Yeah.
Of, like, no, suppress your
Yeah.
face, S1 responses, etc.,
Right.
Whereas work by, say, Ed Snowland on the Chinese concept of Wu Wei kind of emphasizes this effortlessness, essentially very S1 grounded, kind of spontaneous ability to assess situations in a proper way.
Yeah.
I argue that he basically has a theory of wisdom, it's just kind of calling it that.
Yeah.
So do you think, again, that this is one of those things that the metacognitive process isn't necessarily a kind of modulatory process, but it's just changing your initial reaction to things?
Well, look, I mean, first of all, there are two answers to that. The first one is an empirical one. There is often, at least since the 17th century, been a caricature of the East as being different from the West, and the West is deliberate, and the East is just kind of mysterious, effective, and whatever. They're unpredictable, and you see it still portrayals in the public media, which is very much of a caricature. The Occidentalism, Orientalism that sort of captured the anthropology of the 19th century is still present in both our minds and our culture and in our understanding of possible cultural differences. I think it's much more complicated than that. If you look at, first of all, there's not enough data on this to really nail this down. Yeah, are there differences in terms of what aspects of deliberation, of reasoning to emphasize? I emphasize kind of like analytic, sort of top-down, where you have a system, logical system, formal logical system, or are you focusing more on a distributed network? It's kind of more holistic approach. It's almost like the analogy for what kind of concept for wisdom you would emphasize. This kind of reflective or network-based. That may be true, but at the same time, if you look across the different philosophies that are present in East and Southeast Asia, you see all sorts. Even within the Buddhism, there's not like one type of Buddhism, and you have like both highly deliberate and probably highly intuitive oriented. So I think it's much more complicated than that. Specifically about my work, I just don't focus on those features because they are harder to study. That's not what I focus on. I'm not excluding them. And maybe for a larger wisdom construct, we do need to consider the intuitive process. I'm focusing on the metacognition that can help you to figure out under what circumstances you should be just following your intuitions versus not. But I'm also, and keep that in mind, my work so far has mostly focused on situations in which it's challenging, it's difficult, you don't know all the parameters, it's kind of difficult to figure out what other people are thinking. So those are the constraints that I put in terms of the domains in which I studied. And there, I would make an argument, being intuitive and following your sort of knee-jerk reaction is not the best thing to do. But that's, of course, an empirical argument.
And we will conclude our presentations with Chao Hu from the Hangzhou Normal University. Chao couldn't make it to Canada this time. He's a former graduate from the University of Toronto, OIC, where he did his PhD with Michel Ferrari. And here he will be represented by Anne, who graciously agreed to talk about Chao's research.
I have to explain the situation a little bit because my own research is quite different actually from the research of Chao and his group. But just for the sake of having this discussion and exchanging ideas, I had him give me a crack course of his research and his philosophy about, or his ideas about how to define wisdom and how to study it. So I will try to be as clear as possible, and I can probably answer to questions about clarity. But I might not be the best person to defend his positions. So Hu and his colleagues define wisdom in the context of intellectual humility and intellectual flexibility, which are considered as manifestations and differentiating qualities of wisdom, which set it apart from related concepts such as intelligence, expertise, knowledge, and etc. So the idea is the world is dynamic and diverse place, and according to the Confucian classic, if someone is familiar with the Book of Change, that it considers the world as in constant change, and in interacting with such a world, the person encounters the unknown and encounters uncertainty. So in anticipation to this kind of a world that the person is interacting with, so Chao and his group believe that intellectual humility and intellectual flexibilities are sort of metacognitive concepts or constructs that will help the person to navigate in such a world. And to parse these two concepts, intellectual humility is defined by Hu and his group as the expert way to knowing. And it is very similarly to Igor's group. It is defined as recognizing the unattainability of the ultimate truth and the limits of human knowledge. And it also actually has the two subcomponents. One is openness and acceptance, and respect for other perspectives and other people's ideas, because the system, as I understand in Chao's definition of wisdom, it is the person interacting with the world. So it is important for that person to realize my belief and ideas about what I've seen and how I make meaning of them is going to be different from someone else who's in a different context and different situation. And the other aspect of intellectual humility is to achieve a balance between intellectual dogmatism and intellectual timidity, so that I know, even though I have a limited knowledge about the world, the other person will also have a limited knowledge about the world, and so in the end, I should not be so confident of myself, and I should also not be so confident about the perspective from others. And in terms of intellectual flexibility, is defined as the ability to consider a multitude of influencing factors and adapt and apply rules based on varying circumstances. So it is so an example would be that it has to do with reasoning as well. So in a situation, if this particular circumstances or influencing factors are present, then this will probably apply. But in a different situation, where given different influencing factors, a different set of outcomes or inferences should be made. And finally, the group advocates the performance-based measure, and the participants were given conflict situations, and were asked to analyze what influencing factors were in place and working for that kind of a situation to take place, and where it will be going. And trained researchers called for reasoning about the past and the future in the sense that analyzing the situation and where it came about and how it would develop, basing on the information given. And so essentially the analysis or the code from the researcher is coding attribution of cause, and to infer the instances where the participant infer the unknown from the known. And there's a Chinese saying, sort of idiom, to quite eloquently describe so what is being analyzed, which is tracing the pulse of the course of development of an event. Right, can we go to next slide? So for his position, explicit position on Chicago's Defining Wisdom project, and the definition of wisdom came from that meeting, is he wants to make clear that in his definition of wisdom, especially intellectual humility, it is as defined, it is a way to knowing, and so the way to knowing itself is morally neutral. It is the through knowing and what you come to know, and how you behave afterwards has the moral aspect, and also I think we'll talk about that part when we got to that. And finally, so wisdom is defined as a fundamental metacognitive concept, and he considers the social psychological constructs in the literature that have been discussed with wisdom, such as moral virtue, emotional intelligence, and perspective taking, to be associated with wisdom or its domain-specific manifestations. Yeah,
okay, well, thank you so much, Anne. I know it's not easy, especially this is not necessarily your work, but it's the work of another colleague. Just a few, one or two questions before we'll take a break. So, questions to Anne or to Chao? Yes.
So because you've also been in correspondence with Professor Wang, who's got a known theory. Do you see it? I guess, in my understanding, it's the other sort of moral dimension and kind of talent dimension. Mm-hmm. Does it seem like Chao is saying something similar that would be construed broadly as a Chinese perspective, or are they very different?
I would say they are very, very different. So the part we sort of skipped Chao's position in terms of we actually talked a little bit about it already. So his position about the moral aspect for Dr. Wang's theory, he has the sort of intelligence as a dimension and also the virtual dimension, and he firmly believed that these two will always go together. So it's not like one dimension and then the next, and you sort of measure both of them. It is that they will always work together in a very dynamic way. And I think given that in Chao's definition of wisdom, it is basically morally neutral, and he is looking at a metacognitive concept that sort of paved the way to knowing rather than really how you act is essentially reasoning and analyzing. I think in that sense it's very different. Yes.
So I hope it's a clarification question. It might sound like a challenge question, because I'm really cognizant of your situation. What does it mean when you say that the way to knowing is neutral? I mean, knowledge is a normative term. It has to do with, reasoning well. That's a normative term. Pursuing the truth. That's a normative term. Making things elegant or parsimonious. These are all normative terms. So, I mean, I can't see how you could say the pursuing of a way of knowing is normatively neutral. So
morally neutral.
So what's the difference there?
Actually, this will show my ignorance. So I thought the difference between norm and normally and
normative. I'm using normative in a philosophical sense.
Oh, okay.
Psychological sense. Normative means having to follow standards of what you ought to do.
Oh, I see. I don't think.
Because we can criticize people who are reasoning for making mistakes or doing the wrong thing, or you should have done this. Those sound like normative judgments to me.
Yes, I think then if so my attempt to clarify, I guess, yes. So I think by saying it is morally neutral, I think what he means is I think he's talking about virtue and compassion. So not necessarily what is the best practice in terms of reasoning. So there, I agree. I think there will be a standard of how well you reason, and there's a standard for that. But I honestly don't know how he would integrate that into his model.
Sure, I think I put you in a position myself. I'm sorry. I thought maybe you had
Okay, so one final question. There was one question from the audience. I think that was before we break up, because I think I realized we're pushing people to the limits, like bathroom breaks. Been sitting here for quite a while. Just one more question from YouTube about self-criticism. And there was a question: what's the difference between self-criticism and self-reflection? I think John, that was to you.
And maybe Nick wants to comment because he brought it up.
Yep.
So I think self-reflection just can mean sort of a self-awareness of your processing. I think that's how it's often used. Where I think what Nick was invoking was self-criticism is, and that's the point I was bringing up with you, that you're applying a normative standard. You're not just aware of your processes, but you're applying a normative standard, and you're exercising some kind of judgment with the intent of trying to improve your processing, to come closer to those standards that you're applying. So I would say that the difference between mere self-reflection and self-criticism is self-criticism relies on the recognition and the application of some normative standard.
Okay.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah. I would, just in different words perhaps, I think of self-criticism as, self-reflection for me is quite a general term, quite all-encompassing. There are many different ways or modes of self-reflecting, and when you're reflecting in a self-critical manner, there's a willingness and a motivation to be critical of your own in self, knowledge, behaviors, intentions. So rather than benefiting from, say, positive illusions or something like this, you're willing to ask hard questions of yourself that may be undesirable or painful or be judged negatively by others, right? So it's like sort of transcending the ego, projections. I'm thinking more in those lines.
Yeah.
And as you can see on the program, our next point is presentation and discussion of the first set of survey results. So by that, I specifically, my initial goal was very ambitious. I thought Nick and I, being experts in qualitative analysis, just take a look at this, and within half an hour, we'll have it all sorted out. Unfortunately, when I saw Nick, we just ended up talking about everything else. We did spend some time, and I have notes about what other things that we thought appear very frequently. But I think we're not at the stage yet where we can really go through all the features that we mentioned in a systematic fashion. So I can tell you about the frequency of those, but I cannot tell you about the classification analysis based on independent evaluated responses. So that's something that we will still need to do. Nevertheless, as I said, we have this set of responses to the working definition. Most people don't understand what the working definition is, but that was my fault because I should have been very, very explicit about it. Working definition refers to operational definition. So how should we proceed? I would say we start by discussing what we talked about so far. We have a set of people, I would say some of the key stakeholders, who have presented their views. Some of these views are idiosyncratic. Others are very much in line with each other. And our goal is, to some extent, looking at this marvelous writing, to make sense out of it. So we have aspirational constructs. We have what it should be versus natural kind. We have discussion of various processes. So there's a big picture questions first. So aspirational versus natural kind type of construct. Wisdom and virtue. Skill or ability. Cultural context and circumstances. Then we have features that have been mentioned. Active open-mindedness, overcoming bias and self-deception, knowledge, metacognitive knowledge, metacognition, optimization of cognition. So it feels like there's a theme there. And then we have compassion, justice. And then we also discussed another important issue, and this was brought up multiple times so far, and that's the discussion of outcomes, whether those are necessary, sufficient, or good, and of process. And here we talked about wise reasoning in particular, but also other features. Some of it has been mentioned already as constituent components. So I would like to start our discussion by diving a little bit more into this. So I only gave you guys very little bit of time to ask questions to each other. And now I think I would like to spend the next, let's say, half an hour at least, to kick off the broader discussion of possible connections. And the point is to figure out if we see some conceptual overlap and possible way to figure out overlap in operationalizations. But maybe we don't want to discuss operationalizations yet, just focus on conceptual overlap and conceptual disagreement. But my goal is to figure out, of course, the commonality instead of embracing. I do embrace fully the differences between us, but I think the goal is focus more on the commonality rather than divide all of this. Anyway, so that's just like a preface, and you're all welcome to contribute to.
So I'm not exactly sure where to start, but one of the things,
yeah.
One of the things that struck me yesterday, as we were reading through these responses, and also today, is this what seems to be a very significant distinction between wisdom as a personality characteristic and wisdom as a skill or ability or form of reasoning or something like that. So I guess one question is, how do we reconcile this division that has come up in our field? And then maybe we can discuss that conceptually, but then it becomes an even more significant issue when it comes to operationalization.
Right, so distinction between ability versus skill
versus, well, any number of things, but I'm thinking like ability versus a personality characteristic or, constellation of personality characteristics or something like that.
Does that interact with a question about the learnability? I'm wondering if that's what's behind that distinction. Because obviously you think it's a skill or and I take an ability, a skill to be a learnable ability, right? If you think that it's learnable, then you're going to be more oriented that way. I'm not sure, I don't want to misattribute. I'm asking this is a question, but if you're oriented towards a personality, are you thereby saying it's a less a learnable thing? Is that what's going on? I'm asking that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I'm just been using these terms because I'm thinking now back to some of the original Berlin publications where they talk about wisdom as being at the personality cognition interface.
Sure.
Right, they use that language, right? So, and then other people have argued that it's more like with the classic sort of exchange of articles by Monica and Paul Valtez, in Human Development or whatever journal that was. They talked about, Monica argued that it was a personality in the domain of personality, and I'm not sure what her position is actually on it being learnable or not, versus others who I think have argued that it's more of this cognitive.
Okay, so maybe what we need to do then is not confuse those two questions together. Maybe because I don't know what Monica's position is on the learnability of wisdom, but maybe we should keep those two questions from being confused. So, for example, you could still regard it perhaps as a personality personality trait
and
is
it's
the
got
result of
sense.
a long developmental process or something.
So could this be a good instance in which this is something that we could do as a group? If we're thinking jingle-jangle, like fallacies, let's say if the first one, if I remember the jingle being two different things that by the same name, then maybe there's an instance in which you might actually say, well, there's two different like sort of ways people are using wisdom, that for at least for right now we want to sort of flag them and consider like how they relate or if they are
Check if it's better now.
So I don't know if this is helpful, but Leo and I propose a distinction between product theories and process theories. Product theories are attempts to, you don't ask the question about what generates and how does wisdom come about. You try and analyze the nature of wisdom, whereas process theories are theories about how you become wise. And that parallels a distinction in epistemology between process and product theories of knowledge. I don't know if that's helpful here.
I think there's maybe a way to reconcile these points.
So you probably need to speak much louder.
Sorry. I think there's a way to reconcile a couple of these points. Maybe but one is, I think that there's a way to salvage a perspective of wisdom that still captures the personality aspects of it by maybe asking the question, okay, what branch of personality psychology are we using? Right, because there are tensions there between a kind of trait dispositional look at personality versus, say, Brian Little's more interested in an activity pursuit model of personality, where your personality is comprised of things you're doing, the things that you're actively aspiring to, which helps us with the aspirational construct. So that might be one way to go about salvaging the personality characteristics. Like your skills can form aspects of your personality. I don't think any of us would dispute that. The second thing that I'd be interested in, and I know that we've talked about this, John and Michelle, multiple times, is what's the distinction between wisdom and, say, something like I know it's going to make a lot of people cringe, but there's been some research on that, and it has always struck me that some of the more, say, personality-based models of wisdom are really looking at a personality characteristic of something like enlightenment as opposed to what we would refer to as the conscious state.
Or at least the personality traits of a sage or something like that.
Yeah, sagacity, something like that. Like, again, that kind of distinction between this semi-stable, this is what you are like as a person versus this is passive. The second one seems to sometimes be subsidiary to the first, or there is
it would be useful to put down almost like a brainstorming sort of way all these different things that, like, already we've got 5 or 6 different things that we could be talking about that, like, before we go to like how they fit together or not, it might be nice just to get them on the table, sort of like what all the different variety of different options are.
So I would propose that if we're going to do that, that we keep it at the level of types of theories, right? Because we don't want to conflate that with sort of different accounts of wisdom. Because if we mix those up, we're not going to make any progress. So we could just go around and around and around. So right now, we're talking about different kinds of theories of wisdom. I think maybe we should talk about that first.
I don't think we have any theories.
Okay, well,
there's no theory. I mean, theory means something specific. Theory requires us to understand what the end goal is, what the process is. It has all those components. We're not there yet.
You said types of theories.
But the types of theories that we don't have a single theory of wisdom. Let's start with that.
Let's try types of things we could be.
Okay,
right.
so that's
personality, skill.
That's not a theory.
Knowledge. No, but it could
but
be
you're drawing on personality theory. You're drawing on.
Okay.
Right.
So, sorry, I see. So when you say theory, you mean just like type of methodological tools that
we use in it. Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha.
Define for structures.
Categories.
So categories of wisdom. The medical model, the logical model of wisdom, the post-secondary model of wisdom, the intellectual model of wisdom, anti-intellectual model of wisdom. I mean, those model constructs of how you perceive wisdom, period, are diverse in themselves. Absolutely essential to focusing on wisdom, to compare and contrast the different categories, how they intersect, how they are how they support or don't one another. That would be much more immediate, I think, because when they're talking about behavior, personality, intellect, and wisdom, we don't know how our brains work. Okay? We don't know how our brains work. We don't know. We really don't. So most people. So if that's the case, when you're saying, with wisdom about personality, is it learned, that whole traditional still big argument, right? And necessary. Whereas wisdom as basically pursued cultural, social, cultural context, it is all these models. That would be worth investigating.
So just let me paraphrase it a little bit. I really like this argument. I just want to get a little bit clarity for myself and maybe for some of the other listeners. The idea here is, in case some of you couldn't hear it, that there may be different models of wisdom in different domains, if you want, in different domains of life, and in different systems, if you want, and depends on the system, whether it's a system about medical decision making or medical profession, engineering, or just day-to-day interactions between two loved ones. The notion of what wisdom would be may look different. Is that sort of along the lines of what you're saying? Yeah.
But that's different from the strategies you will pursue to explain wisdom. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't want to confuse a methodological issue with a content issue. I thought this question was a methodological question as opposed to a content question. I agree with the point being made that we're going to have multiple models, but that's different from like how are we going to investigate any or all of these models? That's a different question. And I thought that was Nick's question. Is that fair?
Okay, so there's a comment here. So, like, again, to paraphrase it, and I hope that works for people, just give me some feedback, those who will try to listen to us or not in this room. Wisdom as a personality, or wisdom as a way to pursue knowledge, which seem to be maybe informed by some aspects of your personality, but it's not the same thing. It's those are distinct constructs involve an epistemological approach rather than individual difference approach and key personality features. Is that sort of along the lines? Yeah. I'm trying. Yeah. Okay. Michelle.
I was going to say that I guess I understood the initial comment a little differently. I was thinking of sort of like what sort of analog sort of like models or traditions are people drawing from. So in other words, if you think of medical model, then you're interested in health. Mental health, wisdom is a sort of supreme expression of mental health, for example. Whereas if you're thinking in terms of intelligence, then maybe wisdom is a kind of a particular kind of intelligence with maybe additional features, or if it's about reasoning and decision making, then it's a particular kind of that sort of thing. So I don't think there are actually that many different sort of models that people are using. I think that, for example, those two that I just mentioned are some of the big ones, but there might be others too. But that might be an interesting way of like also like sort of.
I think this is really interesting. So you're proposing that we try to look at sort of, if you'll allow me, sort of the source metaphors that people are drawing on to try and come up with ways of conceptualizing wisdom?
Yeah.
I think that's a very good idea. I think that's a very good idea.
There's also been the question of whether those metaphors are like wisdom is sort of ultimate mental health versus wisdom is some sort of intellectual.
Well, sure, but I think if we explicate what the metaphors are, right, then I think that's a proposal. Then we could start talking about the potential relations between them. I think that's a really good idea.
So, can you paraphrase again?
So what, how I understood Michelle, and he's nodding a lot, so I think it's going well. I saw him as sort of addressing both points in an integrated way. we should do, because people, I think when people are addressing both methodological and content issues, this point is relevant. Namely, what people do is they're using core metaphors. They're taking theories in another domain that's well established, and then using them as an analogy for trying to theorize about wisdom. Like they're going from a medical model, or they're going from intelligence, or they're going from personality theories. And they've got sort of core areas that they're drawing from in order to try and conceptualize. And if you could get clear about, you seem to think there's a very limited number of models, that's great. If we could get clear what those prominent source domains are for these metaphors of wisdom, that might help to explicate what we're talking about.
I'd say a further advantage is often people will use the methods for investigating those things. Let's say, in other words, if you think wisdom is some constellation of personality attributes, then typically you draw from personality literature and their methods to sort of investigate it. And likewise with the other ones too. So it might help us methodologically.
I think that's a good idea.
So the only issue here, though, is if you do that, you almost by default start looking at the outcomes versus some processes that may, and I mean the process that may be involved may be different, but I would make a strong claim that the processes that we would put under the umbrella term of wisdom in most of these models would likely be the same. Otherwise, it would not be wisdom, but it would be something specific to those domains.
But maybe we could put those together. We could see the convergence that you're talking about in the theoretical models and how that relates to the source domains that people are drawing from.
I think there's a way to go about this. If we start from metaphors, as kind of what I was bringing up earlier, then we can see whether the commensurate or incommensurate. Because I suspect that the ways in which they would be commensurate is you would get, okay, what are the underlying processes that would lead to this particular manifestation versus this particular manifestation? Meaning they're probably going to end up sharing something.
So I don't quite understand how exactly that is supposed to manifest itself. I mean, like conceptually, it seems interesting, but maybe I just didn't.
So something like wisdom is a supreme source of knowledge, like supreme fundamental knowledge, versus like wisdom as some kind of very strong perspective taking ability. There's probably some overlap there in a process to,
what are the shared goals between those two? Things like that. We might be able to find important convergence between the
processes. What are the skills that we need in order to do this? Well, there's probably some sort of self-distancing involved. Because one of the
okay. Yeah. So there's a common
functionality is dysfunctionality, which I think includes specifically mental health. And does this work? Does this not work? Is a person aware that it's working? Is they either not aware that they're not working? It's simple, absolutely, and applicable to these different theories or models that are trying to, but synthesize the different models, wait for one another, support one another, then you're going to get a much more broader as well as in-depth definition, working definition for wisdom that's more viable and practical to use, because cultural diversity is huge, right? As we know that. So if this would be more grounded in some evidence, some neurological, some medical observation, intellectual investigation, psychological investigation, sociological investigation, etc. And it would be more encompassing for the broad mass of the population, because generally speaking, the majority of the population, or medical demographics, couldn't care less about something that's universal. You disagree with that? I don't. So when you think of wisdom, what percentage of the population are you talking about? Tiny minority, small minority, or are you relative to the mass of the population? And that again is epidemiology. So it's very, like that's where I put them. I like the word evidence. The evidence.
So okay, so let's just bring this back a tiny bit. Let's imagine that we are interested in different domains or different fields where we will examine. Well, I'm not sure if metaphor is actually the right word, but let's say we try to examine sort of what are the key, what's functional. I like that. What's functional in these domains versus what's not functional in these domains. how is that helping us to develop a construct of wisdom as compared to the understanding of the above and beyond understanding the functionality of each single domain?
This is one way that I've been thinking about a lot recently. Are you familiar with the mental set effect? So the mental set effect is a phenomenon in psychology where basically you can habituate people to a certain solution to a problem, and essentially what will happen is they'll find other domains in which this particular solution is applicable and they'll apply it, despite the fact that there might be a better solution to that particular problem. Studies of this in chess masters, for example, have found that there seems to be a reliable 10% of the population that are actually immune to it, where they don't kind of form this basic habituation. I think it's similar kind of statistics as far from 10% of the population which spontaneously develops kind of immunity to rational biases. Standards work. So I think there's an interesting distinction to be made between what's functional in that it'll work and what's hyper-functional or what will work really well. Because I think it's fairly trivial to say that a lot of humans satisfy simple problems where they find something that sort of works. Or at least it's not a bad solution, but they never really want to do what might be better or less.
So is your suggestion then to look at is then what's unique about wisdom, what you would attribute to wisdom, that it's something that would work across these domains, where it's not just functional within a given domain, but where you would apply it across the domains, that would be this residual that you would call wisdom, and the rest would be just domain-specific expertise?
Well, I think that's one of the things that should be done clearly. I think we should distinguish expertise, and that came up in the definition that wisdom isn't expertise, and expertise, when you're not using it just as a synonym for being good at something, the way it's used in the psychological literature, it has a domain specificity to it. My expertise in tennis is pretty limited to tennis, and if I try to transfer it to something that's even similar, like squash, it interferes. Where I take it, at least we would say this, I think a person who is highly functional in multiple domains, we would consider in general wiser than somebody that's perhaps dysfunctional in a single domain. I think wisdom has the connotation of domain generality in its normativity.
There's at the very least a connotation of very good cognitive flexibility.
In multiple areas. I mean, if you're just really, really good at picking up porcelain cows and stuff like this, like, and you're the best, and would I call you wise? I doubt it. But if you're doing that, and you can but if you compare it to somebody who's got, high functionality across multiple domains, that's when you're more likely. I'm comparing it to something like rationality. Rationality is supposed to be very domain general and not limited to just one area or another.
But I think you can also get that to work in something like fundamental pragmatics of life, right? Like life is, I don't think, a domain-specific thing.
Well, exactly.
It's like I'd love to find a single shot thing that is like being good at life. Unfortunately, it seems to require everything from nursing home to economics to medicine.
Can I add something? So one can imagine an expert doctor, and the difference between an expert doctor and a wise doctor might be very different. So that's one issue. And it's also the case that you can think about people who may have a kind of richness of wisdom in a domain who sort of fuck up their family pretty badly. So the example of Confucius sort of having the wise Analects and the crummy policies is a kind of example. I only bring this up not to say that there isn't something like little w. So, right, we can talk about something like little w that John was kind of alluding to as wisdom over domains. But we're talking about this as an absolute rather than a relative thing. So if you think about your view, Igor, of wise reasoning, in the next instant, you could be a little bit wiser about reasoning because you're focusing on certain things. And in the moment after that, be a little less wise. And so if we think about those things that come together dynamically in order to reason in a particular circumstance, then people could be wiser in one domain than another domain, wiser in one specific situation based on what happened just before it. And so it might be good to differentiate this notion of general wisdom, like a little w that's transcendent across episodes or experiences, but something that we would call wise reasoning that's militated together in a single moment.
rationality and reasoning. Right?
Exactly.
Reasoning is something you're doing in a specific context, where rationality is supposed to be much more domain general construct. Are you proposing something analogous to that?
Well, so the problem about rationality is one can exhibit rationality in broader scopes, but still not everywhere. So mathematicians might be good as experts in their domain and show great rationality in solving theorems and screw up their checkbook. So I'm trying to, so one of the things that I hear from some personality psychologists that I talk to is, of course, they're moving in the direction of discussing, characteristics, that is, tendencies for processing over situations to some degree, but that's a probabilistic statement, in other words. And so if we focus on the process that's organized dynamically to solve a particular problem with a confluence of expertise, antecedent context, current focus of attention, affective state, et cetera, those things could fluctuate with different periodicities, and the structure of that periodicity could be different depending on the expertise, knowledge you have, et cetera, broadly or narrowly. So I think that I take the point that reasoning, which is a description of a process at a point in time, is different from a characteristic of some kind. And we might think about those differences in respect of people who reason habitually wisely versus employing wiser reasoning in the next moment.
So it sounds like there's a theoretical tension between sort of getting the constellation of processes that are effective in this particular situation which you're describing. But it's also, I think, a very important question to ask to what degree those processes generalize, right? Because we want to see how broadly people can apply them.
Right.
That's an important question too.
I agree. So like, for example, the A not B problem, the Wason problem, where people can solve it for stamps and kids can solve it for drinking, and people can solve it for certain kinds of religious, previously unexperienced situations, but not in the abstract. For example, there is a tension in the field between sort of domain-lodged modes of reasoning on the one hand and sort of general reasoning. So people can transfer from learning mathematical principles to physics, but not learning the same problems in physics to mathematics generally. So I think that's a fundamental problem of psychology and how we generalize and abstract as separate issues.
Right. I agree with that. I think it's a more general, I was going to say, I think it's more like a sort of more general issue and good theorizing about trying to get between what generalizes and then what's very context specific.
I just want to bring up one point here about there was a discussion on, I think by Brian, a collaborator of Monica on YouTube, who talks about the sort of, there does have to be a tension between wisdom as a personality trait and as a skill. And I want to bring that to this discussion where we actually seem to be focusing on specific singular moments, if you want, the specific decisions. And the reason I want to bring it to this discussion is because I agree with Marc. It doesn't have to be attention. As I presented the very basics of psychometrics to you earlier, when we talk about underlying traits, we're talking about the central tendency measures. So, if you want to get at a trait, a personality trait in particular, you can sample it multiple times. The average of that across times, across situations, or whatever, will be a personality trait.
Right.
At the moment, it's not necessarily the case. It could be if it's highly stable, if you always answer it the same way. But there is a priori question if it's really a big trait.
So with an eye to that, and also with an eye to the idea of an aspirational basically with an eye to the kind of psychometric idea, the central tendency, the idea of an aspirational construct, or what Marc occasionally referred to as an ideal type. It might be interesting to then look at, say, we have this kind of ideal domain general type for wisdom, but then look at individual capacities for deviate less from the ideal reasonable style in the medical domain, but because you have a tendency to overflex that in the medical domain, you manage your family, you manage your mental style.
Okay, interesting. So let me paraphrase this again. So distinction between this imagining of this ideal and the extent to which you deviate from this ideal in a particular domain?
Yeah, is because John's mentioned a few times that if we want a measure of wisdom, we have to have an accompanying idea of foolishness. So if essentially what you do by measuring wisdom is measure a particular unity of foolish reasoning styles in given domains, that might be an interesting way to go.
Yeah, but then don't you need to know then what these overall ideals should be? And then the question becomes, how do you get around operationalizing that or imposing this idea?
So I think this feeds into what we were discussing earlier with the let's go across all of the different metaphors, see the underlying processes that they have in common. It's like, okay, this is kind of the broadly spoken ideal type that includes behaviors. People are susceptible to aberrations from this ideal type in particular domains based on level of expertise. The ideal is to be as domain generally capable of that ideal type of reasoning.
So yeah, there's an issue here, I think. So there's two kinds of theories we're trying to generate, and I think we are bringing out this. One is an empirical theory, which is I grant that's the goal here, but we keep brushing up against that. We're also struggling to come up with a normative theory. As Howard said, a theory about what you should be to be wisdom, to be wise, as opposed, right? That's a normative theory. It's a theory about the standard that we're holding people to, and you don't generate normative theories empirically. They're generated very differently from how you generate empirical theories.
The build on that, I think going back to the original idea of jingle-jangle fallacy, I think that, at least for me, I have a sense, like a intuitive sense that there is these different jingle-jangle possibilities, right? You said emotional intelligence seems very close, but and other things are you two games about wisdom, and you go, is that really the same thing? So I think that it'd be good to get some of these ideas to sort of maybe just for me sort of clarify, like what are the range of things that say that these different fallacies are covering, and then all the different things that you're describing will fall into one or the other or across several of them. I think it'll be much easier to understand if we zero in on one, and then we're still not sure what the confusion is or something.
But that's what I'm trying to say about the kinds of distinctions we need. There's distinctions between process theories, product theories, distinctions between an empirical theory, a descriptive theory, explanatory theory, and a normative theory. These are different kinds of theories, and you generate them in different ways. And I think part of equivocation is not to pay attention to these different kinds of theories. I think because they're all theories of wisdom, we're talking about the same thing. I'm starting to hear that we're trying to make some distinction again between types of theories. That's what I'm saying. Like product theories, process theories, a normative theory, an empirical theory, and they're all being often conflated together without clear distinction.
Okay. So then, why don't we, for the sake of the discussion for the next 40 minutes, focus just on the product theories, not the process theories. So it's not about how you develop wisdom. We'll try to keep and be mindful that there are potential antecedents to it, but we'll try to keep this out. And it seems to me that I like the point of talking a little bit about what are the assumptions about normative standards, and that we need to unpack them first. And I think, why don't we spend the next maybe 15, 20 minutes, even though we could spend years on this, talking about the basic assumptions that are currently, and remember, it's not about making them up again or try to reinvent them. We just try to be mindful of what are the assumptions that you operate on at this moment, like as wisdom researchers. I can get started, and maybe we can go around, and you guys can all share if you do wisdom research, or like one per lab, I don't know. When I think of wisdom writ large, I'm lost. So I'm thinking about practical wisdom. I'm still lost. But then it becomes a little bit more concrete. And so I'm thinking then about sort of practical wisdom in some kind of Aristotelian tradition. where you orient it towards the good life. Now, what that means could mean 20 different things. So that will be culture specific. But there is an idea that you try to balance which virtues would fit different situations as you traverse through life. And to what extent are these virtues, are those behavioral manifestations, if you want, virtues or not? So there is that's what brings me to metacognition. That's what brings me to the concept of wise reasoning. But I start from the normative standpoint, really, if you want, from this perspective of practical wisdom, Aristotelian definition, kind of, by the way, shared in several Asian epistemologies. But then I specifically look towards this orientation. We talk about this fundamental pragmatics, or whatever that means. It's a term that we still don't understand. Or maybe we can talk about that later. What do we actually mean by terms? Because I think a lot of that's where the jingle-jangle comes from. We often just don't mean the same things. But there is, seems to me, kind of an idea that whatever wisdom is about uniquely is it's supposed to promote this good life. Now that has a normative standard. That may vary by society what that good life is. And who am I to judge? So maybe there I would build on some kind of conceptual frameworks in a given society. But whatever the processes are, this is what wisdom would be oriented towards. So that's my sort of division. I start from practical wisdom. Once again, I focus specifically on this kind of more Aristotelian idea of balance and fit for different situations. For me, that means that you have to discern how do you want to act in a given situation in order to achieve this ultimate goal of good life. That good life has a strong normative component of justice, but that's because, for me, because I'm coming from a very liberal, sort of post-enlightenment, I guess, post-enlightenment idea of what our life should be. But I want to be mindful that this is our conceptualization from our cultural background. Anyways, so this was mine. Anybody wants to continue? I don't think it can be. It doesn't have to be that long. It can be as basic as like, what is it that you? What is the normative model that is driving your wisdom work?
I agree with. I think the central for me it's the same. I see it in a lot of other researchers. I think that the normative standard is the sort of the reliable achievement of a good life. I tend to think of the two components of that. Like you said, on one side, I think about how. So what is universal is that people pursue optimization strategies for being able to realize the good life, but those optimization strategies are going to be, of course, inflected by what's, as you pointed out, what's culturally specific about the conception of the good life. I do think, and perhaps you don't agree with me on this one, I'm just saying what I think, that there might be some sort of core dimensions, because there's people doing work on this, about what goes towards a good life. I think it's hard to say a good life could be a life that doesn't have a strong moral component to it. That a good life has to have, and these are not the same thing, so that's why I'm making you distinct. That's good evidence they're not the same. A good life has to be meaningful in some fashion. If you're claiming to be wise and your life is very meaningless, that is, and you're making other people's lives meaningless, I assume you wouldn't call that person wise. And I think there's, for lack of a better term, there's sort of an element of mastery that you can just sort of, you can cope with life, the problems, your daily existence in a way that you don't fall into despair or self-destruction. So while I'm not trying to propose a universal model of a good life, I don't think we have to, I don't think it's theoretically inert to us. I think we can possibly talk about some shared dimensions across, because there are human universals as well, and that we then might be able to say something a little bit more specific about the relationship between discernment, or what I would call optimization processes, and the qualities of a good life. That's where I sort of how I try to handle the normative aspect. Okay.
So, I
you can give maybe a comment.
I can say before.
Yes, yes. Yes, so he was really describing exotic melody and standard for an example for someone or a group of people who exercise good intellectual activity and good intellectual flexibility are essentially scientists and scholars as well. So he was actually one of the sources here, like the constructive determinism of the reason was the logic, I think the logic of scientific research by Marc, which so basically traces the logic of scientific design. Yes. So in this consideration, so the process where a person, an individual, interacting with the world that is uncertain and a lot of it is unknown, is very similar to scientists exploring the underlying trying to go to a kind of empirical, basically. So the process that scientists achieve knowing of the unknown, and that kind of standard, the standard of the good science is actually what we need, an example of good reasoning or good interactive exercises to be done in interactive reasoning and flexibility. So in that sense, it's a really good standard.
Okay, thank you.
Michelle, I was going to say that my sort of like, I guess, Greek metaphor maybe could be different, but it's something more like mental health. So if I go back to the mental health idea, then what does it mean to be healthy? I mean, of course, it can vary, you can be sick at different times. It's not a universal, but it is still true that it's not going to fluctuate moment to moment usually. It's going to be something like you show up in a situation, let's say, they're very healthy, even though right now you only have potato chips to eat for lunch, something like that. That's what they're both serving you. But it's still a case that you will actually have certain knowledge about how to sustain your health and how to establish that health, like what kinds of things you get to eat. So if you take that analogy and apply it to wisdom, it would mean people who have a good sort of state of mind. Maybe there's all these ideas of equanimity, of just mental balance, mental sort of like easiness of their moving through life. Despite adversity, coping well. I think all those things can be manifestations of this root sense of what it means to be wise. That is not going to be just given to you. It's a certain skill you can develop. Of course, you can develop that capacity, but it's something then you'll be carrying sort of like as a relative constant in new situations. But I mean, of course, you can still improve. It's the same as like your health can also improve. And so I just wanted to throw that out as a slightly different framing for what we might be wanting to like.
So could you contrast again? What's the difference between, because my idea take it that most people pursue health under the normativity of a good life.
Yeah.
Right? If you were pursuing health and it was destroying your relationships, and then you say, no, I don't do that.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the difference? Like, are you proposing that as something alternative to the normativity of a good life? Or, I'm not clear on what the contrast is.
Well, I think the contrast would be something like, Grossmann made this distinction between the landscape of action and the landscape of consciousness in some of his writing. And so, landscape of action are things that you do. So like you said, that, I mean, they're all various things you might try to do to establish, a good life. Involve what variety decisions you're going to make about whether this is the right thing to do under these circumstances. Whereas the landscape of consciousness is more about what's your sort of state of mind or your presence in, say, if you took a situation, they're not divorced, and often they go together. So of course you're right. I mean, probably the best decisions can be made when you're not stressed out and totally sort of focused in on just like very narrow selfish concerns. But those types of things are, if you feel like everything's meaningless and going on good and bad, all those things will impact your ability to act. But I think it's a very different, like, the kind of what you're looking for. Those I mean, in many ways, a lot of things that you mentioned would fit into this model, this idea very well.
No, but I think you're making there's an important point in. So, I mean, is that similar to like the subjective well-being literature that above and beyond the judgment that your life is good, you also want to be sort of have this sense of subjective well-being, that you're feeling good within yourself. You mentioned the Stoics being sort of at home in your own skin. Is that what you're
trying to establish for yourself and maybe everybody else, so that as wide a circle as you can, would be an important manifestation of wisdom, which is why some, historical examples, some wise people, just by showing up, other people feel better, and more at ease. So
I understand that, but I think I want to make sure I'm understanding the truth, which is, in addition to I'm trying to get at the normative standards, which is our question right now, right? And so there's one normative standard is the wise person is sort of living a good life and modeling a good life for others. And you sort of share that so far, right? And you're not proposing a replacement, but in addition to that, I think that a wise person is also somebody who is reliably capable of cultivating, inner well-being, a state of consciousness that feels optimal to them from within. Is that fair?
yeah, I think that's an important.
Yeah, I think that's an important point. I think if many conceptions of wisdom would have that in it too, not just that person is living a good life, but they're experiencing that good life well.
Yeah.
How about that?
So the concept of good life is not just the subjective well-being; it includes the subjective well-being.
Right.
Yeah, like I said, this idea that it has both this like wise people action aspect to it.
Yeah, and
this like
yeah. Did you was okay with how I paraphrased it?
Okay. Don, do you want to?
Yeah, I just want to chime in. It's even something we haven't talked about at all, which is also often ignored in mindfulness research, which is the question of commitment or intention. And I play like a thought experiment. It's like, let's say you had 10 people and they were battling it out to see who was wiser, right? You wouldn't think that the person who accidentally was carefree and had a lot of equanimity and like essentially you might be someone who's really privileged, right? In that group of 10 people. So they don't have a lot of stress, like they've had all of these things sorted to them, they've been trained really good coping skills, but they're not really up to anything, right? So they have all the expertise they need to get to be efficacious, and they are happy, right? And so they're living their best life. But are they wise? No. They're not wise because there's no intentionality, like they're not playing a game of realizing something, right? And I think that there's something that we haven't brought up here, that are maybe it's described that wisdom is about holding yourself accountable to some kind of project towards the good.
But isn't that under the moral and meaning and life dimension? I mean, that's the difference between moral luck and virtue. You're describing the morally lucky person, but that's not a virtuous person, right? The virtuous person has to be cultivated. That's what I meant by a moral dimension. I didn't mean somebody who's morally lucky. And I also didn't mean somebody who's existentially lucky. I mean somebody meaning in life who's cultivating and pursuing.
Right, I don't think you formalize it that this pursuit itself could be measured. In fact, if you go beyond the person who's just lucky, so it's the most obvious like this kind of case, the person who's up to the bigger project, you would argue, even if their expertise is lacking or they make mistakes, you could argue is wise, right? So the person says like, I know we're all arguing about how to make most money here, but should we really be worrying about money right now? You're like, oh, and it's like, oh, but we're worrying about like just our happiness beyond money, but we're worrying about happiness for everyone else. I'm like, oh, that person's even wiser. It's like the scope of the normative project itself is set by that person's commitment to the project, and we're not really talking about formalizing how broad that commitment is. I think that's part of the definition. The wisest person, part of why selflessness creeps in, because you think the wisest people have projects that far exceed their own happiness.
No, I wasn't disagreeing with you. What I was saying is that it's usually considered, it's explicitly a component of meaning in life that the person has an overarching purpose. That's one of the dimensions. And I thought it's also definitional within morality, that it's intentional acting on purpose. So, but I thought what I'm saying is, do we need it as a separate notion, or is it already contained within? Because it is clearly constitutive of morality and meaning in life. I mean, it's officially one of the dimensions of meaning in life, having a purposeful life, which means an overarching purpose, goal, directedness. And same thing with morality. It has to be intentional action.
Maybe, I mean, I don't think it's like a wholly distinct thing, but this idea of like meta-normativity.
Just
where I'm worried about like,
it's
it's not about like, do I have a sense of become moral? Do I have a moral compass? And that's necessary. Like it is necessary. Yeah. I don't really kind of break down. But on top of that is a sense that like the person is.
So is that motivation? Is that what you're talking about? In addition.
Yeah, it's a motivational stance.
Monica wanted to say something specifically about that. Right? Yeah.
Igor, can you just summarize what the last speaker was saying? Because I had a hard time understanding. I just don't want to repeat what he was saying.
Norm was talking about the role of a particular motivation, that the motivation should be oriented towards some kind of a virtuous goal, if you want. And it's not, that's sort of like basically the take home. Is there anything else that we should do that?
To relate to a virtuous goal, and also we would, I can't really speak for anyone else, I would think someone is more wise if their virtuous goal is a bigger goal, right? It's almost like you're bidding for wisdom contracts.
I don't agree with that. Because you will not be able to quantify that. So like imagine somebody says, my project is to really help my old grandma to help, live well for the remaining few days of her life because she's about to die. And people say, oh, great. And then the next person comes up and says, and my goal is the world's peace, and I'm organizing the next UN meeting to solve the Palestine-Israeli problem. Okay, so which of these two is suddenly wiser? According to your definition, technically the second one would be considered wiser. But I don't think people would react like that because you will not be able to really put them even on the same. I mean, what is the magic of comparison there? You see what I'm saying? Like it was one person helping versus multiple people helping. So that's where I find it's challenging.
Yeah, I don't think I mean in terms of like how many people are involved in the project.
Okay.
But how it's almost like a Kantian thing, like how universally accessible is this goal. And if it's like I want just my grandma not to suffer, that project is not as much as like I wish there was a way that people's grandmas didn't have to suffer. That person is engaging more by reason.
But was your point the scope of the goal or the degree to which it was pursued intentionally with commitment?
My point is more about intention.
So then it's the manner, not the goal. That's I think, and I found that's a different point. Yeah. And that's a good point. That it's when you're not saying in addition to a good life or subjective well-being. It's the manner and the motivation that we also should take into account. I thought that's what you were saying.
Yeah, that's the main thing.
Okay.
Okay, can I, Igor?
Yes,
can I?
Please.
Can I? Because I actually haven't said my stuff. But one of the things is what I wanted to suggest, maybe you can pass the microphone around, and that would actually help to understand, particularly the people who are further away from the microphone. I think I can understand John really well, but then Michelle a little bit. But then everyone else, it gets, and of course, Igor, I can understand you really well, but then the rest gets really, really difficult to understand. So I don't know if you can do this. That would be great.
Yeah, I can certainly do this.
If you could pass the microphone around. Okay, but the other thing, what I did want to say about this, and I agree with John, and I agree with Michelle in both ways, that I think the wise person is the mentally health person. I don't know if you know about this. Really, it's from the 40s or 50s from Marie Yahoda, who tried to define what mental health is in a positive way, not as the absence of mental illness or mental problems, but in a positive way. And it sounds very similar to what we define as wisdom. So I definitely think that the wise person is the mentally healthy person, and also that the wise person lives a good life in combination to subjective and psychological well-being. But I think the danger is that, what are the necessary but also sufficient conditions for a wise person, because otherwise you can throw all kinds of things in. So from my point of view, I think a wisdom measure needs to correlate with psychological well-being, with morality, with subjective well-being. But do we have to throw it all in? Because then it becomes a really huge undertaking to measure wisdom. So again, this is the reason why I define it as a cognitive, reflective, and compassionate component, because these three components indeed correlate nicely with all of this. And they are quite parsimonious, I think.
Thank you, Monica. Maybe we haven't had Nick doesn't want to. Okay, no lads.
Please. It's Norm again. I do think the reflective component fits very well with my point about bringing in intentionality. Someone who habitually, even if it doesn't occur as ever fits in with their idea of a good life, that is that intentional component, right? So if you just had cognition and virtue, like the other two facets, it wouldn't be a complete thing.
Okay, other comments? Monica's? Here. A bit closer.
So there seems to be this idea that being wiser is more meaningful, more better than I want to drive what Emma's trying to say. Because are you more wiser if you have artificial meaning? If you make artificial meaning for something, so if you have a little bit more meaning, saying you make more money and you make money that's working fun business and that. By allowing this benefits to other people, is that more wiser than someone who doesn't fully understand meaning yet, doesn't understand wisdom properly yet? But they're not making up. They're not thinking about it, so just positive wisdom, but they're not, because they're so confused, so that it is the back of mental health. And that's meaning. Is that, are we saying that, are we going to say that that person is less wiser than a person, less more sensitive because of meaning and wisdom? What do you think about that?
I would say that somebody who's made a more meaningful life is wiser, reliably, systematically, has mental health, has what many people would evaluate to be a good life, is wiser than the person who doesn't know and is deliberating on it. Of course. That's why the person is deliberating, because they're trying to be like the wiser person. Right? That's their motive for doing the deliberating. Yeah, wise is a comparative. It's not an absolute. It's like being tall. But towards the first point, I don't think I want to challenge the first point. I don't think the wise person is deliberating all the time. I think any maximization strategy is going to get you in trouble. If you're going to turn into Hamlet, for example, and people are going to die all around you. I think that's what's very important. No, I think this is a central feature. Almost all the wisdom theories that they talk about an optimization strategy, not a maximization strategy. If I use the right method to get the wrong answer, it's better than the person that's done nothing at all. Yes. But it's not doing nothing at all. They're still trying to figure it out. And if they find the right method, then they're on the right path. Until then, they're not right. Yeah, why not?
So I think one question here. Yeah.
Sort of. So I guess there's three things coming out of the woodwork here. The first has to do with the exchange between John and Norm, and basically on the idea of this intentional pursuit of meaning. And one of the things that I want to bring up, John, is that essentially porcelain cow where I don't think we can completely ignore the type of meaning project that you're after. Because
I totally agree with that.
I guess kind of just for explanation, we've talked about we're doing a paper on the construct of meaning in life. And one of the things that we've run across is what we're calling the porcelain cow problem, which is somebody who has dedicated their life to the project of collecting porcelain cows, living a purposeful, meaningful life with their clients. There's questionable
Right. So that's why I was invoking more universal standards for that, like the purpose, the significance, the coherence, things like that.
Right. So then the next two things I think are slightly connected. One has to do with this kind of notion of extra-personal projects. Kind of drawing on philosophical themes here. So one of the things that the Stoics thought was important to developing this age is increasing the scope of your sense of self. This was basically their answer to the cradle argument. Humans are born naturally selfish. Okay, that's fine. Just increase so I think there's some, and this links to the second thing, which has to do with this concept of acquiring knowledge and the way in which you acquire knowledge. there seems to be some basic expectation coming from all these things that wisdom is intimately bound up with the idea of corruption, where a wise person should be constantly noticeably growing. Wisdom kind of feeds itself in some sort of self-interest and fashion. There was one more thing that I wanted to kind of drawing on.
It's not indiscriminate growth.
Yeah, it's not indiscriminate growth. It's automatic growth, but it's growth nonetheless. The last thing I drew on Marc's point a little bit, where kind of what we're doing right now is hashing out possible, necessary, and sufficient conditions for being wise. It would also be, I think, important to discuss the extent to which wisdom is a necessary and sufficient condition for living a good life. Right? I can think of Paul Voltaire's word, actually. It was probably a better where he just thought wisdom was one branch of what we call optimism. Meanwhile, I come across other papers that are kind of like, wisdom is the ultimate expression of human development, and that, yeah, I don't know.
Conclude that wisdom is sufficient for a good life.
Right. And his master virtue is in wisdom, in my view. Yeah.
Okay, so other points to this. I think we want to get to, maybe we'll spend a few more minutes on this before we take a small break, because we want to take more breaks. There's also water now. Drink about that community. But I think I want to highlight once again that we're talking about normative standards right now. We're not talking about what John called the process, more like a product theory about wisdom. And it seems so far, if I were to summarize, we are all in agreement that there is some kind of concept of well-being, specifically psychological well-being, as some people call it. You know, that's also underspecified. But we mean often this kind of virtues that Aristotle talked about. And I guess that feeds very well into our next topic that we'll be talking about, which is the topic of morality. And we'll talk about that after the break. But it seems so far, if I want to summarize once again, the normative standard for what wisdom should be oriented towards it would have potentially a commitment, a motivation, but also in the first place, the person should be oriented towards a virtuous, psychologically well-off life. Subjectively well-off, just hedonic is not sufficient. Just being virtuous, well, that's another question we can discuss after the break. If having eudaimonia without hedonic is sufficient for wisdom, that may be the case. But we'll discuss that after the break. Okay, anything else? I hope I so far summarized it all right.
That's good.
Okay, and we will resume in a few minutes. Let's say take at least 5, get some water, get some fresh air, and we will then return to this. And I think we want to spend a little bit on this topic of morality, which is one of the questions I explicitly asked before we return to operationalization. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. I would like to ask maybe somebody to just not close the door, but like okay. I'll be back on. Yeah, like this is perfect. This is perfect. And did everybody get some water? And because we want to keep you hydrated, if you need some sweets for your brain, it helps. I love sweets. So, all right, and do we have our speakers back? Excellent. So now we will be talking back about, we're still at the norms, normative standards, the normative models if you want. And one of the key things that seems to be coming up, and it's already came up with this idea of good life. What is good life? It's orientation to somehow like it's something that helps you to achieve this good life, above and beyond maybe other psychological concepts that they have, intelligence, rationality, etc. Maybe people call rationality. I get ahead of myself. And the issue that always comes up, and this is an issue that is to some extent contentious, to some extent subject to jingle-jangle, or whatever we want to call it, is the notion of morality. So, and Howard and I have often discussions about that. Howard tries to pull me towards has to have a moral grounding. And I'm like, why? And now, so we want to take this seriously. What is the notion of, what is the role of morality for wisdom? And what is the role of the common good for wisdom? What do we even mean by that? The first time I read it in Bob Sternberg's influential piece from 98, I was very confused because maybe I didn't speak English very well. But the notion of common good didn't seem very straightforward to me. And I believe I'm not the only one. And not only because there are other people who don't speak English very well, but because that can mean many different things. So, as you know, we've done a survey where we tried to survey wisdom researchers who work empirically on the construct. And the first thing that I was thinking about is just to try to figure out, when we say that wisdom has moral grounding, and this was the question, what do you mean by that? What are the key features for that? And so here are the results. Basically, we look at the percentage of people, and this is out of 40 people. We had over 50 people who responded from different parts of the world, by the way. A lot from Australia, some from China. I don't know how the IPs got through, but I guess both it works. And of course, this is all through the geolocation because I kept the survey anonymous. So I don't actually know if people came from those parts of the world. They may have masked their IPs. But there are some people from South America, Europe, England, Britain, and of course, North America. So fairly well represented. And looking at other qualitative responses from people to other questions that we have here, people took it seriously. And so what did I put there? So I put several options. I put one issue that occurred to me is when we talk about morality, we often forget its epistemic features. And it happens multiple times here that we actually brought up mostly epistemic features. Pursuit of truth. Somehow, not to be subject to fake news, not to deceive yourself, be honest in some ways, and to be humble in other ways, but that has, of course, a social component. So pursuit of truth, I thought, is one key moral feature that may be related to wisdom. Balance of self-protective and other-oriented interests. That also been brought up here multiple times, some form of cooperation or pro-sociality, but really more on the level of transaction. Very closely linked to the concept of fairness and justice. Orientation to shared humanity. Well, I was trying to think about what could common good mean. That's one of the first things that came to my mind. That is sort of like no boundaries between in-group and out-group. That you don't necessarily prejudice against some minorities, for instance, just because you feel scared that they will take your jobs. United States listening. And in-group cooperation. So in-group cooperation is distinct from this shared humanity idea, which is basically trying to eliminate the in-group, out-group distinction. It's really more like, do you cooperate within your group? Finally, I kept the common good orientation because I also want to ask explicitly if people define it in terms of the common good within it. So, okay. Anyway, so here are the results. So those are 5 groups, and this is just simple counts. People could not select as many as they want. As you can see, the most common one is the orientation to shared humanity, closely followed by pursuit of truth, something that came up during our discussion too. Only then we see common good orientation above and beyond those, maybe because it combines those features, and balance of self-protective and other-oriented interests. In-group cooperation does not appear very frequently, even though it does appear in some of people's definitions. So these are the results from the empirical quick review of the concepts of wisdom, or how people conceptualize wisdom in their research. So this is what we find. So basically, once again, shared humanity is number 1, pursuit of truth number 2, common good orientation number 3, balance of self-protective and other-oriented interests number 4, and in-group cooperation is the last one. So we can probably conclude from this, well, two things at least. People consider the epistemic moral features as critical, as well as this kind of idea of going beyond your group self-interest. And, of course, within group, sort of, and like transactional balance with it. So, to me, the number one and number three, both the shared humanity and a balance of self-protective and other-oriented interests, are very closely linked to the idea of fairness. This is my interpretation, and I base it on the responsibilist arguments in philosophy. I base it on Rawls, John Rawls' theory of justice and the veil of ignorance, those type of principles, where in order to understand why certain moral actions, why certain actions are okay and certain other actions are not okay, you need to treat others with dignity and respect, so to say. But that sort of comes out of actually deliberation and some sort of more sophisticated version than the golden mean, if you want. Well, comments to this so far?
What do you mean by that? Can you be a little bit more specific about that? I know you said that Rawls or something like this.
Well, the Rawls is one of the people who talked about fairness extensively, but my very lay understanding.
I think we have different understandings. No, we could have different understandings about fairness. So.
I justify, why do you need to be fair? Because the other person could hurt you the same way if they were thinking. I mean, it's more like you can almost define it as a kind of game theoretical principles. So if the other, in a multi-iteration interaction, if you were not to act fairly, if you were just to defect all the time, then the other person could do the same thing. So the only way to secure somehow survival in the group is by not doing that. And so like there are simulation models showing that this type of behavior where you start by being fair, by being more cooperative, until the point that the other person starts defecting. So that's one possibility you can think about it. But the other one you can think about so cognitively, I think, that you start thinking what is the other person thinking about and how would they act. And if you don't assume that they will act fairly, it will be very hard to, well, I don't know, to act. Well, first of all, it will freak you out. That's the first thing. But secondly, that also can put you on a maladaptive trajectory. So does this sort of help? Sort of like both sort of in terms of like some kind of transactional arguments. How will I react towards this if I were in that situation? So perspective taking comes into play. Maybe other people who have expertise, more expertise in sort of notions of justice can also speak up.
Well, so that I thought that was what you meant with when you're talking about fairness, as we talked about before in transactions. Now, I think it does apply perhaps to the first one, but not so much
to shared humanity.
That's right. Yeah. So I have a different understanding, I think, of shared humanity, which is the complete dissolution of us and them distinction.
Yeah.
So, but you're talking about fairness in terms of very much an us and them both way, because it's about what do I get, what do they get, and this sort of they're still separate entities in exchange in transaction. So I think with shared humanity, you don't see those distinctions between self and other at all. So unless fairness can mean something else as well. But that's what I think is so special about this idea of shared humanity. Do other people think of that differently?
I do. I think that what Igor was talking about is called a self-interest. Right? I think that goes very well with the balancing self-protective. But the fact that you're using orientation there, Igor, might have a lot of that. I mean, that sounds more like a Kantian distinction. Like, so what you're talking about there is treat everybody as an end in themselves. Right? So it's an attitude towards that strikes me much more like a human rights orientation. Yeah. The human beings are intrinsically valuable. It has nothing to do with your self-interest.
Yeah, so that's not about the self. It's then about on the. So the reason I put it in there is because I want to look at sort of like more basic process.
Yeah.
And then more on the group level. So because that's why I put explicitly no in-group out-group distinction.
But I think what I'm hearing you say is I think the top one I would agree is fairness.
Yeah.
But I think the bottom one is something more like that you find human beings intrinsically valuable. You don't make unfit. You don't make
potential. Yeah. Yeah. So no, you're right. This item is not super well defined, but and it's possible that has nothing to do with fairness, even though it could be. It could be interpreted that way, but it could also be interpreted as just some form of enlightenment. Are the comments?
I kind of want to push back on that particular conceptualization, because it strikes me very much as I don't see race type thing, and it's generally even talking to monks about this kind of thing, basically, yes, you want to witness the fact that there are differences in etc. The thing that I maybe like to highlight, kind of feeding into this idea of shared humanity and this idea of balancing secondary interests, is actually that aspect of the pursuit of truth. Because there are different ways in which you can mean the pursuit of truth. It doesn't just mean epistemic fashion of the world, like Gandhi, for instance, famous of kind of his spiritual practice and the idea of experimenting with truth. And even the different religious and philosophical traditions will say, reflect, pursue the truth, and eventually you will basically see that we're not all so different. Yes, okay, everybody has their different differences and stuff like that, but we all believe that.
I just clarify that I didn't mean to say that my definition of shared community is not that we believe that we're all the same. I don't think that we're all the same.
That's why I use the language of universal rights.
Yeah, that's why I think that's the same.
I think it just resonates with the sort of what that thought experiment that arrived at that idea that if you're playing like a bigger game than just for yourself, that motivation has to come. The motivation comes from a place where you're just trying to optimize transactions. You're going to make very different decisions. And if you're motivated to do that, or you're up to something bigger, you're up to a project and reducing suffering generally because there's no way to optimize suffering.
Well, and I think this is like this really is really small. Like I look at humans are naturally selfish to some extent,
Yeah, it's but I think what the point you're making is that we shouldn't just collapse these two things together. These are complementary processes, and one is about how is this going to play out in the world where there really are differences, and there are even regardless of what the metaphysics are, like there are differences. And then the other one is like, but am I motivated to try to work to a goal that doesn't focus on the differences, but the goal is my goal bigger than just maximizing cognitive capability.
So both has some interesting stuff there. So both has some interesting stuff there. In the work that he did alongside the Berlin. Part of what he's interested in is, as far as ways to do an optimal human development, other projects were looking at selection, optimization, selection, or something like that. Basically, it was a theory of goal pursuit, which seems very much like balance and self-protective and other oriented interests. But he also argued that another aspect to optimal human development is what he called lifelong longings or something like that. Basically, these are goals that you know you're not actually going to be able to attain, but they kind of act as compass points. So, for example, I want world peace. Is there ever going to be world peace in my lifetime? No. How do I essentially scaffold all of my decisions?
Okay, so I find what is most interesting is that there is still a common good orientation out there, even though I mentioned all those things. So what does it mean? And that's precisely what we'll talk about next. Perfect transition. And I would suggest, why don't I just read? There are not that many, because not everybody clicked on those. And why don't I just read those and we can comment on them, because this is good exercise. The role of common good orientation wisdom represents, I think, one of the key potential areas of definitional disagreement about wisdom. Yes. It is unclear whether perspective always requires consideration of the greater good. Is it possible to make a wise choice in a car without considering a hybrid? Is it possible to make a wise choice in a car without considering a hybrid?
You're not considering the hybrid of the environment and how you're making a decision in the car.
Okay, well, why don't I continue? Being fair to others and to your own group, having an interest beyond the short term.
So, these are all definitions of common good?
Yeah.
That sounds like long-term, short-term.
As well as the first.
Yeah.
A value of promoting general welfare, not focusing exclusively on self-interest. Being able to take the perspective of the whole, the group, and being motivated to promote what serves the whole. So that's in group cooperation, I guess, too.
Or I could even sort of orientate to shared humanity.
No, they focus specifically on the group.
What's the whole?
Yeah, the whole, and then in parentheses, the group.
Oh, I see. I misunderstood.
Yeah. The common good is what is communally good. Examples include justice, social harmony, cooperation, clean air, and liberties. So that includes both the shared humanity with the liberties, the first part, and
All the people, nature,
yeah, I guess. Well, I'm not sure if the pursuit of truth would be liberty, but I think liberty is close to shared humanity. But yeah, okay, this continues. The common good is also the most common good people pursue, meaning that although individual goods are important, they are less frequently the focus of humans' attention and efforts. They are naturally and profoundly oriented towards developing and maintaining social norms that are beneficial to everyone. Goods are only really common if they are held in common. Justice is only present to the extent that everyone involved is treated justly. Liberty is only present to the extent that everyone involved has liberties. So that has a lot of the shared humanity argument.
and also Norm's point about the universal lives.
Mindful of the impact of one's action on other people and on the environment. Beyond mindfulness, acts in accordance with this perspective. Seeks what is good for the many, not just focuses on input. Okay, so again, not input, it's self-protective, I don't want to do this. The common good is the utilitarian good. So that's very different. They haven't had this effect. The most good for most people over a longer time scale, so that includes not making short-term gains that undermine the stability of the working social structure. So I guess what is missing so far is a little bit this kind of both utilitarian and this kind of long-term orientation. But I fail to see how that is about morality per se.
The long-term good.
Yeah.
I think it relates to what Marc said earlier. It's the scope of your moral action. Like you said, let's say, I try to be fair. Let's say, giving that climate fruit versus like I'm thinking about climate change and future generations. Like it's
So it seemed to me, I don't know what other people, it seemed to me that the only one that fit uniquely there was the utilitarian idea. And then I just objected on it. Because I just sort of agree that everybody's utilitarian, or all the definitions of wisdom are bound to utilitarian morality.
It can promote the social well-being for the long run if it is helpful for the majority. Okay, a few more. We're done. Common good orientation is a broader recognition and understanding of shared existence in humanity. So why do you mention it?
These things aren't meant to be mutually exclusive.
No.
They check all that apply, right?
Yeah,
so they could be.
So I guess like maybe the first
overlapping definitions.
Yeah, that's true. Be aware that everyone is equal with their own perspectives, virtues, and vices. So that's more like this kind of individual dignity, sort of not really shared humanity. It's more like kind of this enlightenment idea that this is unique individuality of every single person. Be aware that everyone is equal to their own perspective. Facilitate the best for all parties as best you can. Okay. The consequences of wise people's actions will not violate the legitimate benefits and interests of others in society and will improve the long-term well-being of others in society as well as themselves. That's utilitarian.
Yeah, it has to do with the balance of self-oriented and other-oriented versus
Yeah. The next one. Not the utilitarian maximus overall.
Okay.
Wait, define negatively?
Yeah.
Don't be utilitarian.
Non-utilitarian.
Well, there must be a sensitivity to the distribution of outcomes of actions.
So obviously the words common good invoke a utilitarian framework. Right?
Yeah.
So they feel the need to say it's not.
Yeah.
I know you might think this is what a common good is, but it's not what I think.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that's what I'm saying.
striving to create conditions that guarantee basic human rights to all, such as food, shelter, and living wage freedom from coercive forces, working to preserve the environment, the right of creation, nature, working with rather than against each other.
Human rights, that's the word. Shared environment.
Yeah, and then process out like that balance of self-protective other interests, working with rather than against each other. Well, I don't know. I think that would be a good cooperation too. Okay. Do you want to say something? Okay. Understanding different perspectives and motivations, balancing rights and responsibilities, keeping long-term goals in mind, maintaining a moral stance. Maintaining a moral stance. No idea. A common good orientation involves the consideration of the value of welfare of as many people, as many individuals, and as many varieties and hierarchies and collectives as possible, which would ideally be measured with both Aristotelian objectivity and individual subjective capability in mind, and with an intention to enact those considerations. Enacting those considerations. Okay. So that's also, I guess we have that. Doing what is best for others without self-interest. But that's altruism. Without self-interest, without even considering self-interest, I kind of object to that. Because that means that you're just like, concerns for others, win-win cooperation. So basically, view something as non-zero sum game. Oh, I didn't write this one.
No, I meant that they're taking this some sort of game direction.
Yeah, good is a different kind of game. A general orientation towards growth and development of society, as opposed to deterioration, passivity, and resignation. And that's interesting. At least do not harm other people and ecosystems, but others and ecosystems have intrinsic value. So that's more of a deontological argument. All stakeholders and their well-being need to be considered and honored. Okay. Not sure. That is distinct. Actually, no. Yeah, that's distinct. How would you describe that? So consideration of all stakeholders and their well-being need to be considered and honored. And finally, pursuing the best common interest. So these are in many ways, I think, when people say then common good, in many ways they mean those other features. There are some things that are missing, and maybe, I don't know if one of you can point out what those three things are so far.
Well, I think Nick and I are arguing that the common good orientation, sometimes we could say, because I take number 3 to be the ontological, because it's a human rights, and then the upper one is self-interest. And if we're looking at sort of ethical frameworks, then it seems to be unique as the common good is a utilitarian.
But then, if it's a utilitarian framework, why is it not in with cooperation?
Because I don't necessarily have to get. If we all agree to kill you, then that's not cooperating with you, but it satisfies a utilitarian goal, right? So,
oh, yes, it's not necessarily cooperation. Yeah, there's Howard has a point. Yes.
Sorry, I just wanted to interject before it slips away entirely what was meant by moral grounding in the definition that was adopted in the Defining Wisdom project.
Yes, please.
So it was not in terms of something that would be called a common good. And it was something that was, shall we say, created in the mindfulness of a kind of neo-Aristotelian perspective about eudaimonia, and the notion that human flourishing, individual human flourishing, doesn't just depend on one's own welfare, but depends on the welfare of others around them. And so was mindful of the fact that one could conceive of the distinction between intellectual and moral virtues And using Nancy Snow's formulation of moral virtues as a kind of social intelligence, and Valerie Tiberius's notion that in making a wise choice, one needs to take the perspective of others as well. That is, to consider that others have their impacts for others. And so in that circumstance, moral grounding was really a kind of pro-social consideration. So it wasn't universal humanism. It doesn't presage the weighting between those kinds of things, but that one would take into consideration how the choices would impact other people in terms of how the other people would feel those choices. So that's not a typical notion of moral, if you will. It's certainly not deontological, but it is more pro-social in some sense, or at least some consideration of social impact.
That's very helpful, Howard. What is your opinion on that definition? Now it's like been over 8 years, right? Like 8 years since you guys were discussing it back then. In light of the more recent discussions and in light of these findings, for instance, I'm particularly wondering, what do you think about this idea of pursuit of truth and these more epistemic features that people seem to be associating with moral grounding? Because I explicitly asked people about what do they mean by moral grounding, and when I listed these features, a lot of them did pick not necessarily pro-social features.
So I take that point, and I think it's very interesting. So of course, someone mentioned previously that the pursuit of truth may entail some aspects of pro-social features on the one hand. Understanding the pursuit of truth as a scientist means successive and continual failure on the other hand. I think it's an interesting concept, and I'm not sure that. So one aspect of this notion of moral grounding as pro-sociality, I think, is very particular to Western philosophical traditions, and not necessarily in line with other kinds of philosophical traditions. So, for example, in Southeast Asia, the concept of wisdom is not necessarily tied to any pro-sociality at all, and it might be closer to some notions that we would in the West would talk about as cleverness. So I think that those issues about whether it's moral as pro-social or whether it's moral as the pursuit of truth may be part of the cultural framing of what moral grounding means.
Mm-hmm. Other comments? Thank you so much, Howard.
Well, just a clarifying question. What do they mean by the pursuit of truth? I have no idea what that means, actually.
Well, I don't try to pursue it as broadly as that. I wasn't speaking personally, I was speaking theoretically. That's why I try to do it in something that I can put a more psychological operationalization on, like overcoming self-deception, and not being taken in by a belief and things like that. Whether or not that gets me to truth for the big T.
It's not the ultimate truth, it's really like pursuit of truth in the sense of not deceiving yourself, and when you know better, not to buy back. So if you might think of like a Plato's famous cave analogy, where you figured out what is actually happening, you cannot go back and just accept it as is. There's no way back. But a lot of people, you can arguably make the case, at least right now in the time of fake news or whatever you want to call it, media misrepresenting a disease, that we can deliberately try to deceive ourselves, and that would be considered as immoral in one way. That's one way in which you violate basic moral principles, but it is not truth in somehow enlightened sense. It's more of a pursuit of truth in the sense that you have a sense of moral integrity. That's right.
I was just wondering about the moral connection.
Yeah.
But that also could be called an intellectual virtue as well as a moral virtue in some respects. So whether you take honesty or self-deception, I think those are both important aspects of wisdom in that respect, not necessarily as a moral. I mean, one could put it in the moral frame, or one could put it as part of the importance of reflection. I think John was talking about self-deception, and if you're going to reflect analytically and in a certain kind of way, then you definitely don't want to get trapped by self-deception. That would be critical for wisdom.
Absolutely. And the whole point I brought it and put it there for people to select is because I wanted to see if what they may mean by, if by moral grounding they actually may mean this more intellectual pursuit to some extent. And where there is a potentially, not necessarily conflation, I would rather say convergence of those two. Which is interesting that it happens, and it happens quite often.
Which paper? On what? The book of change. Okay.
And so from it is essentially a Chinese view on truth.
Yeah.
So the idea is it is not actually make a distinction between whether it's going to have a moral dimension or not. It is really a sort of taking an understanding of how the world works, and the world will have the world will have of course the moral aspect as well as the morally neutral aspect. However, it does not make that distinction. So it's knowing how the world works and the presence of its development and everything, and that is considered to be true. So in that sense, it is so just in light of the cultural differences even welcome. So the Chinese context could be
So are you saying in the Chinese context, intellectual virtue, the pursuit of truth, supersedes the sociology?
No, it's not making a distinction between the two.
All of the three things is the same.
There's no distinction. If there's no distinction, then you can't really say they're the same, right? So it's really just understanding how the world works, and it includes everything that exists in the world. So which will include the moral aspect as well. Which is treated from using borrowing Western concepts into that classical.
So John, this might it's a little bit like the Buddhist view that the pursuit of truth should also tie you to the understanding of everybody's content.
But I'm trying to distinguish between what you're saying the world is like and the qualities of the person who is pursuing it, because those aren't the same thing.
Well, so this is the thing, is that within this kind of view, like the person who is pursuing it is part of the world.
Yes.
Probably the better way to put it. Like that kind of whole subject-object distinction is a little bit fuzzy.
I get that, but are you saying that you keep saying that they're trying to figure out how things sort of really are or how they truly are?
Yes.
And you're saying.
And that would include, for example, so in the moral dimension would be how to, so for example, you suddenly come across a group of people whom you have never met before, and how to navigate such a social situation, and how to sort of navigate so that your relationship with them is harmonious. So then it is a moral dimension to it. However, the truth aspect of it would be that knowing the pattern or the principles in the people's interaction with each other, or the people's relationship with each other.
Yeah.
And that is truth talked about in terms of.
But yeah, I would say that's a deeper notion of truth.
Yes,
Okay, so I'm just trying to bring us back to the idea of the sort of a normative. Where we started was this normative idea. What is this theoretical model that a model of a good life, the model that includes some kind of eudaimonia. And now we talked about the moral grounding and how it provided the initial definition. Now we try to unpack it in terms of how empirical researchers look at it. Seems like some people may be similar potentially to Chinese scholars combine and in some mysterious way integrate pursuit of truth or epistemic features and moral features. But clearly there are certain themes that emerge, be it about fairness or sort of this balance of self-protection and other orientation, be it about shared humanity, kind of more enlightened goals, or be it some kind of form of utilitarian orientation. Now the question is, are these features all part of what we mean when we talk about a person who is oriented towards a good life or who lives a good life? Because if that is the case, then we should be thinking about what would be the psychological processes that would be distinctly affording this type of process. Now, I don't know if we have a set of psychological processes that could afford all of those at the same time, but we can certainly go about it that way. But I want to bring back the discussion to the point, are we in agreement with this? I think you mentioned, John, that utilitarianism, you are kind of against that view.
Well, what I meant is, I'm both. I'm both against utilitarianism as ethics. The form of ethics that I find most persuasive is virtue ethics rather than the ontological or utilitarian. And it's not quite well represented here, which is also a little bit problematic to me. But the point I was initially making, independent of that point, was I was resisting tying wisdom to a utilitarian outlook because I just think it's false that many of the people I would deem wise were utilitarians. That doesn't strike me as at least an initially plausible hypothesis.
You know, I agree with you. To be honest, one of my main pickles with the common good orientation, the way how Bob is often presenting it, is, and partially is because I think I misunderstood the common good orientation. Clearly misunderstood it because that's not, I mean, I wrote this out after I started thinking about it. But until that moment, I was thinking, you know, common good orientation doesn't make any sense to me because it sounds so deeply utilitarian. And then you say, oh yeah, wise people have to be pro-social. They have to be pro-social grounding of it. But then I ask myself, in the utilitarian tradition, pro-social towards whom? The in-group, by exterminating the out-group? So from that perspective, those people whom we don't want to bring up because otherwise we'll insult some of the colleagues, would be deemed very pro-social towards the in-group. And that didn't sound right to me. So I agree with you, but it doesn't seem to be one of the key features because, for instance, both the notion of fairness is not necessarily about just your group, just your in-group. It can go beyond the in-group, out-group boundaries because it's like, to some extent, it would be fair to treat other groups with dignity. It certainly is not like the pursuit of truth unless we really just say, well, this is just epistemic, it's not moral at all. That is also very, very different. But I don't think that people mention pursuit of truth as part of the common good orientation. So yeah.
If I, I'm sorry, I was going to say, I don't know about religion or field, but consider something like the Bhagavad Gita. The morality within that is you should be doing your duty. Sort of Arjuna in the battlefield, right? You don't just run and you're a warrior. And then, but of course, pursuit of the truth, the deeper truth is that, you know, we're all going to die someday. So there's various things that are sort of levels of truth that, but I guess my point is that the morality of the situation then is the sort of the ontological one, if I'm understanding it right, which is it's duty oriented. And the wisdom is in your ability to fulfill that duty. It's very different sort of frame than, for example, one that could be a virtue ethics, which, as we were talking about earlier, about self-fulfillment or something.
Arguably, give me 2 points. One, arguably, there's not actually much of distinctions in it, because there's this argument floating around. I can't remember. I want to say it's John Major's work on Confucian role ethics, which is basically a duty-driven take on virtue ethics, where people are naturally creatures. We naturally have to.
And an angel is the same language.
Yeah, essentially. So is that viewpoint on it, kind of splits the difference between virtue ethics and
Can I ask you this? Oh, sorry.
No, the second thing that I was going to bring up is that light triad study, where essentially some people at the University of Pennsylvania got fed up with everybody's obsession with the dark triad of personality, and said, you know what, we're tired of studying everyday psychopaths, we're going to see if we can make a measure of everyday sainthood. So the facets that they have found on their measure is what they call Kantianism, which was supposed to be a parallel to Machiavellianism. I don't like the word Kantianism because I'm a philosopher and that means something else. Anyway, treating people as ends on themselves, humanism, value, and dignity and worth of individuals, and faith in humanity, believing in the fundamental goodness of humans.
Those are all very deontological.
Yeah.
But, Michelle, can I ask you this? What about the meta point that we shouldn't tie wisdom to any one of these competing ethical theories? Like what I'm resisting are differences about the ethical systems aside. What I'm saying is, I'm resisting saying that it's a necessary feature of being wise that you have to be a utilitarian, or it's a necessary feature of being wise that you have to be a deontologist, or it's a necessary condition of being wise that you have to follow virtue ethics. I'm sort of saying we shouldn't tie wisdom to any particular specific ethical framework.
No, in that case I agree with you 100%.
Yeah.
But what I was trying to say with an example is that since wisdom is going to be linked to perhaps with moral grounding, people who are considered wise can actually draw from different moral frameworks. I guess that seems like an interesting point because like the moral grounding in it then will be very different. The moral implications of different types of grounding will be very different.
So, so my response to that, which is what I was trying to bring up, is the expectation not that you have a particular ethical system, but that your behavior is grounded in some kind of consistent ethical framework. That's it. And I think
so just a quick question. I think Howard had a comment here for a while. Sorry. Howard. Oh, we can't hear him. No,
yes.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yes.
No, I didn't have a.
You didn't?
I didn't have a new comment. No.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
We do have so one comment by Brian Bruya who says that, and it's a fair point, even though I don't necessarily agree with it from cultural psychological perspective, and I think it's a disprovable one. It's an empirical point. He says that justice fairness is a concept that figures prominently in the Western Judeo-Christian intellectual traditions. Other concepts figure prominently in other traditions. The answer, that's a good point, and I want to bring it up. I want to discuss this cultural specificity. To what extent do we highlight justice and fairness? But I do want to point out that this perspective is heavily leaning on the work of John Haidt, and a lot of this cross-cultural components of that work I would say, are questionable due to various problems with the methodology used to assess it in the different cultures. And also, you would see even within the Western Judeo-Christian intellectual tradition, you could make that argument. For instance, if you even follow John Haidt's argument about the difference between the liberals and the Republicans in the United States, quite different preferences to focus on justice, fairness, or something else. Now, I personally don't think that that's actually what's really happening. There are other models suggesting that pretty much everybody cares about harm and not harming other people. And it's an artifact of methodology, but I would like to discuss this. So cultural specificity of justice, fairness considerations. Do we want to bring that in when we talk about what the person should be oriented towards to, moral, especially with respect to their moral grounding? Or are we, anyways, this is just a point.
So we're now moving to a theoretical consideration about whether or not, I just want to make sure I understand.
Yeah.
About whether or not there are universal aspects to this versus culturally specific aspects.
Yeah, so I mean, I just want to briefly touch on that because I don't think there is actually that. I think it's one of the universals. I would take a strong position that this is one of the universals, but I don't want to impose my view on others that would claim that concerns about harm and balancing harming others versus prioritizing your self-interest is something that would be present in all cultures. I mean, it makes sense from various game theoretical perspectives. It makes sense from some of the more recent moral psychological work, but I may be a minority, so that's why I wanted to discuss it.
There's one more question to ask then, because there's two different ways you could be asking that question. One is something like harm reduction present in all cultures? And that's different from is harm reduction a priority, like number one and number two in all cultures? Those aren't the same question.
For sure, the focus is on a value of it.
So, like how high up it is in your priority.
Yeah. All most of the methods looked at that. Methods don't necessarily, as far as I know, you can't really make a binary present, non-present, because most of these concepts would find their way, at least in industrialized societies, all the way around the world. It's just a matter of the extent to which people care about them.
Right. So that it's comparative judgment.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right. It's a comparative judgment. But yeah, I just want to bring this up. This is a point about because I would like to wrap up this thing. It seems like we have a little bit of understanding about the moral grounding. We have a bit of an understanding about sort of the model of sort of normative model of what like a common of what the person should be oriented to, like living a good life. The good life is the sort of morally grounded life, if you want, committed life, if you want. And now we discussed sort of some of the ingredients of this moral grounding. So now we can get to the real juicy stuff, namely, what are the features that we want to claim are essential to wisdom, in order to that are necessary to achieve that desired state of the normative state that we're talking about. Now we can move more towards the empirical direction, I would say.
Well, I'm going to make my pitch again.
Yeah.
For the, if you seem to be agreeing with me that we should sort of limit the notion of pursuit of truth to something more, I guess, prosaic, right? The overcoming of self-deception. Then I think that the cognitive processes that optimize us so we reliably and systematically can overcome self-deception should be an essential feature of wisdom.
Right.
I'm not going to try and give a definition. I don't think that's possible right now. I'm not going to make any claims to sufficiency, but I'm going to argue that that's a necessary feature of wisdom.
So let me highlight. So once again, so which one do you want to highlight here?
So anything where you optimize, and by that I mean that this not maximize, but optimize systematically and reliably the capacity for overcoming self-deception. Whatever psychological processes contribute to that are going to be necessary for wisdom.
Okay, so in some ways it's a more of an I would call it an epistemic pursuit. You pursue some, and that's closer to that sort of like what we talked about.
Right, and I'm just trying it to a much more operationalized way of doing it, right? Which is, I don't want to use this notion of truth ultimately as...
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Now, optimization is a complex question,
yes.
Especially in fields of psychology such as personality psychology. So unless you go into complex systems, it becomes tricky. Unless you go into modeling, it becomes tricky. The other thing that we may need to consider is, and I'm not sure we want to move this discussion up front, but maybe we do. Maybe we do, and that's the discussion of the outcomes versus processes themselves. Now we're talking about this product theory. Notion of process, I think I mentioned in several of my papers. We should just abandon the term process because we mean so many different things by them. So like a process theory of wisdom is different from the process of wisdom. So like that becomes really confusing. Yeah, so if you want to talk about the outcomes, do you want to define wisdom in terms of the concrete outcomes that would be affording this person to live a good life? Or do we want to talk about the process, be it metacognitive process or something else? And that's something I think I would like to maybe briefly touch on next before we take a break. Or we can take a break now. How does everybody feel? And then we'll continue and continue thinking about it. I think a lot of this can also happen in small discussions between individuals. Do you guys want to have a break now, or rather? Yeah, okay. Let's take a break. Let's take a breather, 5 to 7 minutes. We'll come back. Think about outcomes versus process. And by process, I mean specifically the reasoning processes. I mean specifically what, Howard and I talk about wise reasoning, but potentially maybe there are other types of process we should be considering.
Are you doing that? Because I think potential processes also matter greatly. How broadly are you considering the notion of reasoning? Do you just mean inferential, or do you mean anything that's helping you sort of?
I mean inferential in many ways, but I wouldn't make it like this kind of system 2E.
Steps along the way.
Yeah, I mean, I actually personally think about it from the metacognitive perspective. So it's not necessarily reasoning; it's like reasoning about reasoning. But that's me.
Okay.
So and whether you agree with that, maybe I can convince you. Maybe you can convince me, and that's what we're going to discuss. Yeah. Okay. So as I said, are we back? And we are back. And if somebody cannot hear us, please let us know. We hope to have fixed the microphone issue that was, for inexplicable reason, put it the wrong one. Okay, put in the wrong input to the YouTube. But hopefully now it's all good. Okay, so before the break, we started talking about one of the very important issues that I think the field is struggling with when we move from this notion of a good life and potentially moral grounding, aspirational aspects, as Howard was highlighting, to the idea of actual indicators, observables. The issue concerns the outcomes versus the process through which the person comes up with some kind of decisions or judgments that afford sort of a good life. And I think that's an important issue because in different traditions, and we've seen that, of course, we see people using the term wise or wisdom just to mean anything that's kind of good. And it's hard then to justify if it's good in all circumstances and so on and so forth. So I would like to open up the discussion of this and explicitly address that. What is our position on the topic of outcomes? Do we count outcomes? We talked about necessary, sufficient, or both. Or do we only focus on process? Do we focus on process at all? Or do we just consider the outcomes? Okay.
So with regards to both outcomes and processes, I think maybe to narrow our scope a little bit, I'm going to take a play out of John's book. And it might be good to start with, okay, what are clear instances of things that are obviously foolish behavior? Because we can probably assume that whatever construct of wisdom we're after is going to be a set of definitely not that.
So the opposite of foolishness.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I would say it is probably, especially because one of the things that we're going to end up running into is the problem of, okay, day-to-day cognition isn't especially wise, it's not especially foolish either. Day-to-day cognition may not make a good contrast class, so let's go with the obviously problematic and see if we can work our way into that.
Okay, and so no, I'm not hearing the position towards the critical issue here, because I can see that being both about the process and I can see both being about the outcomes. So like, you can define foolish outcomes, you can define foolish process. But are you focusing on process, outcomes, or both?
I'd say both. My particular bias would probably be towards well, see, here we run into a thing, is that, and one of my research assistants and I are trying to put together a paper on this, the same processes are probably involved in foolish behavior and wise behavior. This is the entire point of the parasitic processing stuff. It's like, look, we need all the same processing to function on a day-to-day basis. But the way in which it gets applied is probably going to be a bit of a problem in some cases rather than others. So it might might be better to say that wise versus foolish behaviors are better discussed with regards to outcomes, whereas the processing involved, well, what's your take on this? Because this is a problem we've discussed before.
So I guess I would say, I would step back, and there's a difficulty here, which is if we're thinking about this in terms of functionality, right? The problem is you can't separate process and outcome, because a function is a process defined in terms of its outcome. Like, what's the function of a bicycle? It has this process that has this outcome. The functions are defined. Functions interdefine process and outcome. And so I tend to think of wisdom in functional terms, and because of that, I would argue that they're interrelated, and that both are necessary. I think both for this argument, because of this argument, I would argue that both an account of the process and the account of the outcomes are necessary insofar as they are interdefined in an attempt to give it a functional account of wisdom. I don't know if that's sufficient, because I don't know if just a functional account of wisdom is sufficient. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, it does. I just tried to think from the point of view of how to operationalize it and how to measure it.
Sure.
This is one of the issues that Nick and I discussed, for instance, yesterday. We think, well, okay, like, outcomes are great, but then how do you a priori define what the wise outcomes are across multiple situations the person may be encountering in their lives? And then you get like with the question of cultural relativity, the issues of not knowing. In most cases, the situations which you may say like are calling for wisdom are situations which you don't know what the good outcome is. That if you do it for the first time, and it may be fairly complex to solve that. So the notion of this ill-defined problems. And so if you take this kind of purely empirical lens of what are the observables, it becomes a challenge. I find it a huge challenge. For instance, my debate with Michelle sometimes. Michelle's like, this is a wise person. And I'm like, is that really a wise person? Who says that? The Chinese? The Americans? If you go to Russia, there will be a number of people who would say that Putin is the wise person. And then you ask some of our dear colleagues in the United States, and they would have a very different opinion on this topic. I would have a very different opinion on this topic, potentially too. But the point is, how do we define? So it's like and it comes back, then maybe it's a level of it's an issue with the level of analysis. But like it's a person versus specific behavior. We can define probabilistically what is the most effective way to solve an issue if we survey a huge number of people. Imagine we are like a huge corporation and we have a shitload of money, and we observe people all the time. After a while, we will probably know, all things being equal, what the probabilistically the best outcomes should be, or what the best actions should be, right? But in many circumstances, we don't know. So I mean, that's where I'm struggling. So if you then talk about, like, for instance, the person, then it's a completely different issue. So if you define outcomes in terms of a wise person, well, because they did these wise things, and then the question becomes, well, who judges? What are the criteria in which we judge if those were the wise things or not?
Yeah, but I think I get that difficulty, but I'm trying to get you to acknowledge this difficulty.
Okay.
Which is, let's take something that's close in the rationality literature. This process, the same process in this context, because of how it's functioned, is called a heuristic and it's adaptive. The same process operating over here is called a bias, because it's maladaptive. And what makes it a heuristic or bias is not its internal constitution, but its functional role, right? So if I do this, if I consult availability to judge probability, that's normally heuristic, and that gets me through life. I avoid common probable explosion. But if I do it in this context, it could become the availability bias, and it could lead me to make incorrect probability judgments.
That's not necessarily the case. You can do correlations as have been done more recently by various groups, including Tom Griffith's group and Falk Leader, who happens to be in Toronto right now. And then identify what heuristics could be more adaptive.
No, there's a formal proof, the free lunch theorem, that says every heuristic has to also be a bias in other. It's a formal theory, like it's proven. It's a theorem proof.
But you can constrain it and say that.
That's just constrained with other heuristics that also fall prey to the no free lunch theorem.
No, I'm constraining it with the ecological features of the environment that you try to.
But then you have to pick up on the right ecological features.
Of course.
So
there's a problem with that. And that's something that we need to consider. Like if we incorporate, for instance, the social features of, let's say, the problematic situations for which we would say, this is what wisdom is for, like when we're talking about domains, for instance, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's a constraint. These are the features of the situation. Parameters are unknown. Social agents are involved. Well, what else? Stakes are high. Stakes are not low. At least those three. Then you can potentially identify and even model what the, all other things being equal, adaptive processes are without necessarily determining the unique outcomes. But I don't know. I mean, like this is a discussion. I mean, I think.
I'm skeptical of that because I come from machine learning, where that's the terrifically hard problem that we have a tremendous amount of difficulty to try and get. Like selecting the parameters is actually one of the really difficult problems. So, but let's put that deep issue aside. I'm asking you to consider the possibility, and so there's at least a discussion that sometimes the same process can function in multiple different ways.
That's true.
So I'm not denying your point about the difficulty of the outcomes, but I'm also saying there seems to also be a difficulty without consulting outcomes of specifying the functionality of your processes.
Mm-hmm. And so when you say that, okay, let's just play it through my head. I'll just take, because I don't know any better, the framework that I'm using.
Sure.
And you have a difficult. Nick and I have a conflict. Nick, sorry. It's like, go back to sleep. Nick and I have a problem, and we are arguing about it. Somehow we didn't figure out how to share that apple or pizza piece. And now I start to apply this reasoning strategy, so metacognitive strategies to actually figure out why is Nick so upset about not getting this pizza. Did they consider his perspective? Well, what would happen if this would happen? What would happen if that would happen? Should they consider his hunger and possible interest in this pizza and my interest in having this slice of pizza? Those type of things. So now I'm not looking at the outcome of this. I have no idea if at the end that will help me to solve an issue with Nick. But now you're saying, if I understood you correct, John, that under some circumstances, reflection on this process may be more adaptive. Yeah, under conditions of type scarcity. So if there is type scarcity, that's an obvious one. But
or also the Hamlet problem, where there's no level at which you can stop the there's no specified level at which you stop the metacognitive reflection. Because you can reflect on, why did I choose those metacognitive strategies? And then, why am I thinking about like you can just also do that. So it's not just time constraints, there's level constraints.
And there's both sides of that too. Like there was a paper on Shakespeare at one point that basically demonstrated that if you took Othello and Hamlet and put them in each other's plays, there would be a plot. It's like Othello is basically like boom, 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 boom. And the problem is that he's not thinking enough, and then Hamlet's problem is that he's thinking too much. So if you put Othello and Hamlet, you put Hamlet and Othello, the plot would have been solved within one act.
So okay, so I mean, maybe we don't get it because metacognition doesn't mean just deliberation. No. Once again, the first thing that you may do, you may realize how much time do I have. What my short-term gains versus long-term gains. Maybe Nick has this knife. He'll just stab me for not giving him a slice of pizza right now. And or some other type of deliberations, does it help me to get greater insight, or should I just stop now? So that's another, of course. I mean, so the rule about like how long to engage is a metacognitive process in its own right.
Mm-hmm.
So now this has become tautological, not really tautological, hard to justify, but long-term thinking, short-term thinking, surely focusing on the big picture, which are some of the aspects that I've been examining, certainly are parts of that. So I still don't see, because if you do consider as right away, okay, how much time do I have? What's the gain here? What's my ultimate purpose here? And do it in a morally grounded way, because you do it to be fair and just. What is the bias?
The bias is you might not, so I'm in a martial arts situation, and instead of relying on deliberation and metacognitive reflection, I should let my expertise take over.
For sure, and you do it immediately.
But that's not a metacognitive. I mean, other than, unless you're making it tautological, that the choice to not use a metacognitive strategy is itself a metacognitive strategy, which then you are into a tautology, because no matter what happens, it's a metacognitive strategy. So I don't think you're saying that. So I mean, I guess part of what I'm trying to push on is the idea. I'm not denying, Igor, you know that. I'm not denying the important role of metacognition. It plays a big role in my own theory. I'm trying to say that whether or not I guess what I'm pushing at is the deliberation model, because I think a big part of wisdom is not necessarily the deliberation, but having appropriate skill application. And I don't think of skills as being processed inferentially, and I think that you can make a good argument for that. So bringing the right skill to bear at the right time in the right place, I think, is a big part of wisdom. And maybe that's metacognitive, but I would say that's metacognitive in a procedural sense, not in a deliberative sense.
Yeah, but I mean, again, sort of, and we talked about that earlier, metacognition doesn't have to be this system two only. It can become through practice, as Aristotle would have said, a habit. And you can engage in these features like...
But Aristotle's point is when you have the habit, you don't have to deliberate.
Yeah.
So I think, maybe I'm just misunderstanding you. You often seem to be using the words deliberation and metacognitive interchangeably. And I'm seeing deliberation as one species of metacognition that contributes. Yeah. And it's in trade-off relationships with other metacognitive strategies, like perhaps applying the right skill and things like that. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I think of it more as I mean, deliberation is a heavy term, and I don't mean like use like the length of how much time you spend on something. It could be as quick as the simple appraisal, where you are in a given moment. The quick alarm system that tells you where to pay attention to. Mm-hmm. And that can involve this kind of insight that you may not have enough information, or the insight that you don't have enough time, or the insight that the person has a knife and you better run away.
Then I don't have any argument with you. Yeah. If that's what, if it's broad and it can be that sort of attentional process, insight process, very skilled, procedural, and it's not inferential proposition.
It can be inferential too.
It can. I'm never denying that. What I'm trying to do is not make that a necessary requirement.
Okay.
That's what I'm arguing for. Because we're talking about necessary.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I have a question which I think is related.
Mm-hmm.
So I think coordinating perspectives, for example, was at the heart of your opening example. Now, if we look in terms of process or outcome, it seems like in some ways coordinating perspectives is a process, because you've got to establish what the perspectives are and bring them together. But in other ways, it's an outcome. It's to say that you're actually you arrive at an understanding that coordinates both. And so and maybe it goes back to what you were saying earlier.
Function.
Yeah. So I just wanted to bring that up. So I think that if we're talking about, there are a lot of things like that, say in the wisdom literature, like self-transcendence or.
So say it again. So in what way?
Like, if you've got a problem, and part of the way to resolve that problem wisely is to coordinate perspectives, so that you understand, let's say, the mistakes for all the actors. And that's going to involve a process of coordinating them, but it's also going to be an outcome, because in the end, you're going to end up with that kind of coordination as sort of an understanding, say, that does coordinate them or something. So it seems as though, I guess it just seems as though it's going to be very hard to actually distinguish process and outcome for like varying, or at least there are going to be different moments of some like broader,
That's why I propose the notion of function, because of the way it integrates the two together.
Well, and more than that, the idea of wisdom as a dynamical process is already brought up, right? And like this is something in which the product gets fed back into the process, and the process is essentially
that's true. If you're invoking a dynamical model at all, the distinction between the processing and the outcomes, breaks down. That's right.
So if we were to talk about the distinction, the outcomes that we are talking about, well, we have to be clear about that. I think it's a good point. If the perspective taking is an outcome, the act of taking somebody's perspective, like for instance, if I try to measure wise reasoning on this metacognitive processes, I do measure some observables. Those are outcomes, clearly. But often, and I'm fine with that. I'm fine with all that. I have no problems against those outcomes. Because obviously we have to measure something and they have to be in some ways quantifiable. In that way they become outcomes. But if the outcome is a particular type of action, a particular type of decision that you're making, something that impacts other people, I don't think that that is the key feature, necessary condition for wisdom. It could be aligned with it, but it doesn't have to be aligned with it. You could be then cooperating after you take perspectives of other people. Well, let's say, let's imagine the process is kind of this perspective taking, and the outcome is the pro-social. I may give Nick this slice of pizza back, or I may take it by myself, or maybe I'll just walk away altogether, or maybe you'll walk away altogether. But the point is that I don't want us to define it in terms of the ultimate action that happens, because that becomes really tricky.
It's just like a John Rawls thing. Is it? I mean, let's do it maybe for a second. Is it possible to be wise when you're alone on an island? Because then you can't be pro-social, and you can't make an impact on other people. Is it still conceptually possible that person by themselves on the island can be wise?
Well, I would say no, but
But you think no?
No, I don't think no.
So they can't be wise when they're by themselves.
Because they cannot engage in most of this metacognitive process.
Well, why? They're trying to solve problems when they're on the island, and they could be doing better or worse.
There's a Socrates quote that I think helps out with this, which is basically the idea that what is it? It's a fool wants everything and needs nothing, whereas a sage needs everything and wants nothing. Basically, the idea being like you need material to work the craft of wisdom.
Okay. But because I have a different intuition than you, so I want to explore this. I think if you're alone on a desert island, you can behave wisely or foolishly. I could do stuff that's stupid, self-destructive, self-deceptive, thwarts my goals. You know, I think it's at least conceptually possible that when I'm alone on a desert island, I can be very foolish, and therefore, by parity of argument, I could be more wise, so that I don't need necessarily to be pro-social or to make an impact on other people to be wise. I'm actually supporting your position, I thought.
The issue with that is that if you go back, so there are two issues actually. Number one is are you using the wise as a honorific for just anything that's optimizing your survival in the environment, or are you using it to the pursuit of a good life that is morally grounded and benefits some kind of balances your self-interest with interests of the other people? And then you're like, well, who are the other people whose interests I'm trying to balance?
But there are tricks around that, right? Like, so you could think every future moment of yourself is another stakeholder that determines whether you're being wise.
Your relationship to your
so
future
like, I eat
self.
all the coconuts now. I'm being wise. You're screwed over. Tomorrow was me, and the day after, and then there's no like 3 weeks anymore. Like, I've even limited how many other selves there could be.
Exactly.
So there are sort of.
But then how does it go? That's a good position. But how does it go beyond just the classic definition of intelligence or rationality, where I'm just like optimizing and I'm just paying attention to myself? And
first of all, I don't think the classic definition of intelligence covers a lot of the optimization. So we'll put intelligence aside. well, I would argue that it doesn't go very much beyond a notion of rationality, but I've already argued for that. But again, I've already clearly argued that you shouldn't equate rationality with inferential argumentative processing. I mean, I think that's a rational thing to do. So maybe that's what I'm asking. What is there above?
But John, I think you can actually get a bigger defense than you got there, which is to say that if you consider that the end goal of your actions is your own flourishing
Yes.
on desert island, then that's
what
moral.
Norm is saying, I think.
Yeah, but I mean, it's also this idea that that is a moral there's a moral.
I do believe you have a moral relationship to yourself, but I was trying to get at the separating it from the impact on others and the prosociality. Because that's not, I'm trying to say, that's what I was trying to bring up, Igor. I was trying to use this as a thought experiment. Because you were saying you don't think wisdom should be committed to prosociality or impact on others. And I think that's what I'm trying to do with this thought experiment. I'm trying to put a person where he has to be rational, he has a moral obligation to himself, like Norm and Michelle are arguing, but is that pro-social? I mean, there's no society, so that's...
Well, society is you to yourself, I think.
Well, okay.
You're treating yourself as though you...
Well, then it just becomes definitional. I mean, it's just a tautology that wisdom is pro-social then. And then that's not what I think Igor's asking. Yeah, I want to get at is, does it make sense without having to examine the impact on other people, the ability to evaluate somebody as wise? Because that's your question. That's what I thought your question was.
And I mean, if you go about like thinking about, the most of us seem to be in agreement that orientation towards a good life has a moral grounding, and this moral grounding has this constituents that we reflected on before the break. That it becomes really challenging to evaluate somebody on a desert island where other people are not involved. There is no need to consider shared humanity. There is no need to think about pursuit of truth. Why?
Sure there is.
Well, pursuit of truth is interesting because I mean, I guess you can be honest towards yourself. We talked about it. That's why I talked about it yesterday. But it becomes challenging without other people because you don't need to justify anything.
I disagree. I think if I'm using, I think Norm's example is really good. If I'm using really bad strategies and I don't pay attention to me using really bad strategies, then I'm not going to have a good life.
It's not a moral obligation. In that case, it's not moral. It's more of you're not.
No, we were talking about pursuit of truth. I think that's a pursuit.
As a moral virtue, not as just an intellectual virtue. The pursuit of truth because you need to justify your beliefs, and that you need to know that your beliefs are rightfully justified.
So you don't think you have a moral obligation to yourself?
Well, that's not what I'm talking about.
Okay.
I'm talking about specifically back to the normative features of moral grounding. If we all agree that there's a moral grounding, and we all agree that moral grounding includes this kind of balance of self and other interests, consideration of maybe fairness and other norms, the notion of being fair towards yourself is not something that would figure very prominently.
But then, aren't you then committed to the thing I thought you were objecting? You can't just study the processes. If they're defined by their moral outcome, you have to study the outcomes.
No, I would just say that the domain in which we would call it wisdom is a social domain. It's and if it's asocial, it has nothing to do with wisdom. That would be my position.
So, can you not be social with yourself? Because John, you've used this example multiple times. One of the better ways to get people to quit smoking that isn't self-hypnosis is essentially you build a moral relationship with yourself diachronically.
Self-regulation depends on taking a moral relationship to your future self.
Yeah. So, assuming that you want to treat future and past instances of yourself as kind of a temporally grounded society. Yeah. Like, one of the weird things about people is that we seem to be multiple people inheriting, or basically inhabiting time in a weird way.
Yeah, like imagine on the island, it would be easier for me. Maybe I have an inkling that that what I'm doing to take care of myself is not really working. But it would be easier for me just to keep doing what I'm doing. And who cares if I die a year early, right? That's a moral question. Like, do I want to confront my own assumptions when I'm starting to get evidence that what I'm doing is not I'm not quite getting enough calories a day, I'm not quite getting enough shelter, or I'm not gonna die like the next 3 seconds. So should I really confront myself and renegotiate my whole plan for survival? should I just be like, I'm gonna die in like 1 year, 2 year? What's the difference? And that's going to come down to I think it's a moral decision. Like, am I responsible to something beyond just like whatever feels okay now? Is it more important that I'm correct, that my plan is like is satisfying my survival requirements or not? Like, do I have a moral obligation to tell the truth to myself? I think is a moral act, but I don't know what this changes how we study wisdom, whether we agree on this or not.
Well, I'm just wondering if the impact on other people is a necessary feature of wisdom. Because if it is, then we have to look at that when we're studying wisdom.
Yeah, I think whether we get our plans right or not is really important. Like, if we don't care whether our plans, like if the consequences of our actions will play out the way we do, then like you can't have wisdom without that, right? Like, it works, doesn't work, it's all the same thing. Like that can't be right. I don't know whether it has. I'm not sure why it has to apply to other people.
So I think the Long Island with just one person on that island, I think it's so. Trying to understand your position, I think is it true that it's actually a world that actually there is only one person that in existence, so that person will have no knowledge of there's possibility of being others and will have a relationship with others. So in such a world, so very different from ourselves, there will be no such thing as common good, and that person's understanding of morality is going to be completely different from what we have now. So given that we are interacting with each other, so I think it's just trying to understand Igor's position. So in that sense, morality will be a very different thing than what we are talking about now.
Well, there is a whole question if there will be morality in the first place. If the person never experienced others and never had an interaction with a single human being, and never had an idea that there's more than just this one individual.
Yeah. So then, in that sense, will that person that person still be wise? In like if he or she came to the realization that there is that I have to treat myself better, that I should attain a higher spiritual status. Even in such a situation, with only one person ever existing in the world, would that still be considered as a universal aspect of wisdom that is necessary? So in that particular situation, there will be the idea of morality is sort of no longer as we know it now.
I would say that, and we know it from the literature, by the way. Not because we study people who know things. I mean, there are a few examples from like 19th century psychology. You may remember them from intro textbooks. But we know from theory of mind literature that if you, imagine that you don't have any interaction with any other agents, and there are no agents to interact with in the first place. Will it even develop? Will your perspective-taking abilities develop? Will you develop an understanding that there are other realities beyond your own?
Right.
It's like, what's the point? And can we even talk about then any of this?
No, sorry, I want to push back on that. The point of a thought experiment is not, can we causally bring it about? It's to try and pull apart necessary and sufficient conditions.
No, for sure.
Right, and so the point of the thought experiment is like, could we ever set this up? No, we can't.
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
Oh,
but
okay.
you have to make the thought experiment has to start on the right premises. The right premise is that the person has never had any experience with other human beings, period, and never will have, and never considered it whether there's a possibility.
That's what I'm arguing.
Because otherwise, he or she or they will simulate others. They will create a Wilson. They will create the social environment. They will be interacting because we are social species. We evolved to be able to interact with others. We can't. You put us in a room by ourselves for more than a month, and we'll go crazy. So that's where I'm coming from. So there is an evolutionary drive, and without other humans, a lot of these processes that we're talking about and the ideas that we try to understand under the rubric of wisdom don't seem to make much sense, because of exactly as Anne said, then you may have a completely different understanding of what reality is. And if you're going back to you're on an island and you had experience, you just suddenly been transported to an island, then that person may simulate others, may create moral compass.
But you're making an argument that they must, and I don't see that argument. They may.
They will. I know as a fact they will. I guarantee you they will. We know from research they will. If people cannot, because you cannot suddenly, you have to replace.
No. The must is that they must do that in order to enhance their own flourishing. That's the question. Because it's not that it must happen as a psychological event. It must happen and be necessary for them acting wisely on the island. That's the issue of the must.
Maybe you can.
Long time listener, first time caller. But I prefer the thought experiment in the form of the Tom Hanks Castaway than the Tarzan. Insofar as it helps to illustrate to me the lack of discriminant validity potentially that wisdom has in that context, right? So the construct validation involves discriminant validity.
Yeah.
And in the context of the person on the island, what I'm having a hard time seeing is the situation where I would describe their actions as smart but not wise, or as dumb but not foolhardy. My worry is that on the island, smart and wise they have no discriminant usage, right? They become fundamentally the same terms in the way that you were alluding to earlier, that they reflect an optimization.
Okay, I want to push back on that first. There's just overwhelming research that intelligence is only weakly predictive of rationality. So
no, but IQ tests are weakly predictive of rationality, but that's not how Binet defined it. And let's assume that intelligence, how we understand it philosophically, is what you would argue rationality is supposed to measure.
Well, if we just expand our terms beyond how we're measuring them in psychology, then this is going to fall apart in the discussion. I mean, you're the one who, and I'm following that. You know, what's our this is the most psychometrically well measured thing, intelligence, and those psychometrically well measured things are not predictive of something else that's very well psychometrically measured, how people do on reasoning tests. Okay. So I think if we stick to the sort of ground rules, we shouldn't equate those two, and that's what I would say about that. So, but I'm willing to play the game. So, is there anything I can say about them being wise that distinguishes them from merely being rational? Would you accept that as a reformulation of your question?
Sure. Just to encourage you, let's see.
Yeah, okay. And so, that's something I'm very, I think there's a sense in which, depends what we're meaning by this, but if what we mean by wisdom is something above and beyond being able to overcome self-deception, being able to pursue your goals in a systematic and reliable way, then I would have to say it doesn't distinguish them. But then the question becomes, what's missing, right? And then if what's missing is your moral impact on other people, then I go back to, we are then committed to a functional definition of wisdom, because it's what you're arguing is it's an essential feature of wisdom that it makes this kind of moral impact on other people. That's what I'm trying to argue. I'm trying to say you can't have it both ways. You can't say that the person on the desert island isn't wise and then say, I don't have to measure outcomes over here. That's what I'm arguing.
Okay, so what you mean by outcomes, though, may be distinct from an orientation or motivation towards a pursuit of something.
I could have that on the desert island.
You can have.
I could have when I get back from the desert island, I will be a virtuous person.
Okay, so you have the motivations.
And the orientation. The orientation.
Yes, that's fine. Yes, it's the same. For me, I would say operational is the same thing. But you don't necessarily have to have, if you define outcomes in terms of particular behavior, you don't necessarily have to be just pro-social or just cooperative with everybody. It's not indiscriminate.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. So if that is the case, I don't disagree with that.
So don't we then, I want to make sure I understand, don't we then have to measure certain outcomes in order to?
We do already.
But I thought but we're exploring the question about whether we need to.
No.
It seems to me like we're coming to an argument, it feels like a consensus is building, that an essential feature of wisdom that we must measure is its moral outcomes.
No. Moral orientation, moral tendencies towards the outcomes. We don't have to measure.
I still have those tendencies on the desert island.
Only if it's Tom Hanks example and not if it is Tarzan example.
Wait, no. Tendency is a dispositional term. It doesn't have to. Salt.
You will not have those tendencies on a desert island if you never encountered other humans.
That's
you
like
never
saying
interacted-
salt is not soluble if I never put it in water. That's not true.
That's a weird analogy.
No,
but
that's the classic analogy of a dispositional term. Dispositional terms are disjunctive. It means sorry, they're not disjunctive. That's not what I meant to say. They are conditional. If I put it in water, it will dissolve. If I get off the desert island, I will behave this way. That's to have the tendency.
But I'm arguing you will not have this tendency because you never had the chance to, you never had the sensitive period to develop it unless you've been in the environment at the beginning. Your whole concept of morality may not involve prosociality because you don't even know what that is.
That's a different issue. That's not the point. Now you're talking again about the genesis. I'm on the island. We're talking about whether or not you need to measure outcomes.
Okay.
And I'm trying to get to a situation where I can't measure the outcomes, but I still have the tendency. And it seems to me you'd have to either say the person on the desert island is wise because they have the tendency, or they're not wise, and that means I have to actually measure the outcomes and not just the tendencies.
I think we have a question.
Not really a question, just my interpretation, if to see if I'm correct. So are we actually talking about morality as are we actually talking about human nature now? That whether it's only one person or ever in existence or in a group of people, it is part of human nature. So as a result, the thought, if not put into water, it will still is dissolve if you put it into water. Then that is the essential quality of thought. So are we talking about similarly in human, that there is essential quality in human, whether you are a single person or in a group, it will always stay the same?
I would argue that to say something's a dispositional quality is not to say it's an essential quality.
Mm-hmm.
That's not necessarily the same thing.
Okay.
So, question, more, I think, at a pragmatic level, and within the context not of a desert island, but
Sure.
our real lives, how would we measure these outcomes? What would an outcome look like? Just to make this a little bit more concrete.
Yeah.
But that, sorry, I'm not trying to be difficult. That's my concern. My concern is, are we pushing toward, because I share Igor's concern that we can't measure these things. That's why I was hoping that we didn't have to commit to the idea that an essential feature of wisdom is its moral impact on others, precisely because of the difficulty of measuring it. But you guys seem to be, and I'm following the argument, I hope, you seem to be saying, no, it's an essential feature.
For me, it's not.
Okay.
Definitely not.
So Howard wants to chime in. Howard, please.
So I think there's a confusion possibly.
Mm-hmm.
I want to go back to something that Igor said in response to John. I think there's a difference between an outcome, which is have you had an impact on another person, which is what John was saying is an outcome, and having the goal of considering that. In other words, to consider what the impact is on somebody does not mean that you have had the impact. But I think that the issue about moral grounding and prosociality in respect of wisdom or wise reasoning in a particular circumstance is that you consider what that impact is. You might choose to have the bad outcome anyway or to ignore it, but that you've considered it in some sense as part of the process. When there aren't other people around on a desert island, you can't actually have the goal of considering the impact of the other people that don't exist. In respect of what Igor said, you might anthropomorphize animals on the island and then start to consider them as others, and then might consider goals about whether you eat them or not, and that might be a kind of pro-social consideration. But I think that there's a difference between having the goal of considering the perspectives and impacts of other people and actually manifesting specific moral impacts. One could choose to actually do something immoral in a circumstance that had a narrow consideration, but it might be a wise decision given the broader circumstance of what's going on. In that case, measuring the outcomes is problematic, but measuring what people consider on the way to those outcomes is perhaps critical.
So
that's useful. Thank you.
I'd actually like to follow that up, basically on partially out of the work that we've done with the I Ching, partially with some digging around in Cicero, but basically the idea of foresight as being important to wisdom. Because one of the things that you're getting at with this kind of moral consideration is essentially your ability to figure out how this might affect other people. Now, you could figure it out in terms of like how this might affect the environment, how this might affect your ability to get a job, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But it's essentially that ability to figure out, okay, if X, then, you know, Y, Z, Q, what else falls out of the tree? I think people tend to look at wisdom, morality or moral outcomes as a particularly important version of this because, you know, we live in a society, cue SpongeBob meme here. I'm surprised some people actually got that one. And so these the outcomes where they impinge on other people and are responsibilities to other people tend to be the particularly salient ones. But, you know, I think one of the virtues in which we call people wise is when they're able to, with a fair degree of accuracy, say, no, we can't do that because that's how this would cash out.
So, but I'm wondering then if Howard's right, and I think he made a very good point. But there's an issue I want to challenge, which is Igor's point about the anthropomorphization. I mean, if I have a moral system that finds things other than people intrinsically valuable, then there is no reason why I couldn't be considering things, in Howard's sense, on the desert island.
Yep.
I mean, what if I really do think animals and environments and ecosystems are intrinsically valuable? Then I would enter into the considerations.
So I think that feeds into the broader foresight thing, right? Like, my concern with this exchange was it was turning into a version of Avicenna's flying man argument, right? Which is basically, do you bring somebody into existence and avoid spread eagles so they can't?
No, I was trying to avoid the causal part of the story.
And that was my worry. But essentially, you know, so my question would be, what's underpinning the moral concerns of wisdom?
But what I'm saying is, if Howard's right, then we shouldn't be focusing so much on the object.
Right.
I don't know if Howard would agree with this. I don't want to put words in. But what I'm taking from this is, as long as I'm engaged in these kinds of considerations about things that I regard as intrinsically valuable, that's sufficient for this part. Yeah.
That's my position.
And I'd say that covers the moral concerns aspects of it, and, you know, buys us some of the other things that have sometimes come up as well.
This would make sense too, because you find yourself intrinsically valuable too.
Of course I think practically speaking, it feels like kicking the can down the road a little bit. To say in a local context, you can't just look at outcomes because there may be a broader context that justifies the local outcome. But then the only reason why you excuse the behavior in this case is because you found a more important outcome down the road. Yeah. Like, you still have to measure an outcome at some point to justify a process. There's no point where the process itself is proof of wisdom. I guess and I think I agree. I think it actually is a big problem because whoever can come up with like the most like impressive downstream outcome, it's like, you know, it's when you find someone arguing why torture is wrong from a utilitarian perspective. They make this argument. It's like, yeah, so you will save 1,000 lives now, but I'm so wise, I know that you're gonna undermine the whole like structure of society once you start torturing, and so 50 years from now you're gonna be in a worse place. So it's still a utilitarian argument why you don't torture someone in order to save people down the road. The reason why it's you just kick the outcome further down, you come up with a more impressive outcome. Like, I still can't think of a situation where the process itself reveals that it's wisdom if it's not tied to an outcome. You can just definitely dodge the local outcome, but you need to find one. That's still where you anchor your argument.
So you think it's ultimately functional in nature then?
Yeah, and if whoever can come up, that's where I came up with it and articulated probably better earlier. But whoever comes up with the most impressive, grandiose outcome wins. You're like, yeah, the way I beat you is I just show that my outcome is bigger than your outcome.
So I think, are we trying to measure something that is a process that takes into consideration these moral concerns in such a way that increases the likelihood of it?
Right, so the issue is, could we measure enough by measuring Howard's point about the active consideration without having to try and measure all the possible outcomes? That's
because we can't know what the
right.
And as a person who's being wise, there are knowns and unknowns, there are variables in my situation that are beyond my control that will undermine my ability to be a wise person and act in a morally conscious way. That in a way it seems quite unfair to not consider that as wise reasoning or wise action just because the outcome didn't materialize.
And I'd say this actually also feeds into the foresight aspects, right? Where, you know, one of the more common aspects of wisdom that tends to be agreed on is this acknowledgement of uncertainty, right? And it's like, yes, things are uncertain, but you still have to act in the world, and like you can plan for known unknowns, right?
Yeah, and
which
you
is basically
plan as best
can't judge future judgments of wisdom about it. It's like, well, no, you can't. But you can judge to the extent to which people have actively considered, well, this might happen, 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 this might happen. I don't know if that's going to happen, but I'm going to plot it this way because it has this probability.
If that's what you're ultimately advocating for, I agree with that.
So,
I think that's right.
Isn't there another option on the board that says necessary or sufficient or both? What about neither? Like consideration of the outcomes in a measurement moment. Like if I'm trying to assess someone's wisdom, I think that neither, and just because a desirable outcome materialized or manifested, isn't necessary.
You seem to be saying that consideration is
The
necessary.
considerations, but not the presence of the outcome.
That's what I'm trying to find.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find where are we situating the necessary conditions.
So this addresses.
Okay, so then let's take a step back.
Right.
And it's in the process.
I think. Well, that's what I'm sort of agreeing. That's what I'm saying. I agree with. That's what Igor's saying. That's what I'm agreeing to. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Well, I'm agreeing with you.
Well, we got that consensus.
Eventually, you have to still be willing to falsify that, right? Like, you still have to keep checking that the contexts haven't changed, the environment hasn't changed, the culture hasn't changed to the point where now those assumptions are no longer valid.
And that's just science, though.
Yeah, it's
That's
like
just science. I mean, you always have to do that for anything.
Yeah.
If infallible is.
Igor's made this point multiple times, right? You can't get a single slice measurement of somebody's wisdom that is kind of true for all time, right? So if we really wanted to say somebody is wise, then, here's their forecasting at the moment, right? We should be able to come back to them and say, okay, so, it's been a week since, what's been going on here? It's like, well, I've got some more information, so I've completely updated the thing, and now this is a higher probability.
That again, that's just science.
Yeah,
We
exactly.
shouldn't hold the science of wisdom to a standard higher than we hold the rest of science.
No, I completely agree. It's like, with an item measurement, then to answer this particular concern, we'll probably want a multiple measure tool.
Yes.
But I think that addresses that problem.
Yeah, I agree.
This also actually addresses an earlier issue, which is the debate around compassion and basically, can you be wise and evil? Particularly if we tie this to the ability to forecast things without necessarily, or at the very least, a concern for forecasting things, and you kind of hope that what they're looking for is the best possible outcome. But that forecasting ability can exist independently of essentially that kind of balancing out of pro-social values. And yeah, John and I have had this conversation a couple of times. We think this is why people are afraid of witches. It's like, think about it. If you can figure out all sorts of
The people that are deemed witches is what he means.
Yeah, it's it's like think about it. Like you're somebody who can plan multiple possible outcomes and bring them into efficacy pretty darn easily, and doesn't actually care about the particular.
Justin's point is there seem to be cultures where people like that are considered wise, even because they do consider the moral obligations, but they consistently choose to do the nasty thing.
And there's a saying in Mexican Spanish about this, which I think is a pretty neat counterpoint to Monica's earlier consideration that there's no culture that considers wisdom separately from compassion. The devil is wise not because he's a devil, but because he's old. Mm-hmm. And this is actually a constant debate that's going on right now in Christian philosophy. Here you have this archetypically evil individual who clearly knows what the best life is, otherwise he wouldn't constantly be able to tempt people away from it, and also clearly isn't living.
Okay, so it seems like we are trying to converge on some ideas, the issues of outcomes or consideration of certain moral domains, moral outcomes is one sort of, that seems to be the consensus. Still a bit of a debate to what extent the actual outcomes are necessary or not necessary. Seems to me most of us don't think they're necessary. Okay, good. Except that you do need to cross-check, and if you go back to Aristotle and the concept of practical wisdom, you end up with something like social intelligence, where you need to depending on the situation, act according to what's best for that given situation and apply certain virtues or indicate to what extent you would pursue certain dispositions so it will be virtuous versus not. And if you scale it up in psychological framework, you end up with a bunch of outcomes, but you measure them across different situations people traverse in daily life, such that this behavioral pattern across different situations may be optimizing towards some kind of a good life. That's another perspective on this. Nevertheless, irrespective of if you take this perspective of somebody who is trying to optimize what is the best behavior or what is the best process or strategy for a given situation and flexibly navigates them. Or if you just consider those processes in its own right, along with the consideration of the social features, we end up with the question, what are those processes? What are those features that we need to navigate the complex social environment that would go beyond either IQ, emotional intelligence, or just mere idea of perspective taking? And this is what I would like to discuss next. So we have about an hour and something left, and we have a bunch of things that we touched on before, and we talked even about like personal situational. I think we want to return potentially to this. We definitely covered the gappiness of wisdom to an extent that John and I almost started to fight. John can just go to the island. And
don't tell him that. He's on sabbatical. He should do that now. Both my supervisors are on sabbatical. What am I going to do?
That's right. And so we have this set of other things that I got also answers for, but I think we want to explicate them. And this is this idea of emotion, reflection, perspective taking, as well as then we can talk potentially about the situational variability. Right? So that's something person versus situation. I think Michelle, you wanted to talk about that. We'll see if we can get to it before 5, or we'll continue afterwards at a drink. So I would suggest we again take a little breather, 5 minutes, and we'll return at 4. And we will start by talking about the role of emotions and then the role of cognition, and try to unpack what are the processes that we need. We have a bunch here listed, some with maybe under the domain of optimization, or maybe it's something about knowledge or meta-knowledge, maybe it's something about justice. Compassion came up. We still didn't finish that discussion, we just started it. And obviously, what are the key ingredients of wise reasoning? So, we're back in 5 minutes. Spent quite a bit of time talking about the processes and outcomes, and now we can talk about morality. Not back to morality. Emotion, cognition, reflection, perspective taking, and possibly the role of person versus situation. So I think it's quite ambitious. We'll see how far we can get. Once again, for some of this, I have asked people. I've asked people about how do we distinguish wisdom from emotional intelligence? Do we distinguish it? If so, how? What is the role of perspective taking in wisdom? How do you define aspects of perspective take that may be relevant for wisdom? And so those are the type of things we can also take a quick look at. But I think we should get started by just looking at the emotions part, because I think it's an important feature, and it features more prominently in some models than in others. And I guess the question is, and this is something that has been brought up several times, to what extent is emotionality a necessary condition? Do we need emotions to call it wisdom, or is it just like in addition to that? Is it an antecedent of the processes, if you focus on the processes that are affording something that would be considered wisdom? So that's where we want to start with. So the role of emotion and emotional intelligence maybe for wisdom. If anybody wants to get started, please go ahead.
I think it's a very broad category.
Yeah.
I mean, emotional intelligence, emotion regulation,
Yeah.
right? So important to pin down exactly what we mean. I mean, I certainly think that emotion regulation is important for wisdom. Anyway, I don't know if you have a specific thought about what direction you wanted to take the conversation. I mean, emotions are a really important source of information for anyone to reflect upon, and I think that wise people maybe are exceptionally good at exploring those emotions in a self-distance perspective, if you will, so that they're not overwhelmed by function in that sense? I'm just throwing out ideas here.
No, that's very, very helpful. And sorry for not specifying it in as much detail as I possibly should. One of the key challenges that I see as we try to operationalize what wisdom is to figure out what it is not. And is emotion or emotion regulation a constituent of wisdom? Is it a moderating force allowing you to be wise, so to say, an antecedent of wisdom? Can you be wise without regulating your emotions? Can you engage in your, let's say, wise reasoning process, whatever that is? We didn't get to that yet. I guess we kind of got like some of it, this metacognition, this kind of some of the features that I'm looking at, the perspective taking, the epistemic features. Can you have those without emotions? Or is it just that under emotional conditions, you will be more likely to engage in those processes, or maybe under other emotional conditions, you'll be less likely to engage in those processes. So that's where, hopefully that clarifies it a tiny bit.
Because the specific question you asked in the survey had to do with emotional intelligence.
Yeah, I think we want to touch on emotion affect first. Okay. Yeah, and then we will move on to emotional intelligence. Yeah, step by step.
So I think some of the best work that I've actually seen on wisdom and emotions was actually your work on the emo-diversity stuff. Because definitely one aspect that you're going to need to do, like if briefly dipping back to the moral concern thing, if you want to figure out what's good for other people, you have to figure out that other people have feelings. And let me tell you that figuring out what's best for people while not remembering that they have feelings is a bit of a time. So you definitely need to understand emotions enough to account for how they affect people. Especially if you want to try and figure out what's going to be best for them, how to predict their activity, other things that we kind of think are hallmarks of wisdom. You also definitely want to, insofar as emotions can be considered heuristics or biases of behavior, be able to account for them in your own decision making. Like you can say, okay, I'm angry, but I know that I'm angry, so I'm going to counterbalance that in my decision making at the moment. Because as deeply satisfying as it would be to punch this person right now, I'm not going to do it.
But how is that distinct from emotional intelligence? For instance, understanding emotions of yourself and others, those are the hallmarks of emotional intelligence.
So I think this has something to do with the kind of idea of, at the very least, considering possible outcomes. Because I do think that emotional intelligence is going to be a component, is going to be necessary for wisdom. I don't think it's going to be sufficient for wisdom. Because it's, fairly, I'd say the skill of being able to say, okay, I'm feeling this, they're feeling this, if they were dropped into the situation, they would probably feel this way, is different from kind of taking the whole grand, and this is how all the 20 people's emotions are going to play off of each other in the room if, I start singing opera.
But that's a different question. I agree with what you're saying. That's knowledge of other people's emotions. But there's also the question about whether one has to be emotional in order to be wise. That's a different question.
So, and this is where I've drawn that emo-diversity work, because I found that fascinating, where basically you have to have accounts of different, so this is me kind of working on a very Cicero model of wisdom is comprised of foresight, insight, and hindsight.
Sure.
You do have to at least have the kind of experience and be able to draw on all of these different aspects of emotions in order to account for them in your decision making. It's very difficult to say, well, okay, I have never been angry in my life, and I'm going to try and figure out a way to make sure that people don't get angry. You can do that. It starts to become incredibly computationally taxing if you try and figure something out without actually having, phenomenal
I would broaden that last point.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got all of this work. It's one of the components of 4E cognitive science, right? That cognition is inseparable from emotion. You can't have cognition without emotionality.
And it's generate to recognize, right? Like if you want to understand other people's emotions, you have to have at least slightly felt them.
But I'm not denying that. But I'm saying even if you want to, I'm not putting us back on the desert island, I promise. But even for your own sake, right, when moving around the world and acting wisely, I think you need emotions. Just because you need emotions to be a cognitive agent.
And there have been plenty of studies that demonstrate that you need, like certain types of mindsets or emotional states, et cetera, are more predictive of open-minded, flexible thinking than others. So, I think this is one of the reasons why wisdom isn't necessarily, wisdom as measured so far isn't necessarily associated with positive affect. We found that in that paper in the Journal of Happiness Studies. But as you've also found, it's more associated with a decline in negative affect than is with positive affect, because it's basically, okay, I know that negative affect tends to pare down my perspective taking abilities, drives me down to a featural level, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
I don't need that in order to make wise decisions, so let's strip that out of it.
Let's go back to the question. There are two questions, and Nick pointed it out. The one is about distinction of the constructs of what we are talking about, the process. We're talking about process right now. We're talking about this metacognitive process, if you want. Assuming that's what we're talking about. We didn't actually discuss the exact process, but those are the ones that we have on the board here. And distinction of those from emotional intelligence. Okay, that's one question. The other question is about the necessary role of emotions to detect person's wise processes. Is it necessary above and beyond the typical? Of course, everybody has to be alert to some extent, like this. If the people feel emotions towards others, there's a degree of alertness towards the social environment that you. But let's assume there is a baseline and we kind of have it. Is there something about emotions that goes above and beyond that would be a necessary ingredient for wisdom as a process?
Do you mean insofar as feeling particular emotions, or like having particular emotions at the time of wise reasoning?
Either or, yeah. It could be feeling particular. Are there particular emotions that are a priori necessary for wise reasoning? I personally don't think so. Is it a necessary condition for experiencing wise reasoning, like the intensity of emotions? Well, I personally don't think so. We know that it's not the case. You need you need some emotions above, you have to be emotional. We didn't test clinical samples that report not experiencing any emotions. I'm sure that's where probably the line is. But if you assume that sort of we just have an average Joe who experiences some emotions, or average Joanne, then the question is, what is there to gain for the construct of wisdom if you wanted to measure? Can a form of emotionality, emotion regulation be unobservable for the wisdom construct itself?
So are you asking about emotion per se or particular emotions? Because those are
Either, yeah. I actually don't think about discrete emotions because
Well, I don't think that the experience or the presence of certain emotions is unobservable for wisdom.
Yeah.
However, so when I think about emotion, one of the things that comes to mind is the relationship between emotions and defensiveness. And I think that, first of all, I just have to say that, emotions are such a huge part of life. And if wisdom is defined as deep insight into the human condition, there has to be a relationship between emotions and wisdom. I can't imagine someone making a wise decision or reasoning through a situation without considering emotions. So
but
that's
there's a
hard for
difference
me to
between them
imagine.
considering emotions and then being emotional.
Right.
Yeah, so the second one is more about emotion regulation.
So
yeah.
I think, but just
at a
base level, emotions
intelligence.
are definitely relevant to the conversation about wisdom. And I think, okay, so there's another, put a pin in it, emotion regulation, in the presence of emotions as we're reasoning, and how they jeopardize or facilitate wise reasoning. That's a question. But going to the question about just in general emotions and defensiveness, one of the things that I think is relevant to the development of wisdom is one's ability to entertain difficult emotions, uncomfortable emotions. So I think that wise people, one of the things that may be a development antecedent is that say I'm experiencing guilt, self-consciousness, or something like that. Let's say guilt or regret. I think a person on the path towards wisdom is willing to sit with that discomfort and to explore what it means about themselves, what it means about their relationships with others, what it means about the human condition in general. Many people, however, in a more defensive position, won't entertain that question. So they're essentially protecting themselves, cutting them off from information about the human condition. So if you're constantly in this sort of self-protective, ego-protective mode, difficult emotions that is unique among wise people, or at least creates the context for the development of wisdom.
But is it, so that sounds like an antecedent,
Yes.
the necessary condition for the development, not necessarily part of the phenomenon itself, and or a moderating factor. So like under some circumstances, you're more likely to engage in it maybe more accurately by paying attention to emotions of others and paying attention to emotions of myself. But the actual process of, let's say, engaging in perspective taking, recognizing, limits of knowledge or whatever, having an insight may not be emotional.
So
like
but
that's
having knowledge about emotions facilitates effective
no disagreement. But that's a question about moderation. It's not a question about the constituent.
But maybe closer to a constituent. Like I'm thinking Keith Oakley had this idea of emotions as orienting responses. So what kind of reaction do I have even to situations? So for example, even compassion to me would be, a compassionate response is actually an emotional response broadly construed. So I mean, if let's say I see somebody suffering and my response is fear because I'm afraid of things, it scares me to see people like that. It's a very different response than say feeling compassion towards that person. And I think that in that sense, the emotional response that the situations evoke could be integral to what it means to be wise.
I agree. I mean, Keith's work, Lonnie D'Souza's work, like, there's just a whole bunch of work. I mean, even Montague's work that we have to keep. I mean, part of what it is even to be a rational agent, let alone a wise agent, is you have to care about some kinds of information more than you care about others. You have to have, if we consider caring, and there are many people do, sort of a base emotional orientation, then I would say that if you can't care properly or care well about this about this information rather than that information, then I don't think you could become a wise person. So that's one of the differences between us and computers. Computers don't care about the information they're processing, we do. And that's precisely how we operate differentially from them. So and that's contentious, I'll admit it right away. If we consider caring a kind of emotion, I think that caring is central to being wise.
I'd actually like to push that one further, based on a couple of studies. So there was that study with facial recognition that you did with Chow, where it turns out that the emotion that was most tied to giving wise advice was surprise. People actually seem to surprise themselves with the kind of advice that you're giving. And given our earlier discussion about, well, okay, in wisdom you want to constantly be learning, you want to constantly be expanding yourself, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, that doesn't surprise me that much. The second thing is that quote about philosophy, that basically it's saying that philosophy begins in wonder. And wonder itself is definitely an emotion. There's increasing scientific investigation of it, and it, I think, has all the hallmarks of an emotion that you would want to associate with wisdom. It opens you up to the world in a particular kind of way.
I can comment on that. We're doing research on that right now, and in pre-studies we found relationships, both in coded narratives as well as self-report skills, between wisdom and self-transcendent emotions, and in particular awe.
So awe, wonder.
So doing work on this too, the work on by Fuller and Gallagher and others, people like that. Again, about the relationship. Again, do you consider wonder an emotion?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Because that's what I mean by a kind of caring, right?
So caring and compassion do another type of thing.
No, but I'm not making caring the equivalent to compassion.
Yeah, no. This is kind of what I'm saying, is that insofar as you want to say those emotions, all the emotions that we've been discussing about are emotions that tend to provoke an exploratory mindset. Wonder, like basically, these are all emotions that have you.
Well, they also do more. I mean, if Igor's right, there seems to be deep connections between the capacity for experiencing awe and wonder and the capacity for experiencing humility. Right? If we take it to be, if you do more than sort of bump into your limitations, if you actually acknowledge and care about them, that seems to invoke that you have something beyond that you care about it. There's a bit of you experience some wonder.
Well, and this also ties into the acknowledgement of uncertainty aspects, et cetera, where basically if the emotions that you're taking on when you're performing wisdom to an extent that that's not just
So what I hear so far, and sorry for trying to wrap it up, but I'm trying to shepherd this along, is that I don't necessarily hear still an argument for emotion being a necessary constituent of the process, but rather a factor that is either affords it in the first place, accompanies it potentially, may or may not accompany it. For instance, you may experience this epistemic emotion, be it awe, admiration, or whatever, like all those elevating sense of elevation, and then subsequently you may be experiencing a sense of some kind of humility, recognition that your knowledge is limited, sort of diminished sense of self or self-transcendence, etc. Or emotion regulation, where certain forms of emotion regulation may afford a wise judgment more so than others. But I want to point out and draw our attention to two other things. Number one is I want to get back to EI, because there is a question that people ask: how is this stuff about wise reasoning or wisdom broadly defined different from EI? And I want to talk about that. The other thing I would highlight before that is that when we talk about emotion regulation and the process of emotion regulation, well, turns out that the processes that, there's Grossmann and there's Gross does emotion regulation, Grossmann does wisdom, but we talk about the same stuff. We talk about reappraisal of the experience in a different light. We talk about sort of like a self-transcendence. We talk about viewing the situation differently than before by considering other perspectives than your own. Well, how is that, which is considered to be the hallmark of adaptive emotion regulatory process right now, at least in North America, distinct from wise reasoning? And my answer is I don't think so. I don't think it's distinct. I think it's basically, that's where jingle-jangle comes in. Those processes that afford adaptive emotion regulation are wise reasoning processes. They are sometimes differently framed in terms of the measures. The items may be more of a dispositional nature than the situated nature. Therefore, the overlap in terms of actual correlations, empirical research, is not 100%. But it's very high. It's like 0.4, 0.5 correlation, so you start wondering, given that this is different levels of analysis, if it's not the same thing. Conceptually, they seem to be capturing a lot of the same thing, except it doesn't have to be morally oriented. So there's none of this moral grounding part.
But you had said from the outset of your presentation that you're not measuring wisdom in
Yeah.
your model, right? You're measuring wise reasoning.
I'm measuring the process.
Potentially an antecedent to something called wisdom. So it's not. I don't know. I thought maybe you were implying that it was. You've been asking the question, but is that part of wisdom? Is that part of wisdom? Well, like the emotion regulation. It may not be part of wisdom, but it could be part of wise reasoning.
Yeah, except that we talked about these processes before. No, I agree with you. The distinction seems to be, and this is just me thinking out right now, this kind of orientation or consideration of these moral features that we discussed earlier, that people seem to agree on, necessary. Those don't have to be present in the context of emotion regulation. So that seems to be has slightly different flavor that is not present in any. I mean, maybe it's present as kind of mindful emotion regulation, when new age type of approaches, but the classic Gross and Thompson work, Thompson and Gross work is definitely not.
Well, it depends again what we mean by emotion. I mean, I think something like curiosity has to be, it's constitutive of reasoning. I mean, if you're not curious about alternatives, if you're not curious about getting...
So it's affective components of like the same metacognitive process. The
so you might not consider curiosity an emotion, so I'm open to that. But it seems to me that something like curiosity is not just an antecedent or it seems to be a constitutive component of being capable of wise reasoning.
But the question is, I agree with that, except that I don't think it's a necessary condition. It could happen. You may appraise the situation in a way that it will make you curious, but you may also just cognitively reflect on it and not necessarily have the sensory perceptions that are necessary to make this a subjective feeling.
So I think,
but don't you want to have? Well, don't you want to obtain knowledge or truths you don't already have?
Yeah, no, it's just like, but if you wanted to claim it as an emotion, it has to have certain parameters that go beyond just the cognitive appraisal features. There has to be a physiological signature that's unique. There has to be a certain action tendency, which may be present, but I'm just saying that you may feel like you have this orientation that you recognize that your knowledge is limited, and you may be morally motivated in some ways, and you may not have
I was leaving the moral stuff aside. Let's put it in the purely epistemic domain, right? Because you can't pay attention to everything, and you can't pay, like, so if I'm in a wise reasoning situation, I have to care about some things over other. I have to be curious about some, because I can't consider them all. I have to be curious about some alternatives. If by reasoning I'm trying to get to truths I don't have, which I take to be a definition of reasoning, then isn't there some important motivation?
For sure, motivational, but whether it will reflect itself in a subjective feeling, that's okay. I'm not sure about.
Okay.
But maybe.
Okay. Two things. The subjective feeling thing, I'd be worried about quantifying that because, you know, things where you're displaying wisdom can be very kind of fast twitch, right? Where you might actually not notice what you're feeling at the time. But, you know, there might be a way to do this empirically. Michelle, can the facial recognition tech recognize curiosity? I mean, at the very least, it can recognize surprise.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
Okay.
They're different systems, so I think they're saying the one that we used was based on Ekman's sort of theory, so it had the sort of like the basic emotions, and curiosity I think is more complex. So
okay, so then maybe looking at that, like if we can like I'm sure people are working on this, basically trying to figure out like, okay, how can we train a computer to recognize all wonder, curiosity, et cetera, et cetera. Mm-hmm. If it turns out the instances of wise reasoning are, you know, maybe like 90% of the time accompanied with that, then I'd say, okay, the remaining 10% is probably just noise. Yeah, this is probably constitutive.
And I also admit there's a conceptual issue here, which Igor's putting his finger on, whether or not curiosity should be even called an emotion, and whether or not being interested in things is also an emotion. And, I grant that.
So do you mean constitutive of wisdom itself?
I'd say that it is, like, you know, it's kind of one of those cases where if something always accompanies something else, it is probably part of it. Right?
Yeah, I guess so, but this is a really interesting question, because, right, like I think something can be very highly correlated with something and not be part of it.
That's true.
And
that's true.
Yeah. So.
Okay, then if that's the case, then I think, well, but maybe let's work it backwards then. I think it is possible to be like curious and have awe and things like that, and not be terribly wise.
So I think also, isn't it like what role does this is the reason why we can't use a strictly empirical approach to identifying the parts of wisdom, right? Mm-hmm. There needs to be some theoretical aspect as well that we
like we talk about this a lot in the lab, right? Where like we should probably like go back through the 2,000 years worth of religious and philosophical texts on this, which is going to be an undertaking in itself, which we're kind of already doing.
Okay, so just to avoid that path, the remaining hour, I would suggest that we try to get to some kind of, I don't know if you have an agreement on the emotions. It seems like we're kind of oscillating. It seems like it could be an epiphenomenon that may accompany, certain emotions may accompany the process of this kind of epistemic process, namely the epistemic emotions. It makes perfect sense. Whether they by themselves would be indicative, if you just observe them, but it would be indicative of somebody who is wise,
no, I don't think that.
probably not. So that's great. Okay, so very briefly about emotional intelligence. Okay.
Are we considering it a real construct? Because I mean, there's a lot of evidence that it's not a good construct.
Yeah, and I don't even know what it is, to be honest.
I mean, I really buy that stuff that, you know, you subtract G from it, it just goes away and stuff like that.
I mean,
yeah.
I'd buy that. I had to take an emotional intelligence test once, and it told me what anybody could have told me, which is I'm very good at figuring out what people are feeling, but bad at caring about it.
So, Igor, why are you so interested in the question about emotional intelligence?
Because I don't want wisdom to be a subject to the same criticism.
So, right, okay,
hope so.
Is it something though that people have criticized your work?
Well, not necessarily
on the
my
basis
work,
of?
but this issue does come up.
Well, the Zucker paper, right, where they tried to basically collapse.
Oh, right.
So
You're
I think
right.
So what's the concern is that you could reduce wisdom to
It's
emotional.
no different than emotional intelligence. That's the
But
concern.
you can't even like okay, but like, if rationality is a component of wisdom and we have good evidence that you can't reduce rationality to intelligence, isn't that enough?
I think let's be clear about what the Zucker paper was trying to do. The Zucker paper was trying to demonstrate that wisdom doesn't make you any happier than emotional intelligence, which I think is trivial.
But you can, if you have a bad construct, you're guaranteed to get empirical confirmation for it. That's the problem with bad constructs.
And it's all self-report.
Well, both measures, all measures in that paper were bad constructs. Let's put it this way. Poorly measured. How's that? And I think that was the take home of the Zucker paper, according to Zucker. But let's take them as not necessarily bad constructs, but constructs that can be improved upon. And I just want to read you in a few minutes to wrap up the emotion part, some of the comments that people had about emotional intelligence and overlap with wisdom. So some people say, much overlap, emotional intelligence is more about having social situations, in my opinion, less emphasis on virtue and the common good. Emotional intelligence is a necessary but not sufficient component of wisdom. Necessary, okay. Individuals with high level of wisdom must have high levels of emotional intelligence, but not vice versa. Okay. In other words, wise people know how to monitor their own and other emotions and affections and then utilize this information to guide their thoughts and behavior such that the consequences of their actions will not violate the legitimate benefits and interests of others and the society and will improve the long-term well-being of others, the society, as well as themselves. Emotional intelligence and wisdom must ultimately be embodied in the pursuit of common good. So there is this kind of emotional intelligence and morality, or this kind of maybe consideration of moral or moral orientation or whatever we mean by moral grounding, what we discussed.
All three of those sound like they're saying almost the same thing.
Yep. Wisdom is pro-social, empathy, etc. While emotional intelligence doesn't have to be. This is a Bob Sternberg argument. Sociopath may have excellent emotion. I think it is Bob Sternberg. Emotional intelligence, but they are antisocial. They have the gift to hurt rather than help others. So, fair point. So, assuming so the morality is missing. Wisdom includes emotional intelligence, but emotional intelligence doesn't necessarily lead to wisdom. Emotional intelligence can be used for self-centered goals, whereas wisdom always has the common good as its goal. Emotional intelligence seems to be a narrower concept. It's also unclear what EI means. So that's
that's my point.
Emotional intelligence is part of wisdom. Emotional intelligence about an understanding of the sources and expression of wisdom. But expression of wisdom may have passion in its form, is not defined by emotional considerations alone. Oh, interesting. That's a very philosophical way to frame it. Emotional intelligence would contribute to a person's ability to figure out what are important features of a challenge that need to be managed. I believe that all wise people are emotionally intelligent, but not all emotionally intelligent people are wise. Okay, we heard that before. Therefore, they cannot be the same thing. As an aside, I don't think wisdom research will benefit much from making overly strong connections to emotional intelligence, which itself is somewhat fringe in pop psychology. I've never been clear on what emotional intelligence is from a scientific perspective. Wisdom clearly involves more than simply being empathetic, even though the previous person said empathy is not part of emotional intelligence. So yes,
what's clear though is that people are defining emotional intelligence differently.
Yes.
And you ask someone about just broad emotional intelligence, and we're all sort of projecting our understandings onto it. So I think that the question really was so specific in how you asked it that, is wisdom the same as emotional intelligence, that specific construct?
Yeah.
And it's hard to answer the question because we don't really know I don't know what that is specifically. And
I don't believe it exists, so I may be stronger than you're agnostic, I'm atheist about it.
And I think it is seen as
Yeah, well, emotional intelligence is just one of the examples of the whole range of non-IQ type of intelligences, right? We can talk about social intelligence. Bob Sternberg made that point too, and for instance, when I would present to him that, hey, nobody looked at these features of practical wisdom and how, depending on the situation, you may need to adjust and use different strategies. He would say, well, but that's social intelligence. That doesn't have anything to do with wisdom. So I think that's and emotional intelligence, if it's measured well, not how 90% of emotional intelligence constructs are measured. It seems to be often involves observations of people's behavior in concrete situations and coded by expert raters. It's very laborious, therefore nobody is doing it. I think that measurement operationalization has a higher likelihood of achieving something meaningful than just some self-report scales. But if you take that as a sort of standard, golden standard of EI research, I think it would capture some sort of situational variability and situational sensitivity. So what is likely driving those findings in many ways is what is driving there is a commonality, but it's not sufficient. So, and I think that's also what comes from. So I think it's actually useful to have these comments, but yeah, they are, it always depends how you ask the question.
Yeah, so I interpret the question not to ask, are emotions relevant to wisdom, or all of the other emotions
Absolutely.
that we talked about?
Yeah.
I interpret it to be specifically, is emotional
Absolutely.
intelligence.
That's right. Yeah. It was specific about that because otherwise the question would be too broad.
Because I agree with a lot of what people are saying there.
But they're not talking about emotional intelligence. They're just talking about emotions.
Yeah. But the question is, do you distinguish wisdom from emotional intelligence?
No, I agree with you. I agree with Nick that most people aren't answering the question you specifically asked, Igor. They're saying, I think emotions are important to wisdom.
But I think also the issue is that in answering that question, so for example, I haven't done a really sort of like in-depth reading of the emotional intelligence literature, so I just take emotional intelligence as a kind of naive, sort of, my naive like concept of it, and then say, would that matter to wisdom? Again, what would be different about it? And I suspect that's what a lot of people are also doing.
That's fair. Okay, so we are at 20 to 5. I would suggest we covered a lot, and this is not over.
You can check out, but you can never leave.
That just sounds like academia in general.
So I would suggest we take again a 5-minute breather, and then we'll have a wrap-up session here before those of you who have time and are interested in joining. We will reconvene at a different location in a more relaxed atmosphere without the big brother watching us. Okay, so in 5 minutes we'll start talking about the next steps, and if you have any preliminary conclusions.
I love pride, but not in my
Okay,
I would.
ladies and gentlemen, let's continue the final round. Where's my cup of water? Is mine? Okay, I need some water, and we can start.
Someone has
That's fair.
Thank you. Best part is it's pocket sized.
Chinese way, drink hot water. Okay, so we are at the finish line now. The wrap-up is supposed to be about preliminary conclusions and certain outline for the next steps. And I think we accomplished quite a bit today. We first of all introduced and made some of the assumptions clearer. Something that I think things like the common good, or what do we mean by emotion, what do we mean by morality, or what do we mean by outcomes. That apparently.
What do we mean by mean?
And we also, I think, got quite a bit of actually agreement on something, surprisingly, I would say. Maybe because there is a self-selection, those people who like me come to talk. That's not necessarily true. And there's still a lot of things that we did not cover, but I think it would be unrealistic to cover them. Maybe we'll cover them at a remarkably fast speed after a few glasses of some kind of a beverage. But before we do that, I wanted to go over, first of all, your general impressions so far, and those of you who participated, if you want to say a few words about like what you take home from the meetings are, and if there are things that you wish we could cover in the future, as well as subsequently discuss some of the possible next steps. So maybe we'll start.
Oh, okay. The takeaway that's there, but I think you can muster sufficient anthropological evidence to say that it's not necessarily, a necessary component. With the whole devil can be wise thing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So one of the things, and this is my cognitive science training showing, is okay, morality. What is that? What's driving that? What's the underlying facets there? And the discussion around foresight, I think, was interesting. Where one of the reasons why moral concerns are something that we think are important is because you want somebody who is wise to be very, very good at considering possible consequences and outcomes, and moral concerns tend to be very salient possible outcomes. Right? And I think this is one of the reasons why you can be wise in particular domains, because you have that sort of cascade reasoning happen in, say, surgery. Well, I could move his spleen over here, but that would have all these other possible effects, so I should probably not do that. That's one of the things I think Feng and Yuan is doing really, really well, is basically this idea of, okay, there's natural wisdom and there's wisdom with regards to people, which I think may just be domain-specific manifestations of the same ability to figure out, if I do this, what are the consequences?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, something wisdom and the notion of consequences, I think, is something really good that's come out of this whole meeting.
Thank you. Marc.
Well, so I'm in the unique position of being a host in part of this event, but also very new to the wisdom literature. And I'm grateful for the accident and the privilege that geography had given that in exploring a new field. I can just bring everyone to my house and listen to them all day. So I've been very rewarded by this process. I found it very informative, and I hope it's not just a recency effect, but I do think that the thing I'm taking away most clearly is this indication of forethought, the role of forethought. I'm a personality psychologist by training, so I don't have the background in judgment and decision making, cognitive science generally. But my intuition is always leaning to think first about the reflective component and not the anticipatory component. So I found that to be very illuminating, and that's clearly leading with you today. So
thank you.
And in terms of the next steps, I leave that for more of the masters.
All right, so well, I'm just very thankful for the opportunity to be with everyone today. It's been a while since I've seen many of you and spoken with you, and met some new people today, which is great. Today was a reminder for me that in my world, I probably would have tried to plow forward and get straight to the processes and start writing them on a whiteboard and identifying concretely what the pieces of wisdom are, and really jumping immediately to how to measure those. But I was reminded today that we need to take a step back and talk about it more conceptually and ask big questions. And what I found so rewarding was, because of the people in the room, I was able to think about some issues today in ways I never would have thought about on my own. I know that for certain. So that was really a really nice opportunity to have. And I certainly look forward to continuing this conversation somehow.
First of all, I think it's just been wonderful to be here, and I've thoroughly enjoyed myself, and the discussions and the debates have been really wonderful. I was also very pleased, because I had suspicions otherwise, but I was pleased that we seem to be able to move towards consensus on some important issues, and that encourages me. I definitely want to be involved with this project going forward because of that. So that shifted me a matter of commitment, which I think is important. Going forward, it would be nice perhaps if we did bring in a little bit more of the cognitive science. I'm not talking about the philosophical end of cognitive science, because we did that a lot here. I'm talking more about perhaps, because we invoke notions of optimization and things like that, maybe bringing in how those ideas are being developed theoretically within like machine learning and things like that. Because a lot of the stuff we're talking about here, though there are very analogous problems that are being tackled in at least in AGI and in machine learning, and we might be able to take some important information from that. So that would be something I'd like to include in the discussion going forward.
I wonder if there would be somehow an opportunity for people like you, John, to teach people like me about that, or at least provide resources for me to read, because I'm realizing that there are many gaps in my own knowledge.
Sure.
For example, cognitive science.
Yeah.
And it may be, I don't know, just like a capacity building thing within our group.
Yeah.
Maybe that's also what's, I don't know. Yeah.
We could probably make that work for sure.
Yeah. I don't know if that would be helpful for our process. Maybe it's good that we all bring different perspectives.
I noticed papers that like Redfield's work bridge and Kristen's work and other people like that bridge between the machine learning and the cognitive psychology. And they're famous because I think they're doing it very well. And Redfield's work on optimization and things like that. I think we could all read those papers. They might be a little bit challenging, but I don't see them as being inaccessible to any of us, and they might help us at least bring in some of this into the wisdom discussion that I think should be brought in.
And it would help to avoid some of the, I don't know if it's the jingle or the jangle, but when you say optimization, that means something very specific to you.
Yes.
That doesn't mean, it doesn't necessarily mean.
This is exactly where the Redfield work, and we've invoked a few times the notions of self-organization, dynamical system. Again, there's people that are doing, I think, in my opinion, doing a good job at bridging between that and psychology. So we could at least look at those people, I think.
And there is, assuming that you guys can post into this folder that I shared with everybody, the Google folder, you could just potentially put those readings in there, or you can forward them to me and I will put them in there.
Okay, either way, sure, I'm happy to do that.
I'll provide them for everybody. Michelle?
I also wanted to echo and say it's been great to be here and just listen to the conversation. And I guess my takeaway is that there's a lot more to know than I know. So I had a lot of perspective, a lot of concrete data even that I need to learn more about, that I can learn through these kinds of conversations. So it's really a great opportunity, and I think that's I think that it's still it's always the task we set ourselves of outlining the main sort of divisions or areas is still to be further refined, but I think we made some headway in terms of some of the key issues or some of the key concerns about what's at stake in these things. So I think it was fruitful. I mean, and I'm just very glad to be part of it. Definitely very interested in continuing this conversation. Yeah.
Thank you. Do any of the students want to share? You don't have to, but you're most welcome to.
Sure. So I guess it would sound like I'm repeating what's been said before by other people. That I think the discussion that's been going on today, we've been talking about it was actually a little bit difficult for us to follow because I suppose it's because at the level of given a concept we have probably been exposed to it from literature from before, but we've never considered it to have such many layers and dimensions that we should question, and the kind of the degree of specificity that they should be treated with. So I think that personally it's a take-home message for me. So that I would like to read those literature as well to be more to be educated by such a depth of analysis in concepts and I think the confusion about what wisdom is and the literature that I've read about wisdom, that again the jingle-jangle fallacy, that people are actually might be talking about similar things, or they think that they're talking about similar things when they're talking about different things, is probably part to the lack of specificity that people, that I guess each researcher is using, that we actually are not we actually don't know what we are talking about essentially. Yeah, that's my message.
I actually echo a lot of what Anne said. This conversation was definitely important for me as someone that's contributing to the Scope of Wisdom project in the Wisdom and Identity Lab. I think that I've taken a lot of these concepts for granted, especially as they are construed within different studies and different fields. So I do also have to delve into a little more literature and I guess engage in these conversations a little bit more often, especially because we are trying to account for such vast amount of empirical, classically empirical, and radically empirical research within the field of wisdom studies.
Any of the
I feel like, coming here, I learned a lot from different perspectives. Looking at from a cross-cultural perspective, looking at the cognitive perspective, looking at personality, looking at like emotions and stuff. I feel like, I see a lot of different dimensions, components of wisdom I never really knew about before I came here. And like, something that we kind of talked about at the start of this event, like, once we measure all this components, specific dimensions and stuff, eventually, hopefully, we take all this and like sort of integrate holistically. I think that's the next step once we get all these components down and like holistically define and measure this more comprehensive level. I'm just thinking about that step.
I'm pretty
Vicky.
new to the wisdom research. I'm trying to do work in it, but I haven't gotten to it for too long. And I'm a Marc student, so I tend to think about the questions from more of a personality perspective. But it's very interesting. It's very educational for me to be here today to listen to a more cognitive-oriented perspective. So I think that will make me think about wisdom differently from those approaches from now on. The one interesting or one very helpful distinction that we made today is, for me, is kind of the process versus outcome, because I think it's a very interesting question, because when we conceptually think about wisdom, we tend to think about processes, kind of. However, like when we actually measure wisdom, if we use a performance measure, what we measure is kind of like outcome, right? So we measured how wise a person's response to a dilemma was. That's sort of like an outcome of your reasoning. So that's interesting. I would imagine that, like Nick mentioned previously, that there are probably going to be slightly different correlates for the process and the outcome. So can people ultimately enact what they think is wise? So yeah, that's I guess it. So in terms of future direction, I think it would be interesting for us to connect what we think are aspects to wisdom to, I guess, the actual literature that kind of look at those components. For example, a lot of us think that perspective taking is an important component to wisdom, but I think in the future I would like to have a chance to look at how, like, the perspective thinking we talk about in wisdom how is that really connected to, like, actual perspective taking research from people who study, for example, theory of mind. So I think that can partly address some of the jingle-jangle problem as well. So are we talking about the same perspective taking, or is it something different in the case of wisdom?
Any final comments for you guys? You don't have to. Okay. Okay, well, that's wonderful. I mean, for me, it was very interesting in exercise in multitasking, as you can imagine. And the question, can I wing it on such a short notice? And it seems like so far it's been tremendously successful. We definitely discussed at least half of what I proposed, which is always more than satisfactory for me. We also didn't cover some of those things. So let me tell you what I plan to do next. So first of all, we'll have the notes and you helped to collect them. And of course, I will try to also convert this into something that's more readable. And we will have the YouTube video. Hopefully, it will just save, and maybe I can even download it and reformat it a little bit to make it a bit nicer. So we'll have that documentation. So you can always go back and look at our debates and discussions. But the more pragmatic concern for me, or not concern, but the direction for the future is that Howard, well, I brought Howard on board to devise a special issue, the first ever special issue on wisdom, or elements of wisdom, if you want, for the philosophical transactions since the beginning of the journal, since before Darwin. And we're in the process of negotiating and breaking down some barriers, but I think we will get there. And I thought one important piece for this special issue would be a position paper of this kind, where we as wisdom science folks, or whatever we want to call them, ourselves newbies, or old, like in terms of how much experience we have, of course, can jointly contribute towards saying, look, this is what we actually mean by wisdom, and this is how it's distinct from emotional intelligence, or from just theory of mind, or just from rationality, if you want, or however rationality is defined these days, as well as what do we mean by when we measure wisdom, and what do we not mean. So a paper of that, the discussion for that, both our conversation right now as well as the work on the descriptions from the participants will be incredibly helpful for that. We will probably also need some little literature review for that. So I will be working on that one way or another. Not that I have anything else to do. But of course, as I said at the very beginning, I welcome those of you who would want to join me on this adventure, assuming certain commitment. If you don't have time, but you're still interested, I think beyond the list of the authors who will be contributing towards the issue, I will also probably circulate the position piece to most people and those who want to sign it and say that they're okay with this position statement. We will get hopefully most people on board. And if they disagree, maybe I can correct something that will represent their features, as long as they don't violate the consensus.
Now, Igor, something like a court decision in which you've got the main judgment and then dissenting opinions, like, you know, so because that could be an interesting, like, you send a statement around and someone says, I just, you know, generally I disagree with this piece of it, or I mean, for these reasons, that would be an interesting thing to allow for, as a, at least even for us to hear, like, what kind of dissent would somebody have to, like, some general position.
Yeah, I will definitely consider that. It all depends on the format that the journal, for instance, allows.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Certain journals allow a lot of freedom for however you want to formulate that. Other journals do not. Higher end journals tend not to do do not provide as much freedom, but it is possible to be able to do something like that. So I'll definitely consider it. So what that means is also that there's still a lot of topics that we didn't cover that I hope to get at least some feedback from the discussion here, and we may either reserve them for a follow-up meeting next year, or even for maybe we'll have a shorter meeting if you want before that. Certainly the topics of evolutionary function of wisdom, cultural specificity, or even the wisdom as a sort of personal versus systemic type of issue. That's something that I care very deeply about. And this was a dry run. Marc and I were thinking, and Vicky too, that we'll do this and we'll see how it goes.
It was, I think, very successful.
I agree.
Given the short amount of time in which we pulled this off, but I hope that we can continue doing this in the future. I think Nick is moving away from Toronto, but he will be close enough. And Howard actually almost was here. Unfortunately, he just couldn't make it. And Bob Sternbeck was also very interested. It's just that he was not sure what exactly this will be like, and was just cautious about it. But there is a possibility we'll continue in the future. And so stay tuned, and we'll try to figure out other means to make it a little bit more sophisticated. I think this was very sophisticated, but we can potentially scale it up a tiny bit. I think with a little bit of prep and maybe some additional funding, we can do that. So,
if we're looking for an avenue for funding, we could probably put in for one of those grants from the Mind and Life Foundation, where they basically offer these massive workshop grants for anything having to do with that line of research.
Sure, Mind and Life Foundation. There is a possibility to discuss this. Maybe in early fall we can check in. I think the summer is a good time, or maybe we can do it slightly earlier, but that's something for the future.
It has conference grants too, right? I think this is the kind of thing that might be really sort of suited, especially with this idea that it's already had a dry run, that you can connect through YouTube live streaming, like something like that. I just imagine they might be interested in.
Oh, so who is that? It's Shirk?
Shirk has
a
conference fund, yeah.
Yeah, so that's all for now, and we are sort of close, so with perfect timing, 5:15. So we have a reservation at Harvest Kitchen for 5:30. Harvest Kitchen is not far away from here. It will just be, some of us will be just probably walking over there. It's really just 5-minute walk, and it's a really nice, low-key place where we can continue conversations.
Great.
Thank
you, Igor.
Thank you very much.